Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Para tuba jodiri tukuma tuku tuba jodiri ndemo egu mawego. Para tuba jodiri tukuma tuku tuba jodiri ndemo egu mawego. Obodo jisike nubo serona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa he ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How are you feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu, akuna kogabu.
Okay now.
It's the big bucks, I've been looking at business. Stressed to kill, mama got me up on a writ list. Pole position at the fella running the distance. I'll be banging, giving the triplets. The bigger the bag, the bigger the butt crack. The bigger the chance the birds up in my contacts. The figure's a big deal, a pen on the contract. Sell me up, baby, give a tip on me toe end. And I've been whipping a wire, puffing a Benson. Pushing a pack, the full stack like a benching. Giving the fish scale, that slide like a penguin. Flipping the chick on my bills, why fuck a pension. Slow mo vision, I've been puffing the peace pipes. Selling free fires to the fiends by the seaside. On my tail lines and the seams of my levers. With a stack figure, the Nicki Minaj way on. Birds whistle when I walk like this. Best listen when I talk like this. I'm outside on the curb with me tats out. If he's hard, he can try and chalk like this. Chain swinging when I walk like this. Heads bobbing when I talk like this. I'm outside on the curb with the straps out. Ever love you ain't gonna choke like shit. I spin fellas, my swing quicker than Federer. I serve packing the bands back on the regular. And I'ma tell her how she sing for me, J-Pain. Your mama's hooked on the packs, I'll be selling her. I click hammers and bang them and I'm a nut-sang. I feel it dead with the lead like a mukbang. The magazine made me lean when I walk in the drumstick will make a net bang like a funk band. I spin fellas, my swing quicker than Federer. I serve packing the bands bag on a regular. And I'ma tell her how she sing for me T-Pain. Your mama's hooked on the packs, I'll be selling her. I click M's and bang 'em and I'm not saying. I feel his head with the lead like a mukbang. The magazine made me lean when I walk in the drumstick will make a head bang like a punk band. Hop in the cab, I'm banging the crossword. Head in the west and I'm banging the posh bird. Couple of cans and a puff on me death stick. Click on my fingers, he's cutting me cough there. Ringing the bow bells, bringing the website. I'm flinging the dry food, bringing the cassette there. Belling me non-stop, sending the lads there. Hopping me drops up, I'm running the man there.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wá fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wá fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ọ̀túnbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
And there it is right there, Baba Ìjẹ̀bú. So where am I? Where am I? Is the question. Where am I? Oh, there I am. So there I am, and there you are. So let's do it. So here I am. There you are. So here we are. So here I am. There we are. There you are. Here we are. So I'm starting to tire somewhat of apologizing for the late start. So you just have to bear with me for the moment that the starting time is going to be somewhat skittish. Hopefully not for too much longer, but it is going to be somewhat skittish. That's been the experience, and the sessions might not be as long as we're traditionally accustomed to. So some changes coming on the platform, so necessarily changes has to come on the platform. So some changes will come, and you'll be seeing those changes as they start to evolve. So let's just do it. It's going to be somewhat of a shortish session today. We'll see how long it lasts, but almost certain to be a short session. But good day to you, good to be your company, and how are you? We should always start with a greeting. It's just manners, isn't it? Good day to you, good to be your company, and how are you? We do it again. We always do it. So we do it again, and we do it in this fashion. I said it was going to be a short session only because there are not that much to talk about. You know, there's nothing. It's still the news cycle is still very much cycling around that Fubara weekend narrative, and I tire of it somewhat. It's somewhat repetitive, totally predictable, and it's just how much more can you say about those two elements? But we will speak about them again today, but because there's not much more to speak about, so we'll be speaking about them a little bit today. We'll be speaking about the Falano very dark man Bobrisky saga, because that space still continues to give. So we see what the latest it has in terms of the installment of the saga. So we'll be speaking about that certainly, but we'll certainly be speaking about this as well. Let me play you this clip as the start off. A lot of people sent in this clip to me, so we'll watch it and then we'll see what we're making of it. So let's kick it off with the clip.
I'm sure you'll be glad to know the federal government has approved an airstrip for Canaan land. You are walking in the center of God's plan, so I won't need to fly an helicopter to the airport. I can go from here to wherever I'm going. Amen. Members with their planes will have where to land and park. Amen. By being in the center of God's plan. I had pressure on my life, 87, for this ministry to move to America. People were pressing. I said, hold on a minute. Let me ask the Lord. The Lord said, no. Oh, we need this ministry. No. A need is not equal to a calling. I'm not called to be there. I'm called to be here. Amen. And from here, the light is shining all over. Tonight, you'll be glad to know 54 Chinese are here on ground to come and congratulate me and be blessed. They are pastors of renown. One of them oversees 10,000 churches. Amen. Not for factory, not for industry, ministry. By being in the center of the plan of God for your life. So young people, wake up. I have some of my sons here who are in fashion industry. They make dresses for me. Packaging like age-long industries. Because they found their place in God. A number of them are into decoration, fixing things in the homes, and they are doing excellently well. Each one finding his place. Won't you be glad to know that I have some captains that fly me who are graduates of Covenant University? Yet we don't.
All right. So that is some random pastor that's been granted the license to build an airstrip. So a lot of people somewhat conflicted about how to, not even conflicted. A lot of people are somewhat resistant to that idea. You see, the license granted him. You have to be, the thing we do in Nigeria is that we read the headline. We don't have the full grasp of what's being said, and then we run with our prejudices and start to lash out in criticism. That's what we do in Nigeria. That's what we do majorly. It's only people like me with a functioning brain that doesn't do that. The abundance of everybody else, that's what they do. They read the headline, not even the body of the story, and even if they read the body of the story, they are already prejudiced from the headline and they're from their political leaning, in order then to misinterpret and then go out lashing and slashing. So now, this guy has been granted a license to build an airstrip. Understand that. A license to build an airstrip. So understand that first. So an airstrip, if you don't understand, is totally and categorically different from an airport. I'm sure anybody watching this platform knows that. I suspect people who don't watch this platform would not know that. But an airstrip, for the benefit of clarity, is totally, utterly separate and distinct, from an airport. Totally different things. An airstrip is essentially just a strapline railway on a field that allows a small plane or a helicopter to land. People have it in their back door in America. It's not anything. And also, when you say it allows a plane to land, it's an internal plane. Do you understand? It's not somebody flying from Dubai coming to land in your backyard. No, because that's international flight. But internal planes of a certain size can land on that airstrip. And that is the license that has been granted to this church, Canaan Land or whatever it is. You know, I'm not really in that space, so I don't really know a lot of these people. They're just 419 guys to me. But that's what's been granted to that guy, and a license to build an airstrip. And a lot more people will be getting those licenses, by the way, because there's a lot of people with airplanes within the Nigerian space. So he's been granted the license to build an airstrip. And I, for one, I cannot see where the problem is. You know, if he has an airplane sufficient enough to feel he needs an airstrip, then let him have an airstrip. You know, so hopefully that caps that off. An airstrip, just for the third and clearest time, is totally different and distinct from an airport. So the fact that the guy has been granted a license to build an airstrip is not something that you should go wild over. So not something you should go, but you will go wild anyway. Yeah, this Tinubu, they've turned it into you know how it goes. But just for the benefit of, just so you have the understanding, even though you go with your prejudices, you know, they say never let the facts, FACTS, never let the facts get in the way of a good story. And that is somewhat the sort of opposition we're seeing against the sitting administration. Nobody cares about the facts. They care about their prejudices, and they care about campaigns of car money, which they are using as a political campaign tool to sort of drive in between the last election, this guy's administration, and the next one. So they continuously try to keep the administration on a negative in order then to land the administration on a negative come the next election. And that is essentially what we're seeing. You know that the credit core thing, you know that I think somebody actually sent it to me. Let me see if I've got it. You know, the credit core thing, that's actually started. But then, of course, they'll start to do their usual whatever it is that they do. Let me see if I can find that headline. Somebody sent it to me. Let me see. Where is it? Let me see. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, here it is. So let me actually start it off with this one. I got my credit card loan without knowing anyone. So this is a beneficiary. So, of course, this will never make the front line of the headlines because, of course, this somewhat might hint. Oh, no, it's not showing. So yes, let me put it up. I got my credit card loan without knowing anyone. This is a beneficiary. So, as I was saying, this will never make the front lines of the headlines because, of course, it doesn't serve to infer that the administration is actually doing anything that aids and assists the Nigerian population. So this is a follow-on from the students' loan, which has been a resounding success. So now we're at the piloting stage now of yet another seismic move in the configuration of how Nigeria works as an entity. So I'll unbundle all of that convoluted gobbledygook, but let's get into it first. I got my credit card loan without knowing anyone. This is a beneficiary. The federal government has launched a new loan program through the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation to provide, let's start again. The federal government has launched a new loan program through the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation to provide financial relief to Nigerians facing the impact of recent fuel price hikes. Credit Corp, a development financial institution, was established to democratize access to consumer credit for Nigeria's working population. The loans are being offered through participating financial institutions to help households meet urgent needs and ease the burden on their budgets. In a statement released on Monday, Credit Corp emphasized the initiative is part of the government's effort to address the rising cost of living and provide much needed support during these challenging times. The corporation added that Nigerians interested in applying for the loan can do so by visiting the credit call website. We are actually going to visit that website right now, see how it works. Let me just copy that. Let me just yes right now, see how it works. Let me just copy that, and let me just yes, let me actually see if it does work. Oh, all right. Yes. Oh, okay. So it does work. Oh, all right. All right. We carry on. In a statement released on Monday, Credit Corps emphasized this initiative is part of the government's effort to address the rising cost of living and provide much needed support during these challenging times. The corporation added that Nigerians interested in applying for the loan can do so by visiting the Credit Corps website, and then it goes on to give the website. Currently, civil servants are the primary beneficiaries of the program, though it is expected to expand to the general public soon. Our Credit Corps further explained that over 10,942 civil servants across various sectors have already benefited, including 4,786 education workers, 1,307 healthcare professionals, 753 specialized workers, 1,264 police and paramilitary officers, and 2,831 administrators. One of the beneficiaries, Mrs. Hawa Bawa of the Ministry of Labor and Productivity, shared her experience. I got my loan without knowing anyone. I applied online and the funds were disbursed promptly. It helped me take care of my small farm and some serious household needs. I can't thank Credit Corps and President Tinubu enough. This loan program comes at a critical time. Nigerians struggle with soaring fuel cost. It's not really the loan, by the way, the credit card system is not really geared towards alleviating whatever impact the cost of petroleum has on household income. So it's just come for two. How do you say that word? For two. I remember. It's just come in time for two. Well, you know the word I'm trying to reach for. My English is failing me. Fortuitously. It's just come fortuitously. Just when the petrol cost is high, but it's not geared towards that space. It is essentially the establishment of a structure that allows you to expand your income. The loan program comes at a critical time as Nigerians struggle with soaring fuel costs. In September 2024, the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, so the loan is not really geared towards that, but there it is right there. So that's the credit card now onboarded. So the landscape of the Nigerian space changing before our very own eyes. So here it is right here. Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation. Let's see. How do you apply for a loan? Let's just let's have a little bit of nose around. So how to apply for credit? Apply now for credit via our growing list of financial institutions with up to 50% reduction in interest rates. Yes, so this is where you go to, and I think these are the participating financial institutions, Credit Direct, loans to civil servants, teachers, etc. And this is Wema Bank. This is geared towards the general public. Asion, MFB, that's geared towards the general public as well. Let's show go MFB. This is for teachers for purchase of alternative energy like solar panel to deal with petrol costs. So a lot of these financial institutions are geared towards specific needs. Abe Mortgage Bank for home improvement, school fees, solar energy. Short on cash, no worries. Get consumer credit for household improvement, fees, or solar. So here it is right here. So here it is right there. So it's not free money, of course, and there will be a nominal interest rate applied. But that nominal interest rate, the monies will be collected directly from source. So that's why this sort of system works perfectly with people like civil servants, etc. So so you take that. A lot of you have availed yourself. You've accessed credit before, so you know how it works. So you take that loan, and especially for the civil servants, and then that loan comes directly from source. I think from your monthly salary. So you take a 10,000, you take 100,000 naira loan over the course of a year or thereabout. The interest rate applied about maybe 10%, just for the purposes of example, and then so that comes to 110,000. So then 10,000, 11,000 then or thereabout, maybe 10,000 even, is deducted from your salary at source over the duration of the lifespan of that loan, and that's how it works. So it enables you then stretch your money more. So rather than take that 10,000, 100,000 naira out of your salary, you spread it over a course of a period of time, and that is the system that's been introduced. So there it is. So there it is now. So what more? So I think it's an excellent idea, and as I'm sure you do. So I think it's an excellent idea, as I'm sure you do. Let's go from there to this one. Nnpc quits as middleman in Dangote refinery petrol purchase. So this is one that has this one confused a lot of people in the build up to that Dangote launching. You hold on. So this one confused a lot of people in the build up to the Dangote launching. So after Dangote told us that he started to pump PMS out, and then suddenly they started to tell us then that the sole purchaser of PMS from Dangote will be the Nnpc. So the Nnpc will be the sole off-takers, and then they would then be the distributors to oil marketers, which one seems at the surface a convoluted system, but then even so a system that leans towards corruption. So it looks as though that Nnpc middleman role has now been removed. So just from the headlines then, it looks as though the marketers now can directly access Dangote to purchase at an agreed price. But who sets that price is still something that's yet to be fully established. But let's get into it. Nnpc quits as middleman in Dangote refinery petrol purchase. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Nnpc, is ending its exclusive purchase agreement with Dangote Refinery, opening up the market for other marketers to buy petrol directly from the refinery. So correspondents can authoritatively report today. So that's probably the biggest news so far, bigger than the burning of our secretariats in they are always burning up themselves in they're like I don't want to say they're like savages, but let me, because I want to start removing that sort of language from the streams. Now I want to start cleaning it up a little bit, but deep in the recesses of my thoughts, I probably think they are savages over there. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is ending its exclusive purchase agreement with Dangote Refinery, opening up the market for other marketers to buy petrol directly from the refinery. Correspondents can authoritatively report. This means Nnpc will no longer be the sole off-taker, and marketers can now negotiate price directly with Dangote Refinery. So that's a crucial piece of information right there. So marketers can negotiate a price with Dangote Refinery. So what does that mean? So there is an overarching body, of course. There's an overarching organization. There's organization or whatever it is, a committee of oil marketers. They have a body. So do they negotiate with Dangote as a body, or do they negotiate as individual marketers? And is there going to be price fixing of some sort? So there still has to be a government supervision of that negotiation, just for somebody to be there to advocate for the citizenry. Actually, let's take it from top again. The Nigerian Petroleum Company Limited, (Nnpc), is ending its exclusive purchase agreement with Dangote Refinery, opening up the market for other marketers to buy petrol directly from the refinery. Correspondents can exclusively report. This means Nnpc will no longer be the sole off-taker and will no longer be the sole off-taker, and marketers can now negotiate price directly with Dangote Refinery. This development aligns with the current practices for fully deregulated products, where refineries can sell directly to marketers on a willing buyer, willing seller basis. So there'll be price fixing if there's no interjection of advocacy for the people there. So that negotiation, it has to be supervised by an external body. Earlier in September, Davankumar Edwin, Vice President of Dangote Industries Limited, said the 650,000 barrels per day Dangote Refinery has begun processing petrol. Mr. Edwin explained that Nnpc Limited would buy its product exclusively, but Nnpc, in a statement, in reaction to a statement that the Dangote Refinery Limited is being undermined by actions of the company at the time, said it was not the sole off-taker of all products from the refinery. It said the refinery was free to sell petrol to any marketer. So it is very important that the word petrol is mentioned there, because at a point you thought they were trying to be clever with language. So it says the Nnpc, in reaction to a statement that the Dangote Refinery Limited is being undermined by the action of the company at the time, said it was not the sole off-taker of all products from Dangote. So the sole off-taker of all products from Dangote, that's not really where our interest is. We want to know if it's the sole off-taker of petrol, which is the preeminent product that actually concerns Nigerians. It said it is not the sole off-taker of all products from the Dangote Refinery. It said the refinery is free to sell petrol to any marketer. So is that one singular line right there that liberalizes that market space? The Nnpc explained that the Dangote Refinery and other domestic refineries are free to sell directly to any marketer on a willing buyer, willing seller basis, which is the current practice for a fully deregulated product such as diesel, aviation fuel, and kerosene. But on September the 15th, the Nnpc began loading petrol from Dangote Refinery. Although some major petroleum marketers were later reportedly arrived. No, that should not be reportedly, should it? Although some major marketers were later reported to have arrived to lift products from the refinery under the agreement with Nnpc Limited, independent marketers remained excluded. On September the 26th, the House of Representatives called on the federal government to mandate the Nnpc and Dangote Refinery to allow independent marketers to lift petrol directly from the refinery. The lower chamber also urged the management of Dangote Refinery to build, acquire, or partner to establish tank farms or depots across the geopolitical zones of the country to ease access to petroleum products for the public. The call followed a motion of urgent public importance moved on Thursday by XYZ from PDP Bayelsa State. Moving the motion, Mr. Ofoji explained that the exclusion of independent marketers threatened competition in the sector. He noted that competition is essential for reducing cost, adding that some marketers may resort to importing products to survive in the market. Nnpc and the major marketers, being the exclusive off-takers, spell monopoly, which is tantamount to greed. This is the same Nnpc that has failed to manage our crude and refineries for decades. The lawmaker said at the time. Those familiar with the market told correspondents that Nnpc is now set to withdraw as the sole off-taker to allow other marketers to directly purchase petrol from Dangote refinery at the prevailing market price, promoting competition and potentially stabilizing the supply chain. So, all right. Let's just get the rest of it. Femi Shoneye, the spokesperson for the Nnpc, is not immediately available to comment on the story, but a top official of the company confirmed the development to correspondents on Monday. Yes, it is true, the official said. We can no longer continue to bear that burden. The Nnpc had claimed in September that it was buying petrol from Dangote refinery at 898 naira per liter and selling to marketers at 765, shouldering a subsidy of almost so now, if they were buying from Dangote, if they are, I don't even care how much they claim they are buying from Dangote. If they are selling to the marketers at 765 naira 66 kobo per liter, and the price of petrol is over 1,000 naira at the pump, then that will tell you then that the marketers are they are on a double your money deal. That's essentially what that means. The Nnpc lifted about 103 million liters of petrol from Dangote between September the 15th and the 30th. The refinery was able to load 2.2 million, 2,200 to 3,600 trucks sent to it within the period. Yes, let's go to the implications and then we round this off. Implications: Nnpc's withdrawal as the sole off-taker of Dangote Petrol marks a significant shift towards complete liberalization of the market, allowing marketers to source products directly from Dangote refinery or other suppliers, with Nnpc no longer covering the differential between Dangote's selling price and the price to the marketers. Subsidies will cease to exist. So what this means essentially is that the price of petrol will still go up even a bit more. So that's what that tells us. The price of petrol will go up a bit more. That's just there's no other reading outside of that. The price of petrol will go up just a smidgen, just a sliver more, but then it will stabilize at a point. Just as an aside, I was watching this YouTuber that I follow. I think she's from Kenya. She calls herself the African Tigress. So she travels around the world. She's in Nigeria at the moment. And she was saying that she couldn't understand all this hoopla about the price of petrol. She was saying that of all of the countries that she had been to, Nigeria has the cheapest petrol yet that she has yet come across. But then, of course, she was dollarizing it. So yes, implications. Nnpc's withdrawal as the sole off-taker of Dangote Petrol marks a significant shift towards complete liberalization of the market, allowing marketers to source products directly from Dangote refinery or other suppliers, with Nnpc no longer covering the differential between Dangote's selling price and the price to the marketers. Subsidy will cease to exist. So So yes, that's a very complicated space actually, because a lot more will stay within the national coffers, but then a lot more will come out of the citizenry's pockets. But then what stays within the national coffers then, as a result, this will be the first time, by the way, if this follows through, this will be the actual now final spot that marks those infamous words of Tinubu at his inauguration. Subsidy would now be fully removed. It will be fully removed now, because as Nnpc just already told us, they were buying petrol from Dangote at 898, selling it to the marketers at 700 and something, and footing the difference in form of a subsidy. So if the marketers buy directly from Dangote and there's no intersection by Nnpc, then now, when this follows through, then we will arrive at the final port of destination of those now infamous statements. Subsidy is gone. Nnpc's withdrawal as the sole off-taker of Dangote Petrol marks a significant shift towards complete liberalization of the market, allowing marketers to source products directly from Dangote refinery or other suppliers, with Nnpc no longer covering the differential between Dangote's selling price and the price to marketers. Subsidy will cease to exist. Marketers will now buy directly from Dangote and sell at cost price, adding their own differential, which may lead to a hike in the product's price. Yes, the price of petrol will ultimately settle at about 1,400, 1,500. So you just have to suck it up, by the way. But how government then manages to insulate that space is what and they are pushing then this CNG narrative as well. So we'll see how that market space settles. Also, marketers can now source products from anywhere, not just Dangote, promoting competition and potentially stabilizing supply chains. So the lack of petrol will no longer be a problem. It's the affordability of it now that will be the problem. Let's go on to this. New fuel price as filling stations slash pump prices after Nnpc's decision. So I think this is a follow through from that one we just read there. Filling stations owned by the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, in Abia State have reduced the pump price of premium motor spirits, commonly known as petrol. So I really hate when they do this, by the way. They say the premium motor spirit, commonly known as petrol. So why don't you just call it petrol if that is what people know it as? And if you want to be highfalutin, then call it premium motor spirit. So premium motor spirit, just silly people. Let's carry on. Correspondence reports that the filling stations in Abia State, which used to sell at 1,300 naira and 1,350 naira per liter, have slashed their prices to 1,200 to 1,150 naira per liter. I hardly call that a price slash. That's just the 100. That's just 100 naira off. That's a far cry from a price slash. The development follows the Nigerian National Petroleum Company opening its portal for direct request and payment for fuel from members of IPMAN. So whatever that means, we go with that. So let's just go from there to this will be the final readout, by the way. So now this is from Nigeria to the international space. Actually, most Nigerians in Lebanon failed to show willingness to return home amidst Israel-Hezbollah conflict. This is the finance minister, and I think to God, the foreign minister also spoke to that space as well. Speaking on efforts of the government to evacuate citizens. Speaking on efforts of the government to evacuate citizens from Lebanon. Let me take it from here. The Nigerian government has noted that many of the Nigerians in Lebanon have failed to show willingness to be returned home amidst the ongoing conflict in Lebanon due to the clash between Israel and Hezbollah. This was communicated in a statement by Ambassador Echi Abu Obe, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in a statement on Saturday. Speaking on the efforts of the government to evacuate citizens from Lebanon, Abu Obe said, presently, about 500 Nigerians have registered with the mission. However, there are more than 2,000 Nigerian citizens residing in the country, even though most of them have not indicated willingness to return home in spite of the persuasion of our embassy. We will continue to do everything to ensure the safety of our citizens. The ministry, so the easy go-to for this sort of narrative would be that that Nigeria is so awful that people are still willing to live in a war zone than to come home to Nigeria. So that's the easy go-to to that sort of. But there's as always, it's always in the nuance, isn't it? As always with any and everything, it's always in the gray areas. So the gray areas of this sort of a narrative is that what is going on between, let's say, for instance, they're saying, oh, because Boko Haram is attacking people in Borno State, the United Kingdom has sent in planes to go and evacuate British citizens there. And then the British citizens are not showing willingness to go back home. So if somebody is living in Lagos, he has no concern or really under no threat by what is going on in Borno. So similarly, ditto what may well be going on in Lebanon. If they don't feel especially endangered, then they have no reason to run back home. So that's just it. So it's nothing to do with that Nigeria is so awful they don't want to come back home. That may well be part of it, but the broader strokes of it is that analogy that I just gave. The fact that they are ravaging and savaging in Zamfara State does not then mean that an Italian guy that lives in Lekki has to then be evacuated. What for? Is not in Zamfara. So I think that might well be the nuance of that narrative. Most Nigerians in Lebanon failed to show willingness to return home amidst Israeli-Hezbollah conflict. I'm not quite sure why it is the finance ministry that is coming out with this headline. The Nigerian government has noted that many of the Nigerians in Lebanon have failed to show willingness to be returned home amidst the ongoing conflict in Lebanon due to the clash between Israel and Hezbollah. This was communicated in a statement by Ambassador Echi Abu Obe, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in a statement on Saturday. Speaking on the efforts of the government to evacuate citizens from Lebanon, Abu Obe said, presently, about 500 Nigerians have registered with the mission. However, there are more than 2,000 Nigerian citizens residing in the country. Even though most of them have not indicated willingness to return home, in spite of the persuasion of our embassy, we will continue to do everything to ensure the safety of our citizens. The ministry urged Nigerians not to resist evacuation, saying the Nigerian government urges all citizens living in Lebanon not to resist evacuation because the ongoing conflict may escalate, and appeals for cooperation with the evacuation process and follow safety guidelines. Nigeria appreciates the understanding of the international community and will continue to monitor the situation. The statement, it further stated. Further to the last statement issued on the evacuation of Nigerians from Lebanon, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs wishes to elucidate on the information contained therein. In this connection, the federal government of Nigeria has commenced evacuation procedures for Nigerian citizens living in Lebanon following the escalating conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. the administration of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, wishes to reiterate that the safety and well-being of its citizens remains its top priority. In light of the deteriorating security situation in Lebanon, government has activated emergency protocol to ensure the swift and safe evacuation of our citizens back home as soon as possible. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in collaboration with the Presidency, National Emergency Management Agency, Department of State Services, National Intelligence Agency, Nigerian Immigration Service, look at the plethora. There has to be a single portal, all of these things, they could have just come under the purview of Abike Dabiri Arewa. So all of the elements within all of these necessary spaces, they should be embedded already within the Abike Dabiri Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, or whatever she runs. They should already be embedded in that commission, so they are more swift of feet. They're more sleek of feet. They move better at pace when emergency a situation arises. So imagine them trying to synergize all of this when you know that this is not the first time we've had to. Remember when we had to go and get people out of places like Mali, even in South Africa, in some instances when Alan Oyema helped out. So all of these parastatals and agencies, they should already be embedded within one single structure, which is that Abike Dabiri Arewa structure. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in collaboration with the Presidency, that's one. The National Emergency Management Agency, 2. DSS, 3. National Intelligence Agency, 4. Nigerian Immigration Service, 5. Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, 6. And other relevant bodies. Can you imagine that? So that's just unnecessary bureaucracy aimed at looting. So they'll all be paid some extra whatever it is, out of station convenience, million naira each all round. In coordinating the evacuation exercise to ensure the safe return of Nigerians from Lebanon, our embassy in Beirut has been issuing several advisories since the conflict started, for our citizens to stay indoors and follow local authorities' instructions, as well as to those who have not registered with the embassy to do so through email. And then they sent in the email. The ministry said it was pleased to report that no life has been lost, so no Nigerians killed so far. So those supermarket bombings by the Israelis with their mobile phone, a walkie-talkie, James Bond something. It said, in view of the commendable efforts made by the embassy, working in concert with the leadership of the Nigerian community to evacuate fellow Nigerians from southern Lebanon, the epicenter of the conflict, to Beirut, the administration of President Tinubu is making arrangements to send a C-130 aircraft or any other available flight for the evacuation exercise. The Nigerian government urges all citizens living in Lebanon not to resist evacuation because the ongoing conflict may escalate, and appeals for cooperation with the evacuation process and follows, etc., etc. So those are Nigerians then resisting having to leave Beirut to come back home. So I mean, I don't know, man, but that's a funky one. But there it is. Like I said, the news cycle is not as gushing in its giving, and I don't want to especially get locked down in Fubara wiki. So let's do a bit of Fubara wiki, and then we'll see if anybody wants a conversation. Like I said, likely to be a short session. But let's do a bit of Fubara wiki. So Fubara wiki. It sounds like a song, doesn't it? Fubara wiki. If you put a drum beat to that, I wonder how that will go. Fubara wiki. Let's kick it off with this one that takes us down memory lane to land us then at where we are. So let's pick it up from here.
Oga Wike, why you dey frustrate Governor Fubara like that now?
What's your problem?
I want to know now.
Rubbish.
But do you have a good relationship with him?
No, we're not in good time politically.
But wetin be the genesis of this una problem sef? As in, wetin you want make him dey do for you so that both of you will be at peace?
To worship me. Not be juju be that.
You want him to be worshiping you?
Yes.
But he has worshipped you before now. Now that he's a governor, what do you want?
Continue to worship me.
For me to worship a human being, I can't do that.
It is smoky, Igbo.
Close your mouth.
You people should stop all these things now. Governor Fubara, what is the problem?
The jungle has matured.
What do you mean?
It means that
To see the nyash of the fowl.
He has come to look for trouble.
yes,
I will give you trouble.
Oga Wike, make una no fight, abeg.
Never. We must fight this fight.
Let's take a break. We will be back in a moment. Please stay with us.
I will not take a break. We must fight this fight.
Governor Fubara, what did he just do?
I just laughed.
It's not a laughing matter. Are you not bothered that Wike want to fight you?
Why would I bother?
We must fight this fight.
Fight me.
So you think you can fight Wike and defeat him?
Yes, honestly speaking.
Who go monkey? Will you shut up your dirty mouth?
Excuse me, sir. This is the Honorable Minister of FCT. Please don't talk to him like that.
Make up punish you.
Oga, the way you take the defend Governor Fubara, it feel like say the man don't give you money, abi?
The man give me money. Make you to go collect your own. Who don't like money? Nani, shut up your dirty mouth. That was too harsh. This man. Enough is enough of this.
Governor Fubara, you say you can fight and defeat Wike?
By the special grace of God.
Your Excellency, make her no lie. Wike go fit comot your teeth too.
That is impossible.
You mean
Honestly speaking. I will surprise them.
Governor Fayoshe, please come and help me advise Governor Fubara to stop this fight with Wike, abeg.
Your Excellency.
Yes.
I know Wike. Now, if he say he will fight you, it's either you surrender or you look for that trouble to the end.
To advise him.
The moment you want to see more than you are supposed to see, you begin to see spirit.
Your Excellency, please forget about this fight and forgive Wike, abeg.
I will not do that.
Oga Wike, you say beg am to forgive you now.
I will not.
But do you have the energy to fight Governor Fubara?
The energy in me is too much.
Like, are you strong enough to fight him?
Look, I'm too strong.
So if I leave you now, what will you do to him?
I will teach my lesson.
You're telling me this?
Yes, to hell with you.
This fight is going to be very tough. Honestly, I'm afraid on your behalf.
Do not be afraid. I'm the one to stand for this fight. I will fight to stand still.
Don't make noise. It's only empty drum that make noise.
If that's what is paying you, you can go and hug a transformer.
Oga Dino, the can back in the Oga Wike ina yin nan kana gan kaman zai iya dukan Governor Fubara.
To hell with you.
Oga Wike, why they talk to Oga Dino like that now? Is he not your friend?
No. We don't be friends.
Just leave Oga Dino for now. Please forgive Governor Fubara.
Never. They no go walk. We must fight this fight.
Oga Wike, please now, please.
They no go walk.
Please. Wike.
I said, don't call me again.
Your Excellency, I'm really bothered too.
Don't bother about anything. Nothing making.
We must fight this fight.
Oh yeah now, no wahala. Since all of you have made up your mind to fight, Ngwano, go ahead and fight.
Cocks a gun and shoots it.
Who be that?
It's me.
Get ready for battle.
In the Bosky, stop putting kerosene inside fire now.
Get away.
Internet will be in trouble.
Oga Wike, where you be?
You heard what he said?
I hear him now. He say in the shoot gun in preparation for the fight between you and him.
Don't be so.
Now so, Oya come make una start the fight now.
Forget it, I'm off.
Oga Wike, come back make una fight now.
I will not.
So where you come they run they go now?
I'm traveling out.
Come back here.
I will not.
I don't understand. No be you talk say you want fight.
No. Don't be fighting.
Shame to you.
Oga Wike, Fubara don't vex o. Just apologize to him. Make una settle this matter, abeg.
Please forgive me. I have made a mistake.
Continue to make mistake.
Don't be so. Please forgive me.
Governor Fubara, you don't forgive him.
Yes. Reconciliation for peace.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Oga Wike, you say tell and thank you now.
Thank you.
Politics with bitterness will not take us anywhere.
Not true.
God will help us to achieve the purpose of governance with your help.
Amen. So which document will you sign to prove to the world that indeed you have finally settled your fight with Wike?
Peace accord.
Oga Wike, when will you sign the peace accord?
I'm going to sign it now.
Thank God say you agree to settle this fight. If not, if to say una fight with Governor Fubara, he will break your teeth.
What kind of talk? Which kind of talk be that?
Na true now, because Fubara na very strong man. No, I think make I call and come back, make una fight.
No.
You see, fear with it.
All right. So that's somewhat of a light-hearted look at the build-up to that. Not even the build-up. It's a synopsis. Let's use that word. A word not often used enough, but synopsis of the goings on there. So I'm going to play you more Wike Fubara stuff. But then after the Wike Fubara stuff, there's a heavy hitting clip that I could play to you. So you make that decision if you want to see it. It's a heavy hitting clip. You may not like it, because of what it may have to say. So let me know in the comment section if you want to see it. There's a heavy hitting. It's that strap line again between the Southwesterners and the Southeasterners. So it's a heavy hitting clip. If you want to see it, let me know in the comment section. But if you want a more mellow session, then let me know, because it will dabaru somewhat. A lot of things that is going to be said is going to somewhat be a dabaru-ish sort of clip. But if you want to see that heavy hitting clip, let me know. If you want to see the heavy hitting clip, let me know as we continue with the wildness. I did say they were somewhat I recoil somewhat from describing, who am I to describe anybody as a barbarian? So I recoil somewhat using those sort of words, describing people of the South as barbarians. But they seem somewhat, they're in a time lap between where the advancement is and where they live. So let's put it like that. So that's a cleaner way to put it. They're in a time lap. There's a time lap between where the mind frame in the South especially is and where the reality of contemporaneous Nigerian living is. So what do I mean? It will get explained by the next set of clips that we're about to play. So they've had this local government elections where this guy says he's fighting godfatherism. This is the Fubara. He says he's fighting godfatherism. And then he then leaves his own party. And then he goes from his own party to some satellite unknown space. And then he packs it with a bunch of dollars. And then he rigs an election. So fair dues. So whoever has the biggest money, it's a rigging game, isn't it? So in the 2023 elections, everybody rigged. Labour Party rigged, of course. We play a clip of their rigging here. PDP rigged, but the biggest rigger won it. So that seems to be the common. That's not my belief, by the way. I thought the fair winner won it, and the trajectory of politics said that the winner, who emerged as the winner, would win the trajectory of politics tells us that who emerged the winner was the person that would and should have emerged the winner. So it's a fair representation of the people's will. But the popular belief is that the biggest rigger won it. So if we're going with that colloquialism of the biggest rigger wins, so it's essentially what played out in River State, isn't it? River State is probably the richest per capita state, richer than Lagos. If you look at the sort of money that washes River State, you could say that it's river. I think it gets the most derivative because it's the epicenter of the Nigerian oil field. So there's a lot of money there, and Fubara pumped a lot of that money into ensuring that he won 22 out of 23 local governments. They went in the way of a satellite party that nobody knows. So that is to tell you then that that's just rigged elections. So that's rigged elections. So this guy now saying that he's fighting godfatherism, this guy being Fubara claiming that he's fighting godfatherism, then goes on to rigging near enough 99% of an election to emerge as himself the new godfather of our River State politics. So essentially capturing the structures of that space. So a plague on both their houses is essentially where you want to conclude. But when I'm saying they are in a time loop from what the rest of Nigeria is, this sort of behavior right there tells you that this is a throwback to what is back in the days of wet here. We used to call this wet here, I think in the 80s, early 70s in Yoruba land. But this is still where they are in River State. Watch this. So there it is right there. Because now I don't know whose camp it is. They said this is a Wike's camp. They've now proceeded in touching, well, when I'm saying touching, not to place their hands on it, but to set it ablaze. They've now proceeded to starting to burn down local government secretariats all over River State, to the point that Tinubu has called in the IGP to wag fingers at him. So there it is right there. So that's the sort of politics. It's a throwback, isn't it, to those wet days that we had in the early 70s, whatnot, in the Southwest. But still, within that River State space, still within that River State space, still. You know, they say nothing succeeds like success. I think you've heard me use that phrase before. And they also say to the victor, the spoils, you know. So to the victor, the spoils. Anything, and all of the things that victory captures, it goes to the victor, whoever emerges victorious. So that's what that phrase means. To the victor, the spoils. So to the victor, the spoils, and success doesn't really need explanation. It only needs glorying in. Success doesn't need explanation. You glory in success. So you glory in success. So over to Fubara.
Just give me a moment. Okay. Ms. Anke Dirks, please give me a moment. Let's hear from the executive governor of River State, Governor Sim Fubara, who is live with us. What a day it's been. Your Excellency, thank you so much indeed for joining us tonight. 3 local government offices burnt down in your state today. Your Excellency, let's get your initial reaction to what has happened today.
Good evening, Shegun.
Good evening, Your Excellency.
I'm just coming in from Akwa Ibom. We went to pay condolence to our brother who lost his wife. And as I came in, I also got additional reports of what happened. It's really unfortunate. I need to say this so that everyone can hear from it directly. Early hours of this morning, we heard of the incident in the Eleme local government area, where a section of the secretariat, the council secretariat was out. We also saw video making rounds of the complete destruction of the Ikweta local government council secretariat. We also got reports that some parts of Imo1 local government council was also destroyed. It's really, really unfortunate. I need to say this. First of all, why do we need to do this? Election has come. Election has gone. The winners of the elections have been sworn in. They have a duration. After that, they will leave the office. Why do you need to destroy government facility? Things that were built with council's resources. Shego, you'll be surprised to this. The Ikweta local government council that is destroyed was built by the immediate past council chairman. And I can tell you, that is his legacy project. Why would you also go behind to destroy something that you did? Everybody knows in Nigeria that I have no hand in what is happening. We had election. There was the protest that the election should not hold. The election finally held. We inaugurated the winners of the election. And you were also hearing people boasting. I told you when I was, in fact, the people heard it when I was inaugurating them, that I heard that they were mobilizing 20 persons per ward so that they could go and demonstrate and cause mayhem. And this is a result of it. This is a result of it. I can tell you on good authority, this might not be the only instance on record. I'm aware that all local government councils have been marked down. The Faga council have been marked down for destruction. Why do we need to go this low? My meekness is not being weak. I need to say this. My meekness is not being weak. But I understand that we don't need to go violence for violence. River State is our state. We need to protect the little thing we have.
All right, let me stop it there before he gets too violent and then YouTube strikes me. But that's the goings on in River State. So you see then why I was a bit harsh in some of my wordings that somewhat of a backwardness still going on there, burning down secretariats because an election was lost. So burning down secretariats because an election was lost, but then there is still a matter still unsettled. So this battle between Wike and Fubara now, the action Fubara took in this local government election, how is the PDP stood in terms of those actions taken? We saw the Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed go on a congratulatory visit to Fubara. So you would think that the party is on board with the actions taken by Fubara. But is the actions taken by Fubara, is it an anti-party action? That's the thing. Because PDP also, I think they said they withdraw somewhat, but they still fully participated in that local government election. So by moving the whole of the local government, bar one, to a satellite party, is that an anti-party action? So that is the question that this now next clip attempts to address. Watch this.
If there is a sitting governor who did not, who is said to have supported and built a structure for another political party and fed another political party in an election, how much of an anti-party, or how do you describe that kind of scenario?
Yeah, so you cannot describe that as anti-party because his party where he belongs. And if you listen to his inauguration speech today at the swearing in, he said he's still a member of the People's Democratic Party. So his party opted out from the election. And how do you explain that? A PDP state, yet PDP's leadership in the state said they are opting out of the election. So he decided that elections should hold. Now, let me make this point to you and to Nigerians. Benue had election. Akwa Ibom had election. Nobody heard about Akwa Ibom election or Benue election. But in River State, I can tell you, look at the results. APP won 22. AA won 1 out of the 23 local governments. In the councillorship, 319 wards, about 6 or 7 parties won. That is to show you how liberal and how free the contest was in River State. Benue is different. That's an Nnpc state. Nnpc won all the chairmanship slots and all the councillorship seats. So I think
let me ask you,
Governor Fubara deserves some.
Honorable Afara,
yes.
Let me ask you, you are a friend, a supporter, once a supporter, and a huge side player with former Governor of River State, Nyesom Wike. Where do you stand today?
Clearly, I'm a PDP member. I stand with Governor Sim Fubara in Rivers State, and I stand with the people of Rivers State.
I mean, can one describe that as some kind of betrayal? And on the other side, you know what they're saying, that your likes are now fair weather friends. At what point did you depart from supporting Nyesom Wike?
Okay, so it's good to put the record straight. I told you that up till his primaries, I was his agent, right? So, and the primary came after the emergence of Governor Sim Fubara as the candidate of PDP in Rivers State. So his primary came after. But the point of disagreement was that he decided to leave, not to support the PDP candidate. And we said, no, we are loyal PDP members. We will support PDP all the way. So we worked for PDP Atiku, and we supported Sim for the governorship. So we were PDP. So that was the point of disagreement, where on his own he clearly felt, oh no, he cannot support PDP because he lost the primaries for governorship, presidency, and lost the bid to become the running mate Atiku. So if it is a matter of betrayal, I can tell you that clearly he betrayed PDP and betrayed all of us. We all played major roles for his emergence in 2015, clearly, and he knows it. But today, all you hear is that he's the governor, he was the governor, nobody, clearly, you know, you've said it clearly. We all were part of making him. Two people that, aside God, first God, the next is former First Lady, Patience Jonathan, another is Prince Uche Secondus, then we are the next level. But what is his relationship with all those people today?
Legally speaking, where do you think this election will stand in the eye of the law? This local government election, there is a substantive judgment of court saying that election as a K-leg, as far as those 7 points position of the Honorable Justice Wite's court in Abuja has come out to proceed that, look, there are issues and there are positions of court on that election. There are other court orders which are injunctive in nature that have come before that. Though there are those who legal minds who will say there's going to be a fundamental problem with that local government election. Are you worried about that?
Which was the first order of court that was gotten? It was the order that said the election should hold before the Federal High Court order that came. But beyond that,
no, one is an injunction. Just for a moment, sir, so that we can put perspective for our viewers to understand and not confuse them. The order coming from the High Court in Rivers State is an injunction, which is which expires. It has a deadline of which it can expire. So the judgment was a substantive judgment from the Federal High Court. So legally speaking, there are those who will say one is momentary. There is a more permanent one, which is a position of the Federal High Court. So that's perhaps a perspective. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, Sharon, let me even go with you without even conceding. Let's assume with what you've said. What is the lifespan of an interim order? 7 days, assuming. That order was given on the 30th. The election held on the 5th. Has it lapsed? But that is semantics. Let's go to the issue. Section 84 of the Electoral Act says no court can stop an election. And we should be careful because we are setting wrong precedent in this country. Otherwise, a court will give an order stopping the presidential election. A court will give an order. We should be careful. It's an election. And there are tribunals after. There is a tribunal, there is the appeal tribunal. Why don't they go there if there are issues? If there are issues. So the elections have held, and I'm sure you saw people voting. I voted yesterday. I'm sure you saw it. Rivers people voted, and today they were sworn in. So what is the issue?
Let me ask you quickly, so we wrap up this, Honorable Opara. Mr. Atiku Abubakar is coming out to say that Rivers people are resolute and reject oppression. Governor Fubara has said desperate situation calls for desperate actions. And I'm imagining that this is perhaps the first of a more troublesome legal and political times that we might be seeing in Rivers State going forward. But from your own standpoint, what kind of statement does the yesterday event or the event of the past days or today, the outcome of today, what does it portend for the politics of Rivers State?
Clearly, what it portends is that Rivers people are tired of oppression. Rivers people are tired of emperorship. Rivers people are tired of dictatorship.
Is there an emperor? Is there a dictator in Rivers politics?
There was.
Who is that?
You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't know.
Hold on.
You might want to expand.
No, you listen to me. You know the difference? The difference now is that we have a governor who wants to serve people, not to be served. Not a governor who Adolf Hitler is his mentor, or Trump. No, so this is the situation.
Who is the person you are talking about? It does look like you are talking in proverbs.
It's better to talk in proverbs. I heard that.
So there it is, never-ending saga, Rivers State. So, like I said, there's only really two storylines straddling the political space: Rivers State and a little bit of a very dark man. But we're still staying with Rivers State. Let's hear from Kenneth Okonkwo, who we tried to hear from yesterday, but we couldn't get the fullness of its flavor. But now we have the time, so let him unleash. You know, there is nothing Nigerians love more than to preen and to peacock. And there is nobody that exemplifies that preening and peacocking better than Kenneth Okonkwo. Just unfurling. Have you ever seen a peacock? You know, they keep it as pets in the northern parts of Nigeria for the colorfulness of its plumage. You know, when it unfurls and all of those colors come into sparkle. This is what you get with Kenneth Okonkwo. He just likes to preen and to peacock. What do I mean? Watch this.
You think leadership is a common case? No. Esther said, if I perish, I perish. Whenever you are in leadership, look at what happened to Donald Trump. In America, where security is everywhere. Yet, 2 times now they wanted to kill him. Every profession has its own risk. If you're not willing to take the risk that is attached to any profession, step aside so that people who are given that mind by God will go ahead and serve God in that capacity. If you're an actor and an actress and you say you're not going to hug babes and you're not going to kiss them, step aside. Because that's what the job is. Don't come and say you're a born-again Christian. That's what the job entails. If you're a politician and you can't stand for your people that voted for you, and because you don't want to die, step aside. Because that's what the job entails. Any politician that is not behaving like Simfubara, who will resist and protest when his rights are trampled upon, knowing that our judicial system, knowing that our electoral system have failed us, that any politician who will not stand his ground, no matter the risk to his person, I said I will not speak for that politician again, and I maintain it. And you can see what is happening, because we can't go forward. We calm down. If Simfubara has been saying calm down, do you know where Rivers State would have been? He said he's ready for them. He's fully prepared. The election must go on. The election must hold. Winners must be declared. They will be sworn in. And whatever is going to happen, let it happen. I am looking for leaders who would say nobody will rig my election. And if you rig my election, I will fight. Nigerians, come out and fight. If they kill anybody, let them kill all of us. Oh yes, and thank God I'm seeing it happen. What Fubara did, was he advocating for violence? Was he advocating that the law should be broken? No. He was advocating for his right. That's my opinion. That's my advocacy. We must advocate for our right and stand by it. I did not disqualify anybody. I don't have that right. I said I am not going to speak for anybody going forward except this person meets this criteria. In any case, we have finished 2023 election. It's over. 2027 election has not come. So anybody who is saying betrayal, what am I betraying? There is nothing on ground. When I was a spokesman in 2023, I did my job creditably well, and we convinced Nigerians on what we believe is right. But you can see that in Nigeria, you not only have to have the power to win election, you have to have the power to defend your election. So anybody that does not have that spirit or power to defend the votes in a manner that you would say, whatever happens to me as a person, let it happen. I am not willing to speak any further for the person. So what I just simply said is that going forward, I will no longer be part of this until these fears are addressed. So I did not disqualify anybody. One, I don't have that power. Then two, I am not betraying anybody because I'm still a member of Labour Party. And you can see I'm still fighting that Labour Party should be consolidated because Nigerians are looking for an alternative to these people. That if you want to fight these people who are compulsive thieves and who are the worst amongst us, leading us, according to Senator Ndume, who is part of them, then you have to grow higher and be more aggressive than calm down. That's what I said, and I stand by it. In all honesty, I would have said we don't. But because I'm a student of theology, I would not say so. Because when Elijah thought he was the only person that was worshiping God, God said, no, you're not the only person. There are more than 7,000 persons like you still in that country that have not done anything evil. I know them. So the only thing we have to do in this country, we must not be sentimentally attached to anybody, any politician. We must not be loyal to political parties or politicians. We have to be loyal to the country and to the law. And if any law is unjust, we have to fight the law. If anybody is doing anything illegal, no matter who the person is, we have to fight the person. So in Nigeria, we must create the environment so that those 7,000 that we do not know.
All right, enough of that. You know, there's a name that always comes to my mind anytime I see Kenneth Okonkwo. Do you know what that name is? I'll give you a hint. I'll sing you a song, then you may well know what that name is. I'll sing the song and let's see if you can guess at the name in the comment section. The song goes, everyone dio dio, everyone dio dio, da 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 da. So it's it puts me in mind of in Chief Zebudaya alias 430. That's what I think of when I say Kenneth Okonkwo. Zebudaya alias 430. So Kenneth Okonkwo alias 430, but Sim Fubara alias nothing, alias Godfather, you may well suggest. Now, I have knelt several times begging to resolve Rivers crisis. It is time for Wike to let go. This is Fubara now saying enough is enough. Like I said, a plague on both their houses. There's no victim here. There is nobody to be felt sorry for. They are both the worst of elements that Nigeria has to offer. But having said all that, maybe it's time for that state just to let him have peace. Then towards the build up to the election, then you strike in whatever manner you want to strike him. You can ensure that he doesn't get the ticket, and then maybe you go to this APP something and see if you can become the first governor of that party. But certainly enough of the daily Wike as standing on the neck, putting his jackboot on the neck of this bald-headed accountant. I have knelt several times begging to resolve Rivers crisis. It is time for Wike to let go Governor Fubara. So let's just take a little vignette. Rivers State Governor Femi Fubara has asked his predecessor and serving minister Yemsen Wike to let go of Rivers State and allow peace to reign in the oil-rich state. Fubara, and by the way, you see that these last three words, is essentially where the problem is. Oil-rich state. You see, it is the battle for the purse of that state that is going on. It is the battle for the purse of that state that is going on. And Wike is not battling for the purse of that state to enrich himself. He's stolen sufficiently enough in the 8 years that I was there. Even more stealing going on in the FCT. So it's certainly not short of $1 or $2. But this battle for the wealth of that state is for the electoral value that it brings. Do you see these 3 words right here? Let me read you the paragraph again. River State Governor Simi Fubara has asked his predecessor and serving minister Yemsen Wike to let go of River State and allow peace to reign in the oil-rich state. You see that oil-rich state right there. Let me tell you the potency of River State. The potency of River State is almost the determination of who sits in the seat in Aso Rock. So Tinubu did not have a lot of part of it went towards bringing Tinubu in, but really what drove Buhari into State House was essentially River State money. Rotimi Amechi virtually used all of the allocations of that state, sold a lot of the assets of that state, and pumped it into the Buhari campaign. And it was essentially the monies of River State that actually, it was the politics of Tinubu, but it was the money of River State that brought Buhari into government. So that's the potency of those 3 words, rich state. River State Governor Simi Fubara has asked his predecessor and serving minister Yemsen Wike to let go of River State and allow peace to reign in the oil-rich state. Fubara, who stated this on Channel's television program on Monday, said he does not regret conducting the local government election in the state last Saturday, despite the resistance of Wike's men in the People's Democratic Party and the Nnpc. I have all the guts to do these things, the governor said, asking his predecessor to let go of whatever hold he thought he had over the South state. There is nothing I have not done on this earth for peace to reign. I can tell you the number of times I have knelt to beg to allow this issue go. The governor said he has kept all understanding he had with the minister of the FCT to ensure peace in the state, but the issue has continued to escalate. There is nothing I have not done on this earth for peace to reign. I can tell you the number of times I have knelt to beg that let's allow this issue go. I have done everything, Fubara said. Asked what his message to Wike would be. If they met, Fubara said, I will tell him, Wike, that it has gotten to a point where he needs to let go. We need peace in this state. You don't necessarily need to win all the fights. At this time, you just let go for the sake of the good people of River State and the love you have always professed for the state. We need to secure the state. Fubara will leave tomorrow. Who knows who is going to come? It might be through him or another person, but we need to secure the state. Fubara said election periods are over and it's time for governance. He urged the FCT minister to give peace a chance. What I am appealing is everyone should sheathe their swords. Even the minister, my oga, my boss, there is no need to destroy this state. He, Wike, once ruled this state, and the state was an envy of every other state. Another person is there now. What we need now is the support. After 4 years or 8 years, who knows? I will also leave and somebody else will take over. That should be the spirit. When it comes to the election period, you can fight and do whatever. But now is the time for governance. We need all the support, the governor said. Fubara said all Nigerians knew he had no hand in the destruction of the local government secretariats in River State. How can all Nigerians know that? This was the same guy that burnt down the State House of Assembly when they wanted to impeach him, and he's now telling us he has no hands. He probably burnt those secretariats in order then to point in the direction of Wike. The governor noted that he sounded the alarm on Sunday evening when he swore in 23 newly elected local government chairmen in the state that some aggrieved political actors had mobilized to destabilize the peace of the state on Monday. So that's Fubara then telling it that it's still, maybe peace should just reign in that state. Maybe enough is now enough. Maybe enough is now enough. Let me play you one more clip and then we'll see what happens after that. So one more clip. This is going back now to the this is sorry. You know, I've been speaking for an hour and 30 minutes, so maybe I deserve a sip of water. What do you think? Do you think I'm deserving of a sip of water? Some of you probably think it's vodka in there. So now let's go now to the last clip, and then we'll see what happens after that. So we're going back to the narrative of this is the menage a trois. Do you know what a menage a trois is? A menage a trois is a threesome. A menage a trois is a threesome. So the menage a trois between the Falanovs, very dark man, and Bobrisky. So there it is. So that menage a trois is taking somewhat of a dark coloration. That threesome that we thought it was a bit of a joke and a laugh has taken somewhat of a dark coloration. Watch this.
The only disturbing area in this scenario is a threat to me and one of my two daughters. Some of these guys who I believe are deranged dared me. If you like, if you go to court, we shall burn the office. They have also sent messages to one of my daughters that if your father goes to court, we shall kill you. I beg your pardon. In this country. I just laughed and I asked my girl, don't worry, I will take it up. I've already taken that up. But we must also let these guys know where we're coming from.
So there it is right there. So I did say it's taking somewhat of a dark coloration. So the gnashers of the teeth and howlers at the moon. So you know them. That description should already tell you the demography. The gnashers of the teeth and howlers at the moon. They are now threatening the life of Falanov's daughter should they deem them to assert its legal right to defend the defamatory commentaries ran against him by a very dark man. So yes, it has taken somewhat of a dark coloration right there. These people, they have to be faced down. Otherwise, the excesses of these people, it should have been called to order. But I think the government is taking somewhat of a tepid approach towards them, just so they can manage them up to 2027. And then once the election result has been announced in 2027, woe be tide. Listen to those words, though. Woe be tide. Woe be tide. In the Southeast, they have this cry that signals something, or that signals what's to come. They have this cry in the Southeast that signal what's to come. They go unzobu nzobu enyiba enyi nzobu enyiba enyi. So when you hear those words, there is no equivocation of what is about to happen. So in the Southwest, they have a similar cry. They say kolomo kilo formorel e niaro. So after 2027 election has been announced and the cycle of the legalities has been affirmed, woe be tide. If you think the government, when they know that if Tinubu is returned, I'm speaking to this thing, I'm not saying Tinubu will be returned. There's a possibility he may not, he may or may not. But if Tinubu was returned in 2027, either by fair means or foul, by fair means or foul, And of course, if it's returned, everybody will claim it's by foul means. But whatever means, and the cycle then of the legalities are done and dusted, and we still get all of these knick-knack paddywhacks that we've been having, all this screeching and squealing like creatures from the deepest depths of the back of beyond, all this fang-tooth, something out of Lord of the Rings behavior that we have been, having to suffer for all these months and a year and a bit. If we have all of these missteps that we have been having after the 2027 elections, woe betide. Then you will see that there is potency. So you will see that there is potency. We play the Kegite music and then we take it from there. So I like this sort of mellow. Yeah, maybe I did tell you that the platform will be evolving. It will be evolving from the just endless, we have elegant conversations here, but we want to have more civilized conversations going forward and more condensed as well, distilled into the core essence of something elegant and beautiful. So distilled into a core essence. So that's the thought that is evolving. And then once we firm it up, then we may be making announcements in that direction. So the Kegites, and then we'll take it from there.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Soname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right, let me turn this down a bit. I'm listening to it as well. So yes, oro ke lemon. So oro ke lemon. Now, before I bring on the assembles, can I invite you to do us a favor? If you've not already clicked on the like button yet, this might well be the moment to do that. So if you've somewhat not yet had the thought to have the thought now to click on the like button. The subscription button needs feeding as well. So feed both the like and the subscribe button, and then that way you're feeding the platform as well. So I've not even mentioned super chats today. Usually I would have, but I leave that to your discretion. Always welcome, of course, if you want to super chat, do that. So joining us, the dulcet tones of Baba. So there's Baba right there. So elegant brilliance and frustration in equal measure gas them up. So we have gas them up and Baba. So we have those two, and we may just call it a night. So let's kick it off with Baba. So Baba, good to see you. Not a lot in the news cycle, but the ones in the news cycle certainly potent. you saw the clip of that airstrip being licensed to Canaan Land Ministry, and you were somewhat taken aback. So what's your take on that space? The distinction, of course, between an airstrip and an airport. Baba. We don't have Baba.
Okay. Like you, I forgot to
Yeah.
unmute myself.
Yes,
How are you,
it's
one
easily
man?
done. I'm good. I'm good. All the better for you being here.
Yeah, great. And panelists, guys, them up. I hope you're doing well. Our people of the comment section, I salute you all, particularly our regulars and our esteemed viewers. Please, most importantly, don't forget to click the button to do subscribe and share much later if you desire. But please click the right like button right away. Yes, one man. I was taken aback actually. I didn't listen to the clip. I was absent-minded when you were showing that clip and exactly what he said. I hope it's not different from what I read, because I read it in two news portals, Nigerian news portals. I'm really disturbed. Really disturbed. If what I read, same thing he said in his clip, Bishop Oyedepo respectfully is a man of means and very flamboyant. And like everything Nigerian, he will not just have a strip. He will go the whole hog, a kind of mini airport. Quote me. And listen, let's those that are listening should listen carefully. This man of God has 4 aircrafts, including a Gulfstream 5. These are large, or by classification as executive aircraft, they are large. And he has a chopper, which he rides from Canaan Land to the airport to board his private jets. An airstrip, like you defined, is just a small strip for Piper aircraft with 1 propeller or 2 propellers, those small things with just a pilot and 1 other person, or max, maybe just 4 people, those light aircraft that will not go beyond maybe 20,000 feet. And that's mostly used for maybe forest guide people and stuff like that, or for oil facilities. That's what an airstrip is. What I read, he said he will not need to fly his chopper to the aircraft anymore. He will be taking off from his airstrip. That's what I read. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, the airstrip cannot take you on an international flight. I don't think it's essentially for domestic.
No, is that what I meant? Is that what he said? Because he's in the write-up I read, he will be taking off from that so-called, in quote now, airstrip license he got. You get my point. That's why I said he will.
It can't travel from there to America or even to Ghana.
That's
because he has to portal through immigration, customs, etc. Unless they go and build an immigration, it's for flying from Lagos to Port Harcourt, Kano, or something or the other. It's not for international.
We have a lot of people with private jets.
Mm-hmm.
When they come into our country, Nigeria, they are supposed to go straight. They use the international flight runway and go straight to the main airports and use the executive wing of it to come down. But what did they do? They fly straight into the presidential wing That's where they all park their aircraft. They are not stashed, taking off or coming in or landing. And a lot of things.
No. They still get immigration. They still get immigration service.
Yes,
but maybe you know that immigration service could go and service them in the aircraft.
They are there as decoration, just to stamp things and let them go. You get my point? So this same thing, I suspect that place. Look, I'm making a prediction right now. So those who have ears, let them listen. That place will become a hub of its own, will take a life of its own. And every man of God will be parking their aircraft there. By the time you know it, it's become God's own airports.
No, it's not an airport.
Let me finish, man. Let me finish. I say I'm making a prediction. I know this man. I know this man. He should not be allowed. I don't know who. Look,
do they have airstrips in America, private airstrips? Because I know they do.
We are talking about Nigeria and the Nigerian factor, one man. Let me land my point.
All right.
You don't know what. Look, they give you ordinarily a provisional license to run a finance company. Just on the basis of a provisional license, we go full hog. That's what we do in Nigeria. You've not even have the substantive license, just a provisional one. Say, okay, put your spread out there. Let's come and inspect and then give it the normal license so that you can start operation. The Nigerian will not go back to get the original license. So based on provisional, we go ahead. It is that same thing, that factor that will be brought to bear. I'm making a prediction, one man. Relax. They will turn that place into a hub. And by the time you know it, it's a mini airport of its own. All manners of men of God worldwide will be using there. And apart from landing and spreading the good news, so-called, only God knows exactly what they will be using that place for. The politicians also will come there and use the place also for all manners of activities. We are not matured for that kind of thing yet. It shouldn't be allowed. It should not be encouraged. Should not be encouraged. These are dangerous men. I'm sorry to use the word. These are dangerous men. I didn't listen to your clip, but I know what I read. And I have an understanding of what I read. I will not be using my helicopter anymore to fly to the airport to board my aircraft. What does that mean in simple language? Yes, sir.
What is your concern? What is your fear, actually?
My fear is that airstrip is not going to be an airstrip. It's going to be a runway. And he will be using his private jets, including the Gulfstream. He has 4 parked there. And by implication, Redeem will park. Mountain on Fire will park their own. Businessmen will start seeing that place as a convenience and will be using that as a hub. And that is dangerous for the well-being of our nation, security-wise and economic, financial-wise. We cannot afford that.
I don't see any negative impact on financial aspect of it. I do not.
Baba thinks international flights can come in there. That's the thing.
No, I mean,
hold on, Dewale. Pansat, say something. You are there twice, so I can remove one. So on mute, say something, so I know which one is active. Pansat.
Yeah,
all right.
It's not from the avatar.
All right. I'll remove this one then. All right, Karen Dewale.
Okay, Baba, with all due respect, sir, I'm trying to understand your fear concerning this. I know the Nigerian factor is the one playing out where we see a religious body having an airstrip or airport to themselves, which, if we consider the economic hardship in the land, a lot of people will, pinch their nose and look at the idea that no, this is absurd. Why would a religious body, establishing or granted an airstrip license? However, to God will make me, Baba, as small as I am, I'm actually thinking that a day will come. I will build my house in my village and I will have an airstrip. Actually, I've thought about this, that one day I will actually park my aircraft very close to my house, just like you have these Hollywood people in California. I do not share that fear. The fact is that government will make more money. In terms of security, I think we are becoming more. This is a global village now. I don't really know much about the industry, but I don't think it works that way because I know some people have hairstrip in Nigeria. I think I heard that Dangote does have hairstrip in Obajana. I'm not so sure. But the thing is this: if we have a airstrip that is being licensed and they're able to pack the aircraft, won't government make money from those licenses? Then two, as big as Disney World is, they do not have um airport or airstrip. So they are in agreement with Orlando Airport to the point that people do get visa for just visiting Disney World. And the moment you land at that airport, there's a direct bus that will take you from that airport straight to Disney World. So, in a way, I think it's more of it will bolster tourism, and also the government and the country at large will make more money from it, other than just nurturing the fear that it's going to end up, in security crisis and all that. I do not share that fear, if I may.
Okay, Wale, this is the thing. And my fear is valid. You talk about you owning your own airstrip. We all know what airstrip is. It's for Piper plane. Even the Hollywood star you're talking about and everything. People like Saturday Night, what's that? Dirty Dancing guy. What's his name now?
John Travolta.
Travolta. He has about 3-4 aircraft. He parked them at the airport. They are not Piper. The lady, when I walked up like this, I forget things. Who fly? They all have their aircraft at the airports, not the airstrip. Airstrip is meant for small, very small aircraft, Pipers mostly, to use it for maybe people that are learning how to fly or to bring in groceries or things that is needed somewhere in the woods and things like that. But I'm telling you, yes, this church has been given a license to operate a strip. But he's talking about bringing his aircraft back there. Then it's no more a strip. It's an airport. It's a runway. It's going to eventually build. Mark my words.
And airstrip is a runway. It's a runway now.
No, it's a strip. It's a strip. It's not classified aviation. In aviation, it's not classified as a runway. Even an airstrip can be death road, like those ones, the narcos, what they use in Colombia. The Piper planes are so light, they can even land there easily. But when you say a runway, it's quite a concrete or asphalt thing, well laid out with the runway lights and everything, and even a tower that is well equipped and stuff like that. I'm making a prediction. I don't have any quarrel with this, but I know the Nigerian factor will come to play. And by the time we know it, we have a hub right there used by people who may not mean well for our country.
All right, Baba. Let me move on from there. I want to move it around quickly.
Yeah, I'll go to the next one. I think, which is the next topic?
No, we had the never-ending saga that is Fubara versus Wike. We have the Nnpc telling us that they are hunting off being a middleman in the Dangote petroleum distribution, and then we're sort of meandering, and then the threat against the Falana family by
Yeah,
the
I'll take
Howlers.
the Dangote one,
Yeah.
actually, because I think they are now spreading well. Nnpc has relinquished some of their hold on that space. I'm happy they are accommodating the marketers now so that the marketers also can have their own courts, because what is going on at the moment is very wrong. We cannot have a refinery of high capacity, and we are also importing PMS or products into our country. That is a theater of the absurd, if there is another word to use for it. Only in Nigeria that can happen. You have a refinery and you're importing 1 billion liters of PMS into the country. I mean, that's laughable. So now that they are allowing the marketers to buy directly, I think it's all very good now. So they are servicing all sides of the petroleum market spectrum, so that there will be no need for competition, unnecessary competition, and the nation will benefit. In the sense, I only hope that they are selling the crude at a discount to Dangote, because that will help to bring the price down a bit, not to the level of ridiculous level of 300, 400, like some people are agitating for, but at least to a reasonable standard. But mercifully enough, thank God, subsidy is gone and gone forever. Good riddance to bad rubbish.
Did you know that when the Nnpc was the sole off-taker of Dangote Petrol, what they are telling us was that they were buying it at 898 and selling it to the marketers at 7 something something. So they were still subsidizing about 133 naira. But now with this direct access of the marketers to Dangote, so willing buyer, willing seller, so if this carries through, then this will be the real first time that subsidy will be removed.
Exactly, you're correct. So that is why I'm very, very happy and excited about it, because we have suffered enough. But like every good or bad thing, there is always an end. Mercifully enough, since 1972, we've seen the back of long queues in the fuel station. We've suffered enough in that country. And if this is going to solve the problem, if it's going to be at a little bit of a cost, I think let's bear with it. After all, the CNG is taking a life of its own at the moment. So I'm all for it. I'm happy for it. And long may it last, if not forever. So if I still have time, maybe, or I go on to the Falana issue.
You will still have time, but Folake, good to see you. It's been a moment since we saw you, but Baba, I want to do it this way, because
by all means, go ahead, woman.
It's a cozy little panel, so I'll do it this way. We do 10 minutes monologue, and then 3 minutes, and then we wrap it up. If we can cap it under 3 hours, then that'll be brilliant. So let's go on to gas them up. So gas them up. Baba, I want to hear from you about the Nigerians not wanting to leave Lebanon and all of that. So still hang around. But let's go to gas them up. Pansat Dewale. We do 10 minutes monologue, and then we loop around for the 3 minute sum up, and then we cap it off. So gas them up. Floor is yours.
All right. Can everybody hear me?
Perfectly. Good to see you.
How you doing? I won't be too long. I just wanted to run down the topics. Can you start me with the Falana guy?
Yeah, so he came out today to say that threats were being issued against his daughter's life, that if he went to court to go and address this defamation that a very dark man has. And by the way, the defamation solely rests with very dark man, not the content of that clip, but the publication of it. So that's where, because it wasn't the content, which was a private conversation that defames, but it's the publishing of the content of that private conversation that defames, because it has put his name into public opprobrium. So that's what he needs to address. But it's now saying that there are threats coming through that if he attempts to sue very dark man, then there'll be threats to the life of his daughter. So that's what Falana has to say.
Yeah, I don't believe it. I think it's all nonsense. Shout out to him. I know he's a Yoruba luminary, and of course, there's going to be sensitivity there. I've always said the whole Ronu Abiola thing is real. You've denied it, but it is what it is. I think he's just listen. I'm not a lawyer. I have a couple of friends who are attorneys. I know the Nigerian legal system's different, but everyone, whether it's America or Nigeria, they still have their origins in the British legal tradition. My point is that Very Dark Man did not slander him. He played a video. So the person who is on the audio that mentioned his name is the one who quote unquote slandered him. And so what has to happen is Very Dark Man has to be brought to court to produce the people who provided him the audio, kind of like a journalist. And then, in the US, journalists aren't tasked with providing their sources, blah, blah, blah. So I think he's just making much ado about nothing. And the more he's doing that, the more he's making himself look, in my opinion, guilty. First and foremost, there's something known as being in a fiduciary capacity. There's something known as, not being engaged with, let me use a word called chicanery. And your son, who's also an attorney, falls, the bad guy, Falari, should have known better. Your father's a luminary. Don't have no conversation with Bob Risky. You should be above board. And this is the thing, and then when we tell this to Nigerians, they get angry. Well, in America, I'm tired of us. Whenever it's something bad, we say they do it in America. But whenever it's something good, Nigeria is only a 2-year-old democracy. We got to cut it out. So Falana needs to stop crying, as we say in America. Stop, bitching and moaning. Dude, listen, if your hands are clean, your hands are clean. You ain't got to sue nobody. They didn't defame you. Your name was mentioned in the video. And next time, tell your son, keep my name out the BS. That's it. Keep your name out the BS. You don't hear George Bush's daughters involving their father in nonsense. You don't hear the Obama girls involving their father in nonsense because they've been trained properly and accordingly. You're a musician. What the hell do you have to do talking to Bob Risky for? But we don't tell us.
We don't know what. Sorry,
Okay,
we don't know what Obama's daughters or Bush's children get up in their private life.
That's my point.
Only because it wasn't leaked. If this wasn't leaked, then the same principles would apply.
No, but that's my point. He's only, listen, again, the key concept, right, is to be above board. I'm not here to put my personal life out there, but I'm in a fiduciary capacity, which means my conduct has to be of a certain manner. And Falani, as an attorney, should know that. The minute Bob Risky or whoever, it could have been freaking, Tunde Chukudi or whoever called you. Hey, listen, I'm sorry, I can't get down. Hang up. That's it. So let me go on to the next one. But yeah, Falana needs to stop moaning and groaning. Tell your son to conduct himself in a proper capacity and not bring your family name with nonsense. What's the next topic?
We were also in the opening salvo the narrative of Nigerians refusing to leave Lebanon, even though the place is about to blow up. So as now seems to be the growing custom, as soon as there's conflict anywhere in the world, the Nigerian government sends in planes to evacuate. But out of the about 2,000 or so Nigerians living in Lebanon, only about 500 are indicating a willingness to leave. So what do you think the attribution would be?
Listen, Africans are sick in the head. I actually was talking to a good friend of mine who introduced me to a young lady who worked in Nigeria. And I don't know how true it is, but her
your pimp, you mean?
My pimp? What are you talking about?
Well, who introduces people to a young lady other than a? No, carry on. That was my attempt at a joke. Carry on.
My God, one man, you're terrible. This guy likes to just slander me. But no, the woman was telling me, according to her, experience that majority of the hospitality industry is either owned or ran, particularly in Lagos, by Lebanese in Nigeria, and I was not surprised.
More so in Kano, actually. The elite space in Kano is all Lebanese.
Okay, well, listen, once again, look, man, this just shows the type of, in science, we learn about the symbiotic and the parasitic and those type of relationships. We Nigerians, we just don't have any common sense. You're in a place that they're actively bombing, and instead of you to come to your country, you're saying no, you'd rather stay in a bombed out territory, which is reflective of, these people unfortunately don't have long-term thinking, but at the same time it's reflective that the Nigerian leaders have to do a better job, because people shouldn't want to stay in a bombed out environment than to come back home to their country. So that's a sad reality. But as I'm getting older, I'm realizing the African man's mentality, particularly Nigerian man's mentality, they don't care. It doesn't bother them. These big men, these guys who live and who have power, these ones who want to be the wannabes in power, who hide in their estates in these fancy places. You tell them, you say, hey, look, man, we're being treated like this. We're being abused this. They don't care. As long as their kids can go to Oxford, Yale or whatever bullshit, and they have a little white girl in Dubai and they travel to Switzerland, they don't care. So, look, I hope the people, get a brain and get the hell out of there. And I hope our government can do better so that our people want to come back home. What's the next topic, Lisa? I don't want to take too much time. I know the people.
All right. Take us to the government then looking to, not even the government, the Nnpc are handing off as a conduit between Dangote refinery and the marketers. So that then it's now a totally liberalized market space. Is the ultimate achievement of that, which will then establish the true market price of petroleum in Nigeria. So what are you making of that? This is the final pull out of that subsidy regime.
Listen, anything that will alleviate the stress and ills of the Nigerian people, I'm all for it. If they feel liberalizing the oil space, will help the Nigerian economy, then sure, then do it. I'm not against it. I've always said, free market policies. It's always interesting. IMF, World Bank, all these Oyibo will come to your land and tell you to do free market, but then you ask them, say, Mr. Oyibo, let me ask you, in your own country, should be you have USDA, you have all these other government and quasi-government. Why are they not stopping subsidy? Then no African ever asked them that question, but. If this is what's going to work, then let it work. I don't think it's going to, because as I said, there are other inputs. The extraction cost of petroleum is extremely high. Many of our barrels that we produce are already pledged to loans that previous administrations have taken. So I think in the long term, it will work. But maybe for the next 3-4 years, it's going to be somewhat difficult to manage. And I think more importantly, we need to just keep it real. Like, let's tell the Nigerian people, hey, listen, we're embarking on a free market, course. And realistically, your price of fuel is going to be at 1,500. Get over it. Tell them the truth. Now, the next question is, do they have the income to be able to consume that 1,500 fuel? So then the next thing, as I said, is if that's the case, if we're going to embark on free market policies, then the government has to be fair across the board. I'm going to repeat and reiterate. One of the number one things that this government, this administration can do, if they're going to borrow money, they need to dredge all the ports in Nigeria. I brought this up before. It got a little, ethnic, for the lack of a better term, because people rightly know that Lagos mafia, they're going to lose money, but that's okay because it's for the good of the nation. If you dredge all those ports in Nigeria, now you'll have higher commercial activity across the country. If you build
do you think Lagos will be averse to that?
I think that there are certain factions in Nigeria, we call them the cabals, that will be averse to it, and you'll have a fight on your hands. If I'm not mistaken, I was told
Can I disagree? I think
as long as I keep my time. As long as I keep my time, but go ahead.
No. You keep your time, and then the conversation can still look round. So there are not that many of. And by the way, I think this is a tidy something. Maybe we'll not be having a. But I think Lagos might not be averse to that if they are able, because Lagos needs decongesting so Lagos can breathe. And I'm not sure that Lagos is especially a lot of the monies from those ports, they actually go to the federal space. You will say that the Lagos state levies is still for it being within their purview, but the abundance of it goes to the federal space. But Lagos is just overly congested, and if there's one thing Lagos wants and needs the most is to decongest. So if they can dredge those spaces and move traffic there, and then move some people out of Lagos, I'm not sure that Lagos will object to that.
No, I don't think the average Lagosian, there's a divide, right? It's like the average Yoruba man or the average Igbo man isn't worried about, Ronu politics or IPOB politics. They're trying to survive. They live amongst themselves. They do business with themselves and they interact with themselves. They don't have time for the BS. It's people at the top and jobless people who push a narrative. So I agree with you on that level. It would make the most sense. It would free up the population density, and it would actually it would correct, because Ibadan, in my opinion, should be the hub of Yoruba in terms of that Lagos axis, but it should be Ibadan because that was the original location for Yoruba excellence in terms of business, in terms of breakthroughs and all types of things as we were embracing modernity. But, Lagos, of course, because the colonial business class, and that's why I tell people, we got to research the history. So, I brought it up and somebody was trying to fight me like, no, the Lagos port was not dredged. And then I did a deep dive, come to find out Lagos port was dredged. So we need to do the same to every other port in Nigeria to reduce those population densities. And if we don't do high speed rail,
interject, please.
Sure. As long as I keep my time on, man, because I don't want to waste too much time. I want to keep going. But go ahead, sir.
Man, I think you can recognize the time. I'm just trying to correct that. Nigerian Ports Authority control two dredgers. We call them dredgers. One is named Kanji. I don't know, but presently a rented one, Sayonara, is working and is dredging all around Nigeria. The ports are being dredged every time because of the sand dunes upon which our ocean bodies lies. So that's just my contribution.
Yeah, thank you for that contribution. I'm not saying that it's not being dredged. You see, I think you're was that Baba? Who was that,
correct.
Baba? Yeah, Baba,
Correct.
Shout out to you. Listen, Baba, we're not at odds, Baba. You're my brother, and I hope you one day can see me that way.
No, sure. Why not, Oshari? Come on.
It's the bigger picture of the dredging. As I said, as of right now, right? I just finished talking to a shipper. Most of what they're doing now, they're taking our stuff to Togo because they have the deeper seaport than we do. Right. And so they take them to Togo and then they bring it in to Nigeria. Or what happens a lot of times is the what's the name? Grimaldi. That's the name of the company. That's one of the.
I think the deepest port is actually in Apapa, which birthed one of the biggest ships in the world a few months ago.
No, One is the deepest.
Is it?
In Bonny.
Is that one? There was a ship that came in from China that they said the one that I think
there's a container vessel
that they were building in the free trade zone or something. I think
there is a container vessel. Yeah.
So, gentlemen, I agree. Listen, I don't want us to split hairs. My point is that every port in Nigeria needs to be dredged to the capacity to hold large sea vessels, because what that does is, just think about it, with the technology that's available, people, and I'm not a fan of imports. I wish we could go back to strong manufacturing. We can reverse engineer, but for right now, that's what we're doing. But what that will do is I can sit in Ibadan, I can sit in, my Ondo state, I can sit in my Cross Rivers, I can sit in my Delta and import my goods online wherever I get them from Turkey, from Greece, wherever, and bring them in. I don't have to sit down in Lagos and kill myself if I have rail that connects me to the middle belt, to the north. Now we can start doing cross trade intra-locally on a barter basis. So what we can do is we can say, okay, I've brought in, let's say, 1,000 pounds of this commodity. What's the actual value? Oh, the Naira value is this. You people in the north, I need 1,000, or I need the equivalent of that much in food stocks. So if we solve the security issue in the north, now they can farm, they can send us the equivalent. We don't even have to necessarily exchange money. We can just simply exchange the goods. And if we have a society where they're being inspected properly and there's real trust and there's punishment for people who try to cheat, now we can start trading those goods. We don't even have to use the foreign currency. So these are things that we can do on a large scale. If all our ports are dredged to that capacity that they can hold the largest ships, and it's going to be an undertaking. It's going to cost us money. But the problem is our big men, our guys would say, why would I do that when I could take that money and have my blonde, side chick in Dubai? You're crazy. Guys, I would never do that. So we have to find a way to convince them that at the end of the day, it's better for the nation for them to do that. So let me get back to the Nnpc thing. If this is going to work, I'm not a fan of free market policies, but if it's going to work, let them do it. No beef. Let's see what it does. Let me go on to the next. I think it's 2 more topics, and then I know other people want to talk. I don't want to take too much time.
All right. What else were we speaking to? We're speaking to it says most you've spoken to about the Nigerians in Lebanon not wanting to come home. I think you've spoken to Nnpc.
So let me touch on weekend. So let me just wrap up.
Touch on weekend. And by the way, I was right. The deepest port is in Lekki. Is in Lekki, but carry on. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. So listen. The whole thing with Wike is, again, it's reflective of a problem that I think is indicative within the black man's psyche. We black men, I challenge Kaizo, look at the way we talk to each other and treat each other, even on these platforms. We do a lot of backbiting. We do a lot of funny things to each other. We don't realize and ask ourselves and say, if we're doing this to each other, the Oyibos and the people that were complaining about, you think they know they watch these things? You think they don't see how we treat ourselves? So if you look at the mentality, I can give you so many examples, but like I said, I don't want to take too much time. You look at the example of Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad. The young guy is rising. The old man doesn't want him to rise. Why? Give him his own space and let him go. You could have easily created your own organization for him and let him go. Same thing with Wike. You're in Abuja now. Let Rivers go. Let Rivers go. Let them do their own thing and retire to the wayside. You cannot. You see, when you're an old man and you want to do Maradona politics, there will come a time. I think there was a video of one African leader. He was standing up and he was urinating on himself. He can't control his bladder. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Yeah, we all saw it. I think that was the Ugandan something. Not Uganda, one of those.
So one of them,
Cameroonian leader.
Cameroonian, yes, Pobia.
So my point is, gentlemen, listen, let's talk to our grandfathers. Let's talk to the Falana types, because this is like the VDN. Falana, fall back, bro. Good, you're an old man. We give you your respect. You have wisdom. Fall to the wayside. Let the young ones take over and give them the wisdom. When Margaret Thatcher was too old, if you notice one thing about Igbos, they don't even show you their leaders when they can't even function. When their leaders are falling asleep in their oatmeal, can't even look at themselves, they never show them to you. But the image of the black, they show you Muhammad Ali shaking on a torch, and they'll cry and say, oh, it's so touching. It's a lie. They're killing your image. And part of that problem is the African mind, the African mindset. He doesn't want to let go. Look, I was talking to my younger ones, and they were telling me, I said, see, now not time. Me, I'm an old man. I don't have time for that. You guys go to the club, chase babes. I'm good, bro. I'm good. This is your time. Go enjoy. I'll give you the wisdom. Stay away from this. Stay away from this. Be careful of this. Make your money here. Do this. Enjoy it so you can go further than I went. Why don't we have that mentality? And I think that's the word I've always used on your platform, my man, is empathy. And if anything you people take away, have empathy. Have empathy for your fellow Igbo man, for your fellow Yoruba man, your fellow Hausa, Fulani, wherever we come from. Let's have empathy. Let's have understanding. When we have empathy, I don't have to cheat you. I don't have to mistreat you. I don't have to do backbiting. I can call out what is wrong. I can help you do what's good. When we get to that level, then we'll see these type of behavior of Fubara. I mean, imagine you have to kneel down and beg. I think I saw a video in Delta. Somebody was going to beg Ibori because he's still a godfather. Why, I'm in Nigeria. You see, people when senior me, they'll say, yes, sir. I tell them, hey, listen, don't let money make you lose your respect, man. That's your birthright. You're older than me. Don't call me sir. I'm not, don't kiss my ass. I don't need that. But Nigeria is becoming a sick place. Yahoo boys are having police escorts. Mopo the guy Yahoo boys. Look, man, the Nigerian mentality, the African man mentality, we have to change it. And if we don't change it, the Oibos will always outsmart us because they say, look at how they treat themselves. What leader on the world stage, my last sentence, what leader on the world stage will see the way Wike is treating Fubara and take Wike serious? None. So please, let's have empathy. Thank you guys for having me.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So that's gas them up, of course. The inimitable gas them up. So inimitable gas them up. Amanda has no second as well. Pansat, you're up next. 5-7 minutes monologue. Pansat, good to see you.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. One man and the platform. Bonjour. Buenos dias. Shalom. And Buttercup. Hi in the comment section. That's Chioma. And all those participating over there. One man, I know you probably want to feed me those things line by line, like you did with the last speaker. Gas them up. I believe that he covered a lot of those. No need to be redundant, right? But let me just say that Dangote Refinery is opaque. Anybody who's talking about it here, including you yourself, you're just guessing. You don't know. It's a hazy, misty, grimy, muddy, dirty refinery that depends on the government with his cabal.
Are you acknowledging that it exists now? Your stance was that it didn't build anything. So have you evolved to accept that it does have a refinery?
I have not, to be honest with you, but I know how on your platform. I don't try to give you any room to be arguing with me, so I'm just staying away from that. But I'm not convinced that it exists. I said it's opaque. It's like when we have elections. If you truly win an election, the next day there'll be jubilation from your supporters. The same thing would have happened in this refinery. It's something that a lot of Nigerians take as a pride that we have the 7th largest refinery, right? So when you open it up, there are things that will be happening. See, we're not all stupid in that country. A lot of Nigerians love Dangote, especially minorities and the Yorubas. We in the Southeast, we don't care. We're for the product, for whatever, for the success. We don't believe in big men. It's big ideas. So you hear me sometimes talk about Dangote. It's not because if he's doing the right thing that I'll be complaining. I'll be happy. I'll be proud. But if you open a refinery, it will show. And the price of
it. Did you just call Yorubas minorities? Is that what you're saying?
No, I did not. I did not say that.
Okay. I don't know.
I said minorities and then the Yorubas.
Oh, okay. All right.
By the way, the word minority, it's relative. If you're comparing the Yorubas to the Igbos, then the Yorubas are minority compared to the Igbo population. You could see when a Yoruba guy is doing the right thing, like General, what's his name? The guy that does another show aside from one man. What's his name there? Mayegu General. He's telling the truth.
Yeah, yes, we're moving away from promoting all. They don't promote us so about carry on that. So
I understand. And it's standard.
Okay. All right.
I won't pick you. But what I'm saying is that if you remove the Igbos on my Edu General, it's going to be just like you here, who's pandering to the Yorubas. I don't know why you do that. Why you don't pander? You have the guy that just asked me a question a minute ago, Rational Mind. But anyway, what I was saying is that when you open a refinery that Nigerians are proud of, it will show in the faces of Nigerians in their pockets when they go to buy gasoline. What do you want to be opaque, dark, cloudy, hazy? And then what am I supposed to be jubilating about? That you want to make the government make you a monopoly, some kind of oligopoly, a consortium, a syndicate, and you are disrespecting our Nnpc Limited. That's their job. All right, so if you politically go and wrestle them down, like you've been saying, that they'll be cut down to accept that he could go out there and sell in the market. But let's see if he could do it then. Let's see him practice capitalism. Sell to the let it be, like you said, a willing buyer and a willing seller thing. It's never going to happen. All right. So he's powerful. I'm not one who goes about praising powerful men. We want the people to get a break. So if Dangote wants to prove me wrong, let him go there and let the people have a break. Because if you look at other countries in the world where they have petroleum, such as Iran and others, it's like 15 cents, 10 cents a liter in those countries. Google it right now, 10 cents. All right, and that's the government operated stuff. So a true
Pansat, did you watch Dangote when he had this interview? He said the price of
Is it the one he had with the international?
Yeah. So when he said in Saudi Arabia, it's a different price. So he wants to start selling to Nigerians at the maybe probably at the at the rate which the Saudi Arabians they sell theirs.
Yeah, but he has to make, in order for that to be a fair apples to apples, he has to give Nigerians the income of Saudis, right? So if he does that, fine. Raise their income to the level that Saudis have, their minimum wages, which is probably more than what our doctors make. But, you have to compare apples to apples. If you make this employment and everything is going hunky-dory, yeah, then you let free market take its place. Let others come in and play. So to not waste time on this, because I said it's opaque. Even me, myself, who's talking, I don't have all the information, but I'm a very smart guy. I could look around, no matter what they're doing in the government and business, I could look at the market and I could tell you that it's good or it's bad. There should be a difference when we have the 7th largest refinery. I'm here in the United States where refinery is nothing. In Texas alone, you have over 60. In California, you have over 60, bigger than his. Each one of those bigger than his. Now, that's if he has a refinery. I doubt that he has a refinery. Let him prove me wrong. Let in our journalists to come and see it refine. Somebody like Rufai and others. Let them come in and see it, because it's something that we're proud of. If I built a refinery in a country where I know I have fans, the day I'm going to open it, Nigerians are going to take off and they'll be rejoicing and say, yes, one of our guys has done good, right? Just let in journalists to come and see until you cut a deal with an NPCL. Let us in. Let's see what you got there, because after all, it's not your refinery, it's our refinery. He has over $4 billion of our money in there. Every time he's talking about his refinery, it's our refinery. We invested in it, 20%. So which one are you going to say and leave out the rest? So if you go to South Africa, they have billionaires there. Every time you say, I'm the richest man, you have a Patrice Tihopeni Mosepe, a young man. He's a multi-billionaire. businessman, does it the right way. And they have many billionaires in South Africa. He's not the richest anything. Now,
it's not the richest black man.
No, it's not, right? Because
Really?
first of all, those things change around a lot. He's just the richest big mouth in Africa, right? Government, all these, if you divide up his empire into all the heads of state that have a stake in it, forget about our own stake that we bought legally, 20%. On his own, he says it's 7%. He's going to reduce us from 20 to 7%. That guy should be in Islam for that. That's fraud. Because if you have a deal with somebody and you want to change any of the terms, you have to go to court. Even if you have the benefit of the doubt, right? You want to make it permanent. You want to go to court and have an arbiter, a court, say, okay, you know what, we're going to cut you down from 20% to 7%. Because Dangote has shown that you did not fulfill certain obligations, or the jurist could adjust it. Instead of 7%, they say, okay, it's 15% or 20%, because one of those percentages is hundreds of millions of dollars, if it's not in billions. So he says he built it with 20 billion. That is a lie. I know how much $20 billion is. It's more than half of our budget to pay the army, pay the civil servants, the school. So it's not good news. I know that some people want to be proud of Dangote, and I want to be proud of Dangote. But you cannot be in a country where an individual has a deal with a country. And
If Dangote was called Chukwuemeka, would that have made a difference?
Absolutely not. No, it wouldn't make a difference, because you've seen me here talk about bad actors in our country. It has nothing to do with tribe. Look, I'm a big man. I'm a big guy. I'm an educated man who, incidentally, I have outrage with what the white people did in our country. Those are big themes that somebody like me should be facing your prime minister over there, one man, and stare him down and move him out of our country and do business with him over the phone. People like me are there to rescue Africa, not tribal stuff. But charity begins at home. We cannot say anything because these people are laughing at us. Do you really, let me ask you something. Let me ask you a question, one man. Answer this with facts. Do you really think Dangote built a refinery there? Do you think he built a refinery that does the things he's talking about?
It's impossible not to acknowledge that he has. The international space where did you see the commissioning when Buhari was there? All of Reuters was there, BBC was there, Sky News reported it in the UK. It was on the what was it? The Wall Street Journal. So I'm not sure that if it's a ruse, then it's a global ruse. I'm not sure that anything indicates that he has not done exactly as he said.
Well, I'm going to tell you what. Listen to this, right? Because what you said, that activity occurred in 2021.
Yes.
Buhari, as our president, came and he said he's open for business. But since then, our Nnpc has been there, and they say, hey, this thing is not complete. Number one, he's unlicensed. They're the one who does the licensing. He didn't sue them. If he sued them, yeah, then the court would say, okay, look, you harmed this man. He didn't sue. They said that his it's like 40-something% complete. It's not complete. 40-something% complete. 3, that the product that he was making at the time, apparently he was making some diesel, that they were inferior to the one they import. Now, do you really think anybody's going to go treading on Dangote's head, where the president is his friend, been his friend for a long time, right? So Nnpc at that point was doing the right thing. They had just won an award for that. Anyway, like I said, it's neither here nor there. I can be proven wrong. Let them open it up. We have 20% stake in there. Let our journalists come in and see the line. As you bring crude, it goes all the way until it distills the various components. Let's see it. I was naming to you some billionaires in Africa, good businessmen, young men, Patrice Hopani Mosepe, right? Born in 1962 from Soweto, black man. Now, when I say he's a billionaire in South Africa, I know you're thinking white. Now, this is a young black man, a businessman, ethical business black man, independent of the state. Now, that's what we want to see all over the place. But, it looks, I go on this guy, and it's like I don't want him to succeed. I want him to succeed. I want him to do right. I want relief for our citizens. One individual having billions of dollars and everybody else is starving. It's ancient stuff. It's 16th century stuff, 17th century stuff. Right now we're in the enlightened age, and he can't play this game forever. If he says he's going to cut it down to 7.5%, he should go to court and go get that, because if somebody like me do come in, I'm going to go after him. I'm going to restore that 20% minimum, or even take the whole thing over, because he's got no business in that business.
You've been coming in for going on 2 years now. So when is that plane going to land at Murtala Mohammed International Airport? You've been landing in Nigeria to sort it all out. You've given us that promise 2 years solid. So are you swimming to Nigeria, or are you flying there?
Well, the answer to that is that I'm effective no matter where I am. We're in a global economy. You have to come up to age, one man, and defend your profession. As I'm talking to Nigerians on this platform, you should be proud of yourself. You make it possible for me to speak from here. The pen is mightier than the sword. But nevertheless, since I've been coming here, I've been home twice, right? You see me, I'm showing my face on camera, by the way. I've always done that since I've been here. And that's more than I could say for a lot of folks that come here.
Including the host, actually. So let me put on my camera.
Yeah, you are there, but my friend and somebody who I agree with, Rational Man, he's never going to show up his face here. But I agree with him. We don't disagree much. Right?
Rational Mind is wanted in 52 states. You can't show his face.
Go to the other topic here.
All right. Let me take you to Fubara Wike, and then we'll move it around a bit. Gentlemen, if we can cap it at 3 hours and a bit, that would be great. Of course, you must have a position on Fubara Wike. As Fubara is punching, is also pleading that, look, I'm not going to go anywhere. You cannot spend the next 4 years just bullying me all the way through. So let me have my space. Let me govern this state. And then when it comes to the next cycle of elections, vent your spleen, do your worst. As much as I'm not, like I said, they plague on both their houses. They are both not for the people. He wants to loot just as he saw Wike, because I think it was the accountant for Wike, wasn't it? So he knows how much was looted in that space. He wants his own compliment. So it's not as though somebody is for the people and the other one is against. But it cannot carry on in this vein that every single day you pick up a newspaper, is these two elements that gets drawn. So what's your take on that space and this rigged election that Fubara is presenting?
Exactly. One man, you and I will share sentiment on that. That is your current sentiment right now, because you're like water. Okay? In the past, maybe you were ice cube. Another time, you're a vapor. Right? But for right now, in the state you're in, I agree with you on the two actors. They're no good actors. Right, one at this moment is probably antidote for the other. This Wike, it's too much. Now, a lot of people sometimes they complain about Igbos, right? Here is one typical Igbo bad actor. Now, a lot of our people have moved away from that. Okay, maybe 30 years ago, you see a lot of Igbos like Wike. We're no longer like that in the Southeast. But this is a typical Igbo man. This is a Wike guy, and I remember, a lot of you are young, but in those days, in the 70s, when you come, they convict somebody in the courts for armed robbery or whatever, usually heinous crime. And you come to the stadium on a Sunday, and we are delighted to watch it, and the time on the stick and shoot them. Armed robbers. It's a typical imagery. When I see Wike, that's what I'm looking at, right? He goes over there, he's over there, and somehow he became a governor. Somehow he's a lawyer. But you don't see, when somebody say a lawyer, When you go to school, it refines you. It's not only law you're studying. You try to get some class. You will know math at a degree. You know physics. You know chemistry. Until you finally specialize in something. This guy doesn't show any of that. He talks, he sings, he's playing on the fact that the country are afraid of the Igbos. So what he does is he likes to go sell out to the enemy. He did it right after the primary. And before the primary, actually, he discarded the PDP chairman, because by the calculation, if the chairman comes from a certain area, then they have to make sure that the presidential candidate comes from another. Okay. So he did play the politics, and that's okay. But then he was counting on the North, right? There was a northern governor over there that fucked him and supported Atiku. So he left that party because he wanted to sell out the South. So that's the trick of Sabos. He sold out the South. Have a lot of people lose their positions to make way for his. I don't know who he thinks is going to vote for him. But that's another thing with Nigerians. Now, if Nigerians are given a chance, they would actually elect somebody like Wike into a post. I could see the blindness in the River State because they have oil there. They don't want to go to school, right? And they got the biggest mouth. The troublemakers. Look at who replaced him. But you see, the River State is like a mini Nigeria. You also have a lot of clannishness there. To them, Wike is an Igbo man. If you look at Fubara or the other thug that was in the creeks, the big fat
Dokubo.
Yeah, if you listen to what he's saying, he's saying to Wike, look, you think we're like you, Igbos? You think we're cowards? You're a coward. You're an Igbo man. You're a coward. Basically, that's what he's saying. A lot of people don't play that up. It's there. So these Ejos, because they have similar numbers, but they don't even have as much as you have Igbos there. It's just that the Igbos don't want to say they're Igbos, right? But they still dominate. There's still more Igbos in River State than other tribes like Ejos and all that. But that's what's going on there. It's clannish tribal stuff between Ejos and Igbos. We can apparently being the Igbo guy. But no, so now the new guy, Fubara, he's got a point that it's his turn as governor. He should have whatever the law gave him to operate as the chief executive of the state. But that's it. He's not a Democrat. He's not a Democrat. Without his war face, that he won all 23 local government areas, just like you have in Imo State and others, the periphery of the Southeast. Right? I talk about
it was an ugliness all the way through, isn't it, Pansat? Because this guy now he has claimed 22 out of 23 local governments. So what does that tell us? It tells us he essentially bought it, didn't he? So there is no politics. That politics is into a multi-party contention with one party winning 95%, if not 99% of. So it's just it's no different from Wike now. So it's just a battle for supremacy amongst this. Yeah.
It's worse than Wike because what's going on now, he's not gonna fool a guy like me, obviously. You know, I'm the sharpest Nigerian you're gonna see here, perhaps more than even Africa, right? So let me tell you, he's been beating Wike. Why? Because I bet you 90% he's got a deal with Tinubu and others. So when that happens, don't be shocked. Wike is banking on the federal might, but they never really go all the way. I know that somebody like Abadu, what's his name now? Tinubu, yeah. He's got a deal with him.
So, when did you go into that? I thought you were too sophisticated for that Agbado or something. You are with them now.
I couldn't remember the real name, right? But to be honest with you, that's what's happening there. But you know that these are small stuff. When Nigeria changes, we're gonna sweep all these people out. Now, you see me here, I'm supporting the German, Fubara, between the two fights right there. So I'm not clannish. They're both no good, but Fubara is right. It's his turn. And Wike, the big mouth, coward, big mouth, just like the other guy, the big mouth thug himself. But these are small, they want to dominate and distract us. These are small things. The local government, unless there's a change in structure, that's what governors are going to be doing all over the place. And they're not doing it for the people to bring democracy all the way down. Now, you have a new political party come and take over, sweep 22 out of 23. And the 23rd one was also won by another tiny party. It wasn't even by PDP, who has dominance over there. So we need to change the structure. We need elections to have integrity. But most of all, we need our judiciary. We need our judiciary to be independent. Nobody plays with that. But we don't have a judiciary. Now, every single one of them is a pocket of Tinubu and his APC goons. We need those things, but I hope we don't, because eventually we're going to take over that country by force. That's what I've been saying. I was only talked out of it so that we'll give all these things a chance, give the election a chance. They turned off IREV and the beavers. Therefore, we're dealing with an uncivilized people. We're dealing with thugs who have taken over our country. Cabal. They're playing games with all of us. Distraction after distraction. These are small issues. We have to change the structure, and it has to be done by force. Now, by the way, let me say this. Ajaloko is not here. We've given Showore a chance. He's putting himself at risk. I will commend him for that. But he doesn't have the capacity to do any of the things that he's thinking about doing. But he has a heart. He's a good guy. He needs to step aside, let those who have judgment, and let him assist those people, because he has.
I did actually want to move on to Rational Mind, just to manage the time. But
okay.
Now you've gotten on just like about 2 minutes or so. Now you've gone on to that show space. What are you making? So allegedly, apparently, there's a protest going on that he's organizing. I've not seen any. I saw a little skirmish when it landed and rode people on the streets for about there's no momentum behind it. It's not commanding the center stage. It's certainly not in the headlines. It's a satellite parochial outpost, something in the furthest back of the ethers. So do you think it's overplayed his hands with this protest? Fresh off the success of the first one, and that success not attributable to him, because there was a whole myriad of other vested pockets of discomfort and distress that wanted expression through that portal. So the success of that end bad governance protest is not attributable to Showore. So this protest now that we're having now is more of a Showore sort of protest, where one man and his dog, so Showore and his man Friday, they will wear their white shirts, start to speak American lingo, and then the police will come and disperse them. So do you think this is overplayed his hands with this short after protest that he's doing?
Absolutely. Now, what I'm going to say should not take away from his effort. He's tried. He's done very well. He's a patriot. I'm not one of those who suspect that he's paid off and he's distracting the youth and doing all that. I believe that he grew up at a certain point in Nigeria where university students can sing songs, and at that time we had a modicum of integrity in our law enforcement and our government agencies and our courts. So he was dealing with semi-humane people, be they military. They also had some kind of heart. But today, that's passé. That's not the way to go, right? Showore was not building up. For example, you have the obedience, and if you go and you're assaulting Peter Obi unfairly, nobody's above criticism. But if your biggest point is that he used to be in the PDP, therefore I'm not going to work with him, and he has all these millions of followers from north to south, from east to west, well, what are you doing? So you lose a lot of people there. You cannot get the critical mass for a revolution. Somebody says about 13% or something like that of the country. So I would leave it there, because you have Rational Mind coming up, and I do want to hear what he has to say. But
I'll go on to Rational Mind for next now. But I will I'll keep hold of what you just said there, that the critical mass for a revolution is 13%. So sorry, where's that coming from?
Somebody mentioned that, so you could Google it fast. Let me.
Is that a universal norm? Is that a universal understanding that the critical mass of a country, the critical mass for revolution in a country is 13%?
Yes, that's what I heard. Now I don't know how true it is. It's not.
It stands to logic anyway. It stands to logic, so that's what struck me. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not that many to put together. Okay, for our country, I know for progressives they will have that number for sure, but nobody has come in with the charisma.
So it's not so much that 13% take to the streets in lockstep, but that 13% is in alignment for that revolutionary zeal, and then the people that have the youth that can take to the streets. Is that somewhat where that is?
Yeah, it's along those lines. But we could double that, make it 25%, right? If even that is still a number that's attainable, given what we're going through. So we don't have the congruence of all the factors where somebody has the charisma. For example, P2B has the charisma, but he doesn't have the courage to do that, right? He's not cut from that mode. But Showore has that mode, but he doesn't have the charisma. So there was a need for all these people to come together. Or one day somebody's going to emerge to do such a thing. We're a big country. I know we have all kinds of characters in the country, and there's nothing we lack.
I have to say I align with you that Nigeria does need a revolution, but who is going to champion it? It's not visible in the landscape at the moment. So like you said, Peter will be somewhat of a patter cake, sort of a personality, to sort of an Luther socialist extreme, and then nobody else in between that gap that really shows anything that you can invest confidence in.
That is correct. I yield back, and then Rational Mind, let's hear what you got to say.
Rational Mind, you're up next. So thank you. So that's Pansat. Now, I've been reasonable with time. Yeah, it really has evolved. So Rational Mind, you're up next.
You said Pansat is involved, right?
Yes, usually he wants to hold the center stage and not give it to anybody.
Yes. Yeah, I'm surprised that he is just a new man today. I mean, compared to the Pansat that we used to know. I mean, if this is the Pansat we've been having all this while. I mean, at least this bickering and so many conflicts here that people have with him, even myself from once in a while. I mean, we'll be having it. Yeah. So yeah, it's a good it's good to know that this is a new Pansat. Perhaps we'll see how that goes going forward. Yeah, woman. You see, I've not been paying attention much to the goings on in Nigeria. You may have to bring me up to speed. I'm being when you were reading the headlines and reading the contents, I was busy doing something else. Yeah, so you may want to bring me up to speed with some of the topics you have.
Yes, you are right not to have paid attention because there's not that much going on within the news cycle. But what this strike is Nnpc quitting as the middleman in the Dangote refinery petrol purchase. So now that tells us then that straight to market, then the marketers then negotiate willing buyer, willing seller, agreed price, and then of course the trade then takes place. So, but what this also means now with the Nnpc coming out of that tripartite, whatever it is, that means then that subsidy finally gets removed, because there's no government intersection anymore between in between that trade or in that trade. So what are you making then of NNPC's handing off?
Well, Norman, I've been trying to read on that. I do get, like I said, some bulletin from my stockbroking firm. I would click on those things, and they would just give me what's it called, different news going on in Nigeria. So, yeah, I think they said I was looking at is it the Punch or the Business Daily? They said Nigerian GDP will grow to almost like over 400 billion dollars with the coming to stream of this Dangote's refinery. That is even excluding the 2 other refineries that I think they said is coming up. I don't know, maybe it's the Nigerian one or maybe some other private refineries. So might possibly grow that economy more than that half a trillion dollars. But we'll see how that goes. But you see, when you have visionless leaders, that's why we get what we get. We've been hearing about Dangote will be having this crude oil sold to him in dollars. I mean, in naira rather. I mean, they've been making this noise for the past several months now. And when we say we don't believe these people when they say certain things, you see, maybe we just hate them. When some of us come here, we speak like naysayers. We speak with this skepticism, like we often speak here. You think we hate Tinubu? It's just because these people look at what they say, look at what actually transpired or what they do. You see that gulf that is even it's even different from what they are telling you. So it calls to question so many things that they have already even said, even the ones that are well intentioned, that you will say, oh, okay, it's good to praise it. So my point is this: is that we've been hearing about this naira for crude oil, but to this very moment, I don't think anybody has given an account as to how many barrels they supplied to this guy. And if these guys are really paid wherever it needs to be paid. Is it the Nigerian government in naira? We don't even know. So you kind of wonder, what is going on in that country? And still people are still paying high premium for petrol, for all these things. So you kind of wonder what's going on, because people were like eroding this Dangote's refinery as some kind of some sort of panacea to the problem of the this energy crisis when it comes to our reliance on petrol to virtually, I mean, almost to almost fuel all our appliances. I mean, our gadget or whatever. Is it whatever we run, we use it at home. You run your generator, your car, or whatever. So you kind of think that's going to be some sort of a solution to it, to some extent. But we're seeing that it's even convoluting the whole thing more and more. It's bringing in more and more confusion that you don't even know what to think, what to even make of it. Because right now we're hearing now that those marketers that Dangote will be asking them to pay him in dollars. I don't know if you guys heard about that. He will be asking them to pay him in dollars. I mean, I'm yet to hear that. If anybody debunked that, said that. Okay,
I've not heard that. So that's not what the agreement was.
So what's the, because this IOC, I mean, these guys who buy these things, they get paid and they go source dollars, right, to go buy this. I don't know. You see, that's why we say there's a lot of how do I say? What's that word I'm looking for?
The agreement the government struck with Dangote is a three-way agreement. They sell the crude to him. Yes, they sell the crude to him in naira, and then he in turn he sells the petrol to the marketers in naira as well, and then they establish that price of sale at the spot price of the exchange rate at the point of that agreement. So once they establish that, and this is where money is now going to be made, they will then hold firm to that price for 6 months and then revisit it again. So that's the agreement that they struck.
So why peg it at exchange rate? What does that? What does naira? I mean, what does dollar? That's what I'm saying. You see, when these people say something things, you just need to read between that line, read the fine print very well, just to understand. Because these people, they will say certain things, and you see something sort of thing happening. Why do you have to bring an exchange rate to it? If you're paying in naira, just pay it in naira.
No, it's a dollar. How do you establish the price?
Well, I know it's going to be on dollars because they'll use the the dollar ratio, right?
Yes, it's a
how
dollarized
much are they
product.
selling?
Yeah.
Selling petrol. I mean, selling gas here in America, right? Is that what?
No. It'll be the price of crude in dollars at that time. So that would be what determines it.
Come on,
and then they'll do.
I don't know. Somebody bring me up to speed with that because I can't even understand.
Is that an unreasonable position?
No, because you're not buying it from international market. Like you're not going to like Malta. You're going to Europe to buy these petrol. You're buying it locally. So
yes,
why would you have to peg it to a dollar rate?
No. Let's say, for instance, the price of just for the purposes of example, the price of crude is let's say $10 a barrel. So that's just for the purposes of example. So they have to determine that it is internationally $10 to the barrel, but then it's not a dollar deal. So it will be the equivalent of that $10 at that point in time. And then that's what the transaction will be based on. So the dollar establishes the price, but the transaction is carried out in naira.
Well, I think you see. Well, let's just see. You see, when people say these confusing things, it's just I understand you, like you just explained it now. I get it that he has to buy crude. If I thought he's buying crude from elsewhere, he has to buy it in dollars, right? But then when he's selling, he has refined this product. He's selling it locally. Why do we have to peg it? Because even though they're selling it to him in naira, but the dollar, that's the crude that is buying from the US, I mean, from Nigerian government or whoever is buying it locally in Nigeria. But when he's selling it locally, why do you have to peg it? I mean, is there like, are you using?
They're not pegging that, but they're just saying that transaction has to also carry out in naira.
In naira, but
yes.
How do you sell per liter then? Each liter you're selling to marketers, are you selling it at what? Are you pegging it to a particular price from a country, like say it's the US or from Saudi Arabia?
No. I think that's a willing buyer, willing seller space.
That area too is convoluted because it's not too, it's a gray area that we're not even clear. So what is that basis by which, what is that price control there?
No, it's a combination of the price of purchase of crude, the cost of refining,
I understand,
and then the margin of profit. So that's what would determine.
He has to factor everything in, the refining, the chemicals that he has to use in refining them. I mean, the cost of doing the refining, everything has to go into that. I get it. I understand. But you see, let me not speak like somebody who doesn't know what they're saying. But I think what I'm saying is clear in my mind. But my point is just that what's going to be the price at which you're going to be selling it? Is it the other West African country price? Or is it the Saudi Arabian price that he said in Saudi Arabia when he was making that comment? So for me, you see, now these people who have taken Nigerians, they've taken them for like they take them like, like somebody said, Nigerians are just docile people. In fact, when you're even fighting for them, they will be attacking you. That your papa will be Tinubu. I mean, I had somebody who call me so many times and say, my papa not will be like Tinubu. Even me, all my family don't be like Tinubu. In a million years, as I look at say, my boy, any problem when so you kind of wonder that people that you are fighting for, you are even like advocating for, a better life for them. They will come here and insult you. So for me, you see, that's why sometimes I just let me take a step a little bit back, and because Nigeria, you can't fight for them. They are just they are conquered people, mentally conquered people. They just, so for me,
Stockholm syndrome, Abi.
That too, yeah. So for me, it's just I don't understand going forward. I don't know how this Dangote matter production of PMS is going to reduce that hardship on Nigerians, because invariably, if they're selling it at say above 1,000 naira to a liter, so what's the point of a refinery then? That's the question. Because I don't expect, because at this point that Dangote is now, he wants to, because he has creditors, he has money that he has borrowed from banks, and he has to pay back $20 billion. It's not as cheap. It's not as
Do
smart.
you know that it's still the cheapest in the world at 1,000 naira to a liter?
You go. You can continue saying, see, one man, don't say things you don't even know. How can you say it's the cheapest in the world when some other countries are selling, places like Iran or maybe Iraq, they sell gas at a very cheaper. They don't have the kind of problem that we have, whereby it's just because of all this. They use this as this stupid excuse of, oh, people smuggle it, because when they were selling like 98 naira per liter, so people were smuggling into the neighboring country and selling it like 3 times that amount of money, maybe selling for 500 naira in the neighboring country. But they don't have it over there in the Middle East. They don't have that kind of problem. They are not that that corrupt to that point whereby they will start trading, because Nigerians are so they're so fixated on one thing. There are no other opportunities for them to go make money in a different way. Everybody just put their attention on one thing, because one thing about Nigeria is that all they know is petrol, gas, petrol, and they see that as the only avenue for them to enrich themselves. There are millions other ways you can make money, but because the fixation is just on that, because there are no other opportunities in that country, you can look at those creek areas from my area there, where I'm from in Ondo State. There are so many hidden places whereby boys they have their own mini refineries there. I mean, why should in a country that is sane, why would they have a kind of things like that? And you'll be seeing burning of they just burn, and you some of them they look so black. All the forest there, the mangrove area, they're all dead from contamination of those suits from the burning of those things there. The ecological, the nature there is all gone. So my point is that in a country where people, there are other opportunities, I bet you people will not be doing those kind of knowing the effect on their health and to the environment. They will not be doing that. They go and look for other opportunities and go get themselves involved in other business. But because that is the only thing, because there's a huge mafia around that thing. That's why they just want to do that crude oil business. That is why everybody just want to cut that country, cut it to pieces, and get whatever they want to get from it. So I don't think we're ever going to see a hand to this. Maybe the only way is if they can work on our electricity, if they can bring Nigerians to be having at least nothing less than 15 hours regular supply of electricity. I tell you, people will gradually just not even care about petrol anymore. But because the country has so many things fighting it, you have electricity, you have issue of people cannot even move from one point to another to even operate their machines for manufacture. They cannot. They depend on this gas or on diesel. So you see the problem of that country. Like I said at the beginning, I said we have visionless leaders who can't think through problems. If Tinubu wants to solve the electricity problem, if you can bring the electricity where you can generate electricity up to 15,000 megawatts, I tell you, all our industries, they start hooking up to those grid and not even have to worry to buy, diesel anymore. I mean, all those guys in the creek, they will pack up. All those guys stealing our crude, even all these people who don't market, most of them will pack up. They will look for other things to go and do with their money. Maybe you create some other business opportunities within Nigeria. But because everybody's so fixated on that crude, that's why that's why we're having that problem in that country. So for me, if Tinubu knows what is good for him, if he knows he really wants to solve that problem, maybe if the only thing he can solve before he eventually leave that place is that electricity, let him just work on it. Because since these mafians are just on this gas,
are you not getting feedback that there's a marked improvement in electricity?
Even besides that, one man, electricity is out of the exclusive list. It's no more in the first schedule.
So yes, why are they having Siemens from Germany come and start doing their grid for them? And that's
the federal government is just going on. Federal government is just addressing the old contracts. But any state, even local government that wants their own power station today, can have their own power station.
But Baba, I'm actually going to platform. Although I won't want to attack you on that much, because you and I were here. But when people from Nigeria, they tell you the how terrible it is when it comes to electricity. I mean, I have a cousin who does diesel business. Himself is even lamenting about the diesel business, not as if because he doesn't have the money to buy diesel, but there's no diesel to buy because this. I mean, what I'm saying is this: is that people are asking him, they want to power their machines, they want to companies that he supplies. But the point is that the demand is high for it, but they don't have means of supplying them because some, I don't know, maybe they're not getting regular supply from maybe Dangote or whoever brings it in from outside.
If you are talking about diesel, diesel is deregulated long time ago and it's readily available. It's just the cost that differs from one place to the other.
But my
and
point
people
is,
like Innocent and other manufacturers, most of them have since changed to CNG or LPG gas they use for their factory, for their production level. They don't use diesel anymore. They've all changed.
Some companies see, I don't know what, I mean, that's what I'm saying, Baba. You and I were here. I don't know where you're getting your own news from. I'm getting my own news from that. Yeah,
and
they're telling me
because I have an open mind, and it's an industry I know fairly small. I know of the industry.
Is this the reality? We're talking about what's the reality on ground. Our people are,
and that's what I'm telling you. Or does Innocent still use diesel? No. Does Dangote has his own power station, and it has surplus.
What does
Dangote even have about 150 megahertz or so of surplus.
Is it all companies that can generate their own electricity themselves? You know how many small scale manufacturing industry that cannot do that? Yeah.
Like Lagos, for instance. Let me tell you, Lagos, for instance, a lot of private energy producers are in Lagos. No, what I'm telling, no, listen, listen. What I'm saying is that it's out of the exclusive list.
I get
so every state can produce or generate their own
so
power.
Are they producing now? Who is coming to invest in Nigeria? Who is coming?
Well, Abia has one, and I think
that's only one.
It's scattered here and there, but the people of the north have not had anything. But in Lagos State, there are about 4 power stations privately owned.
Okay, and yet people are lamenting about the supply of this electricity. And yet we come in here, we talk about this and that, and Dangote supplying individual homes there's electricity. I mean, come on, let's not do this, because for me it's just, I mean, in a sense,
it is you that have that's not listening.
Not me.
We are discussing to understand the situation.
There is no electricity.
You understand? You come and every day is about the same thing. But I'm telling you what obtains on the ground. What obtains on the ground is what I'm trying to explain to you.
How we do things here, and then we wish different thing for our people. We'll back up.
Rational Mind, please, can I interject? Baba, please take it easy on Rational Mind. I understand Rational Mind concerned. But Rational Mind, what you have to understand is that electricity is out of the exclusive list. Blame it on solely.
So what's the impact?
Okay, the problem. Blame it solely on the governors that could not attract an investor to invest on electricity in their state.
What can they attract?
Yeah, the reason why they cannot attract is that federal government have stopped being the collateral to governors' loans and deals. That's why you see them. Yeah. Hold on, please. Hold on. Every day you want to sign with the PPP or loan you have to take, this federal government that is the collateral, and federal government has long pull out from that, stop that. That's why you are saying that most of our governors, you see that is being the center. They are just charading, hiding under the center. Now you have the opportunity to go in to attract investors to come and invest in different sectors in your state. Why are they not doing it?
Yeah, well, please correct me.
All right.
Sorry,
Baba. I just want to say something to the audience. I'm going to end this stream and restart it immediately. So go to the platform and then click on the link. Why now, again. So, because I want to be cutting them into 3-hour slots. Okay. Yes. I want to be cutting them into 3-hour slots. So just go to it will stop and then restart immediately. So just go to YouTube and restart it. Carry on, Baba.
Yeah, well, correct me. I think Edo State has a private station since about 3-4 years. Am I correct?
Yeah, we have a private station. Yeah.
Exactly. So I'll regulate the supply of electricity there. What is?
That depends. That is on the government, not on the people that owns it, not on the government. I mean, we have 2 plants there. We have Osioma and Azure. So, and you have to understand that most of the structure on ground is owned by people now, like Edosco and other people that's controlling the distribution, the supply, and the generating. Those people will not give you their structure. So the government now see Obaseki now say for him to build a new structure, not only it will take him a lot of money, it will take him years to cover. Just like you're laying a new fiber cable, like he did in Edo State. If somebody wants to come and lay a cable now, it will take that person a long time to look for his own route to lay his own cable. You don't expect a NEPA in Nigeria to give you their own substation because you have your own station. You go and create your own substation, distribution route, and how to get your lights to the people. So those are the things we are not saying, and we are not looking at. Light will work if the people that have the interest, that benefit from the interest, allow it to work. The monopoly, you are fighting Dangote, but there's a bigger monopoly in the electric sector. Sorry to say, people like Jonathan are in charge of those state distribution service. Jonathan, his wife, only, but allegedly, run by one Yoruba woman for them. So you expect Obaseki fought that woman tooth and nail before that led to Obaseki creating a Azure power plant. Yet he's still fighting because they don't want to give him route to distribute through. So these are things you have to understand, rational. Not that your points are not valid, but sometimes we opt to just wrap it up, generalize everything. That we'll start missing the blame, bring the blame to the wrong channel. That's what I have to say, right, Rational. Thank you.
Thanks for that that insight you're throwing in. But my point is this: is that you see, I've seen people come here. They've said what you just said in a slightly different way. Oh, you can't blame Tinubu, blame the governors. He has given them money, and you look at it. What is even the money you say you're giving them? Comparing to, he has increased the IGR because look at it, we're collecting 90 billion before. Now he's giving them like 150 billion, 200 billion monthly. What is the value of that 200 billion that is giving them now compared to what they used to have? That's the thing. So now you are asking governors to go and bring investors. When you hear say investors are not coming to Nigeria because of the FX issue, that not me said that though. The CBN governor said it. That's one of the reasons why they are not coming in. Or maybe let me take it back. Maybe not the CBN, but I know one of the person or somebody an economist. I know I had it, maybe the CBN government, but I know I had it somewhere. And which is obvious. That's the reason. Tinubu has been gallivanting, has been globetrotting everywhere, all parts of the world. He went to Saudi Arabia. He went to where he no go to go and look for foreign investors. He went to Germany recently. He's been traveling around, gallivanting everywhere, looking for investors. Why are they not coming in? Because of the FX. This unstable foreign exchange problem that we have. Only people that comes in are people that want to borrow us money, and they put a tag on it, interest, and they keep borrowing money and borrowing money and borrowing money, and then the whole money is piling up, and they keep devaluing our naira, the more and more. So the point is that you cannot blame the governors. That's what I'm saying here. It is easy to say, they've removed it from exclusive list. Yes, it's a good thing, but it's one thing to solve a problem. It's another thing to create more problems. And that is what Tinubu has done. He has created more problems. Through this FX, this economic crisis that has caused in Nigeria, that is scaring people to bring in their money. Because if they bring in their money at a particular rate, and it's suddenly skyrocket, then they have to buy the dollar more back again.
If you don't mind.
So the point I'm trying to make here is this: is that you cannot blame the governors if they cannot attract investors to come. And then on the issue of this lines.
So sorry, I think Prince wanted to come in. You didn't hear him. I think his voice was a bit low. Prince.
All right, Prince, come in, please.
Oh yeah, thanks, woman. Yeah. I was going to ask.
It's one manager. Thank you. It's not me that I'm giving you my.
Well, you chose to ignore my.
No. I okay. Go on. Maybe I chose to. Yeah.
No. Okay. I'm just kidding. But I was going to say though, why do you want everything to be perfect, made by Tinubu for these governors? You want the perfect economy, the perfect currency, and everything laid out so perfectly for these people to operate in order to improve their state. Is that reality? quite frankly, Russian man, you think?
Yeah, it is. It is reality. That's how economies that are really progressive people. Even though these idiots call themselves progressive, I don't know what is progressive about them. They retrogress that country. They should not be called all people's call all progressive or whatever they call themselves, all progressive Congress. They're calling themselves all retrogressive Congress. That's not what they are supposed. They're not progressive. They've set Nigeria back almost like 70 years back now. This one or two has come. So the Buhari 2.0.
Oh, yeah, okay. RM, before you go on the Tinubu tangent, let me just contribute. No, let me just contribute something. You have your time. No, you are going into that rabbit hole now. But let me just quickly correct this. When it comes to power, because we are really talking of power now,
yeah,
it's not lack of investors.
So
it is because it's a metering business. So it's if we can pay the correct price, the people will. No, let me finish. Let me explain. Let me explain. Look, we are here to learn. Nobody knows it all. There are badges the size of football field, power stations all over the world, even as near as the Middle East. There are badges they can push right to Marina, for instance, as far as if the pipe is there to supply the gas, and voila, they will light up that state or that local government. But the people must be ready to pay the correct price. It is lack of people getting ready, the readiness of the people to pay the correct price that is scaring people. So electricity is not a problem. It's about the price.
Because what you just said now is another part of the problem. We agreed. But the point is this: is that you see, when I started this my rant, I said we have visionless leaders that cannot think through matters and see what to solve first before trying to solve another thing. Tinubu apparently does not know what he's doing. He just want to be a president. Apparently, he wasn't prepared for this thing. So people say, he has former Osun State Governor, Oshoba, Olusegun Oshoba, and the other one from Ogun State. What's that one? All of them. They were saying Yoruba people should. You see, this is what we're saying. Despite we are in pain, just like the idiot that just left, Bubu, he was there. Did he turn a lot of his
sorry, they said Yoruba people should do what?
Only can say all of you should be patient with Tinubu. You should know, yeah. Tinubu must not fail. Like we're the one that is after him. That doesn't want him to.
It said Yoruba must support Tinubu.
Something like that. They must support Tinubu. Like I see the one that something like that.
Whether he's
yeah.
Yes. So, now it said Tinubu will govern as a Yoruba governor in his second term.
It was. You see, one man. That's another. I have so many things I want to say. That was what brought me on your platform today. Not all this your topic. I just want to go.
Yes, and by the way, yes. Please, people feel free to abandon the topics and speak to whatever it is. So the topic
that's why I kind of insert once in a while. I just insert whenever I want to say. But let me just go on with this flow. So my point is that Bubu was there. How has he turned the lot of his people for his own ethnic people of his own ethnic stock? Are they not the people running around amok in Nigeria, kidnapping people for money? All these Fulanis on TikTok, you are saying, that are brandishing money that they collected for ransom. So how has he? So now this one too, Oshoba now said, yeah, we should. What are these people even talking about? They had this whatever they call it. APC, whatever, in Ondo State, in Akure. I think it was in Akure they had it. Akure, Abeokuta, they had it. And then they all started like important people. I mean, like you look at this one, and they were singing their Yoruba anthem. And it was like, my boss, my people, all these hypocrites. Now, so that you suddenly remember that now you people now you are Yoruba people. You see, let's look. My point is that these people don't have the interest of their people at heart. It's just their own pockets. That's what they're fighting for. It's not anything Tinubu. Tinubu apparently was not prepared for this something. Even though they've said, oh, he has been prepared, like the Oshoba was saying. You know, when we are telling him to hold on, we are telling him to hold on, just to hold on. We were looking for a better time for him to become president. He has become the president now. What has he done? So a leader should be able to think through what problem do I need to solve first before solving the other ones. Not to convolute the whole thing, mess up the whole thing like he already did. Apparently, maybe he meant well. Let me not say probably he meant well. which I doubt if it does. But you just did two economic policy that sank
What,
that country.
why would you doubt? Why would you doubt if he meant well or not?
Say that again, please.
Why would you doubt that his intentions are well intended?
Woman, you see that question. I don't know how to answer it, but
no, because it's a curious thing to say.
I don't believe the guy is sincere, because if he's sincere, all the crap that he's doing, spending like akpa. I use that word here often, that some people come on me here. From day one, I say, you people you've put in the other akpa as your president. Akpa in Yoruba language means
okay. Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question.
I think I've answered your question, Wamba. Don't.
All right, carry on.
Let's not go on this. My point is that somebody that wants to turn the lot of Nigerians, you're telling them to have baby step to maintain baby step of pain or whatever crap it talks everywhere every time. You yourself, you are living extravagantly. You are living you are living an ostentatious life. Like you're living like as if you are some kind of an Arab prince, Arab king. You're buying a new plane. What happened to the ones that were there before? Because you don't want to use the one that bars on your boat, because you want anything your father bars on, you want to efface it out. You want to start your own anew. You see, these are people, and you bought your wife. Is it a beast? What is a beast? The Nigerian version of beast, a bulletproof car, a first lady. I mean, the country that we are copying all these things from, they don't have that kind of things that a first lady had. If Biden has to ride in the motorcade, his wife will ride with her. They don't have a special thing. And if he has to use the motorcade, the husband will give him the husband will give him the right. Okay, go and use my motorcade. Go and do this for me in these states. Go and campaign for me here. Go and do this seminar here. He will use it for the official one, but he bought an exclusive one for himself. He bought one for Shetima and his wife, and he bought. And then he bought. You see, the point is this: these are people who are not ready to lead. They just want to live. They want to just live their own life. You're telling people to endure pain, to endure hardship, and yet you are living like as if you're an Arab prince. So my point is this: is that they don't know. These guys apparently don't know what they're doing. Even though we can say the policy, they are good, the policies that should come on board at some point, but the timing, we've said it, and you need to understand first, what do I solve first before solving on that thing? I don't want to ignite some kind of economic crisis with this policy. Do I start this one first and hold on to this first, or do I launch this one? You need to think it through. But they just because it's a very impulsive man, the subsidy is gone. But man, let me not go sell. My point is this: is that we can come here and say all this dogo of the greed is this. I mean, look at what Whoopi said a while ago. What in a country, all these infrastructures that you see, all these feeder pillars, those high tensions that you see around, they are the properties of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Nigeria government owns those things. They've installed them as far as the 50s or the 40s. They've been installing those things. All those high tensions and all those feeder, they are all owned by NEPA, property of NEPA. So if they are not selling it to or giving it out or concessioning it out to people, you tell them that, look, all these wires are the property of NEPA. You go and generate it. Use this same route to supply whoever wants to supply them, supply. I mean, I don't know how, you see, that's what I'm saying. We have visionless leaders. I mean, I'm not putting it on him. Maybe he's the one that caused this. But if it's somebody who really knows what he wants to do, you know you have an energy crisis in your country. You need to think through, what do I solve first? Because these are mafians. I cannot beat them. Even me, myself, I'm one of the mafia. I have interest. I have my own conflict of interest. So what I don't like, just concentrate on this electricity. If I can solve it to like 70% of it, and people can divert their attention from this crude oil or from this oil, at least you've made something. But no, you just come, you see, one man, what people can say, well, I mean, this guy's wife, he has a whole special route. But people's economic life is being put on hold just because of people are just fighting over their own line. This is my line. You need to take, and you know what is on ground, that we don't have the money to bring in more infrastructure. Why don't we use the one we have already existing? Anybody that can generate electricity, let them use those lines and supply wherever they can supply. We need that economic stimulation. But no, they will be fighting over it. People that were supposed to do it, they would now be waiting forever to find a place to I don't know what's that word. I'm looking for that word, but I mean how to supply that electricity to people that needs it. So you see, we can come here and say all these things, but if Tinubu really has a good grasp of the problem, what does it take him to sit down with the Minister of Power and whatever they call him and say, okay, can we call all of these people and sit them down and tell them that, listen, these are the properties of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. If we concession it out to you people, does not mean that anybody that wants to come and supply electricity, we need to stimulate this economy. We don't want anybody sabotaging anything for now. I mean, if you have to redraw the contract with them, redraw the contract with them. I mean, you see, I can't, let me not say sound like that. Maybe I'm just being naive by what I'm saying. My point is that these people are not really showing that they want to solve the problem of Nigeria. They just want to have their ATS and go and loot whatever they want to loot. It doesn't look like they want to solve. So on this Dangote thing, I think we're going to be on it for a long time. I don't see Dangote solving anything. He's not going to solve anything. I don't see it solving anything. Nigerians are going to be more, impoverished more with this PMS or energy, whatever they call it, petrol. We'll be paying high premium for it. Because in Bible, you don't expect this guy to go and borrow $20 billion. You know, before Christmas now. He wants to pay his creditors. And he wants to make that money real fast and pay them up. So you don't expect him to be selling at $500 naira per liter, when he knows he can sell it at 1,000 naira per liter and quickly get his money and pay his creditors. So
you check the interest rate that he will be accumulating today. So he needs money. He needs to make profit to be able to cover up.
Yeah, I need to make profit and pay the banks that loaned him or wherever I get the money from. So, one man, if you have another topic, give it to me, because I don't know if maybe I've spoken too long on this topic. Yeah, I know you said 7 minutes. Are you still there, one man?
Yes, I am still here. But I have other topics, but let me bring in other voices and then we'll see how it goes. Let's go to Dewale, and then from Dewale, Prince Daddy Ekene, War Peace. Dewale, are you still with us? Dewale, you've been very quiet.
Always here.
All right, brother and Dewale. So the floor is yours. Where we were talking about the refineries, not so. Yes, the Nnpc coming out of that space as a middleman. We were talking about threats to the Falana family from supporters of VDM, Yemsen, Wike, Fubara, and Evergreen. Something that will go on for the next 4 years, I suspect. And we're just generally talking about the Nigerian situation.
Thank you, Warmer. When are you going to learn how to pronounce Wiki's name? You always call him Yemsen. His name is Nyeson.
Yes, son. Yes. What sort of a name is that? We don't have consonant cluster names. We don't have consonant cluster names in Nigeria now.
That man is a proper Ikwere man. It's like somebody questioning.
You don't have a cluster of.
Why does my name sound funny or sounds, have
He was an Ikwere man, but Pansat has educated us now that he's an Igbo man, really. So
no mind Pansat. There's this back and forth things with the Ikwere and the Igbo people. They always think that one colonized one is an extension of one, but I don't know. I don't know about their history, but they're always having that argument. You remember your friend? What's that? This man with the beard. No. The warlord, the one in Niger Delta. What's his name?
Oh, Asarido Kubo.
Asarido Kubo. Took them to the clinic at one time and then recount his story and then went back. I don't know. It's always back and forth with them. Anyway, let me start from the mundane thing before we go to the big deal. I think the Falana involvement with the VDM is quite unfortunate. I think his son, Fas, in the industry that he operates, it's quite unfortunate that his father's name has to be mentioned in this unnecessary publicity, or how should I put it that way? At no time should Bobrisky and Falana's name should even be mentioned in the same sentence. But you see, and for a fact, I believe that Bobrisky didn't just call Fast from the blues. Without knowing who you are, I can't just call you from nowhere and start asking you to help me out with certain amount of money. It's not even 50,000, 100,000. We're talking about millions of naira for somebody you don't know from Adam. So they know each other, somewhere, somehow. They have that connection. Now, how Falana's name now become a factor in this back and forth thing is quite unfortunate. And I think the advent of social media is the one fueling all these things. And to the point that now make it a big deal, now become a saga, or should I say, controversy. Falana had to take time out of his own busy schedule to defend himself on channels television, which I found very, very absurd. We have some, you know, important thing that is intellectual could be used for, rather than just argue back and forth about.
But Wale, have you listened to the second tape VDM released 24 hours ago?
Oh, I haven't. I haven't.
He released a second tape, and if try and take a listen, because it just shows if you know the streets, definitely in Nigeria, you know Bobrisky was just trying to rip off money from people, and he has to tell a story. He was just storytelling to scam them. That's just it, and people don't want to have an understanding of that.
Wow.
Baba, but it is not what I've been saying. That I agree with Oga Adewale. There's no reason on earth why the Falana will make it about them in this case. Because
Yeah,
let me use
because
cricket.
the streets doesn't want to understand that Bobrisky
let me.
is just trying to rip off people. Because in today's tape, he said, my godfather has even paid 5 million out of the 10 million. So I'm looking for 5 million.
I know. I've listened to it. Just listen. When David Doing went on the media, Adewale, please listen to this. When he went on media to release the kind of one that indebted better Odu. You remember that time?
Yeah.
Can you guys remember? David did that stuff. Not up to 3 hours. This Minister of Interior rushed to China to make sure to start speaking. And I said something here. If the David Doing is a rude journalist, none of us take serious. Nigeria don't take serious. Why must you not start going to the media to defend what he's saying? You have a PRO, you have so many channels to respond. But guess what? The list David released, that list was actually true. This guy was there, Lakpako Chamba was there. And Lakpako was the guy that stood for Tinubu. Did you see Lakpako make a press release?
Olaonipekun.
Sorry. Did you see Olupeko release any statement? Please tell me, till today. Baba.
Olaonipekun will never talk to the press. You know
that
him.
Is that's the maturity to deal with such street rumors. You don't go and talking to the press. It's not about you. That's what I keep saying here. This case is not about Falanas. But for them to start demand apology, gonna start explaining, you will not turn the media on yourself, the camera on yourself. Now you still want to blame the camera? When you know the James, they don't have respect for others, not like our time that will keep mute. Fana is making a big mistake. Sorry to say, that's when he gave channels even discredit him more. Not like they discredit his CV, but a lot of people that was having some sympathy for him started questioning him. How can you just say you said all this thing you said that you know nothing about, and you just said it in 3 minutes? Oh, you called your son and so don't call me anymore. This is that. Papa, you know that statement was. You know that statement. Even so many lawyers came and say, "Oh, you should have just said that." There's no point saying that.
He's a lawyer. He doesn't know the truth.
You don't need to say that. You heard the statement. So the one I talk about the one, not like what they are trying to do is wrong, wrong, but the way they are going about it is wrong. It's not about them. It's about institution. And I'll say it here. Bobrisky is the problem. Bobrisky is supposed to be the one they are questioning, not Falana trying to explain himself to VGN. It's ridiculous. But I need the floor. Thank you, God.
Thank you, bros. You know, Falana is an old school, and he's operating in the era
sorry,
where.
Diwali. I was gonna say you don't agree with Warpist, do you? Regarding
In a way, I do. Because he's having hard time dealing with the situation. Look, like I said earlier, he has a bigger fish to fry than to be wasting his time defending himself. But in a way, is one way or the other. He had no choice than to defend himself because the way he's been dragged online, his name being smeared, and for someone who had built reputation all this year, no matter where the pendulum swing, he's still going to get the mud one way or the other because these kids online, they do not care to the point that when he was even granted an interview on channels, they were already talking trash, about him. So if he doesn't come out, he will be condemned. So if he come out, he's still going to be condemned. It's unfortunate that his own son is the one bringing all this heat to him. I don't see a reason why Bobrisky should be contacting Vax or, to the point that his name will be mentioned. It's not today. Falan has been doing these pro bono things for people. I personally have family member that was in the military and he was holding brief for them, for his group that was in prison during the beginning of Boko Haram. So, and eventually he fought for them to a point and he was doing that without charging them. You can imagine Bobrisky was the kind of person, he was holding brief for. You will hear the story in a different version. So whichever way he's trying to, defend his reputation or defend himself, his name is still going to be dragged because he's dealing with generation that is different from in his own time or in his era. It's easier to go to the print and talk to journalists, then they will write a certain version. But now it's all on their palm on their phone. So whichever way, you just have to find a way, to nip it in the bud because the way they're doing it is just not for the caliber of person
Yeah,
that Falana
but yeah. See, it's not about how big Bob Risky is, even though I don't like to call his name when we talk about him. It's about the medium in which the information is being disseminated. Um, he has to come out. He's a lawyer. He's always out there in the public space. Now somebody may have accused him of something, and then he needs to come out and say otherwise if it's not true. So you can't just be quiet. As you know, the internet does not forget. If somebody accuses you of something and you keep quiet, that accusation remains as being guilty as far as the public is concerned. So I don't know much about the story, but the principle behind it that you shouldn't come out because it's bigger than that. No, he has to come out and state his side of the matter for the public to know if it's true or
Prince
not.
Daddy,
It's up to the
Prince
public.
Daddy, Prince Daddy, sorry to cut you short. You know the problem of this thing. The case or the VDM voice record was never centered around Falana. But Falana was picked that was very popular over EFCC and prison authorities, even though those people's crime was worse than whatever they're picking Falana now. To me, my opinion, what I would suggest Falana should do, they've allowed Bobrisky, VDM, EFCC, and warden go after each other. At the end of the day, he will come in and pick up the remaining pieces and clear the air. That's what great nations do. American World War, they will wait for you to kill yourself. They will not come in and pick up the remaining
But
carcass.
War Peace
It was not about
in
him.
today's world, you can, by the time he comes in, see, and Trump.
No,
That's
but
why I
Prince
kind of
Daddy,
like
hold on.
Trump a
Prince
little
Daddy, so
bit.
hold on. His son is, like we said, he's his son, not Falana himself. It was fast that rushed out and said he demanded an apology when that day just came out an hour. There was no need for that. By now, nobody would have been talking about Falana. If Faz didn't say anything, if they have gone to House of whatever they went to, and now they are releasing more tape, now, do you hear Falana name inside? It was not about Falana from the first. Yes, his name was mentioned, but it's not that a big deal for him to now wrap himself. It's like he's shading the case right now. Don't you know his name is shading EFCC and prison authorities now? They cannot investigate it properly anymore. It's all about Falana. What Falana is doing is not wrong. But like I said, the way he's going about it is not right. It's not about him. For now, I yield the floor. Thank you.
All right, let's leave those unnecessary stuff. Those things are not really that important anyway. Let's talk about the wiki and his godson, Fubara. You know, today I was just thinking about the whole thing. I opened my phone and the news I was getting, and Fubara is getting more bold in every day. And what actually happened during the the local government election in River State. Um, one thing is to learn from the best. Another thing is to continue to make mistake. If care is not taken, both of them will end up as a loser, and it's eating towards that. First and foremost, both of them are not an astute politician. I would call them a novice. Both of them, both Wiki and his godson Fubara. He said he knelt down to beg Wiki. If at the end of it you've begged your godfather or somebody who actually was the benefactor, or maybe not benefactor, but somebody who helped you to ascend to the throne, and he didn't listen. Now, isn't it up to him to actually look at critically what was actually the bone of contention between the two of them that he cannot compromise in a way? You say for the peace to reign. Is there certain things that you have to forgo? If he's smart enough, I'm talking about Fubara now. If he's smart enough, look, there's a way you can go about, even in politics, that is all about deceit. There's a way you can go about, your business without stepping on toe unnecessarily. But I think what he's doing now is using the public, for sympathy, and then trying to turn it on. I'm not saying Buki's role in this imbroglio is right, or what his action is justifiable. No, both of them are in the same boat. But the man said that all his effort, all his policies, some of the infrastructure that he's trying to build, they are not even being discussed in the media, other than the political turmoil that is going on in the state. And I put that blame squarely at his doorstep. Because as a leader, one thing is to be dragged, and one thing is to look forward to where you are going and where you are taking your people to. Unfortunately, he's been distracted, and he should have put a stop to this in the beginning. Perhaps you compromise in a way. I'm not saying you should let go of the state's finances, but even Tinubu called them. In Yoruba, they say, "Peg money and peg go." There's no way at that position as executive governor of that state that you would not compromise, whether within the party. But now he's taking a battle that he is going to fight beyond 2027, because Wike is not going to let go. Wike has already acquired the machinery. That's why he's making his preparation to the camp to APP by the time his first tenure ended. But you see, in Rivers State, there's always been about whoever is able to put something. If tomorrow comes and somebody has put much money on the ground, they would turn against Fubara. I understand that, the argument on the social media that, oh, yeah, Fubara should show Wiki this and that. He cannot win the fight, can't win the battle like that. He mentioned Tinubu today that, Tinubu mentioned his name. That is quite unfortunate or something to that effect. And I look at the drowning man that is holding on to a straw. The moment you start bringing the heat from the federal, you're done.
Wale, please just give me 30 seconds of your time. I just want to throw an insight into this, and let's draw our own individual conclusion. I had a story or a narrative from the Ekeri of Ibadan land, the Ekeri. I won't mention his name, but he's the chief. It's about Ladoja and Baba Adedibu. The deal between Baba Adedibu and Ladoja then was, okay, we will make you the governor. We have all the apparatus. You are a technocrat, an engineer. But when you succeeded in becoming the governor, you will give me all the security votes of the state. He naively agreed. But when he came to power, he saw that the state vote for security was so huge. And so he reneged. That was the genesis of his impeachment, to the extent that even OBJ intervened and even advised Ladoja, give him 50% of the votes. Ladoja refused. So could this be what is playing out in Rivers State? It's just a rhetoric question. Thank you, Adewale, for the time.
Thank you, Baba. Very, very similar. In fact, Ralph Malete himself did not deny that. He said that categorically on a television that yes, he requested and he demanded his security vote. But you see, even the Bible says, "Give what's belonging to Caesar to Caesar." I mean, you belong to this called the political class. What do you expect? There's no saint when it comes to political uh, gladiating game. No, there's no saint. You go there and you slaughter whoever you slaughter each other's first. But you see, that is where we found ourselves. Even in the advanced world that everybody's always trying to mirror, it's not always what you see in the media. But I expect, in a way, that you can renegotiate the condition that actually brought you to the throne. Yes, people spend their money, their time, their energy, their connection just to get you there because for their own selfish interests as well. They're not going to back off. They were going to continue to make demand. But you, as a leader, have to find a way to pacify. Except you don't have a concrete plan. If you have a plan, then you have to have, strategize from the get-go. This is going to be the route.
Sorry, Diwali. I was going to say, negotiating and renegotiating is the art of the deal. Now, Fubara, that guy, does he have?
Why are you quoting Trump in the first place?
Okay.
Yeah. You read Daddy. You read Daddy.
Don't quote a failed businessman, a failed politician. Don't quote that.
I have never seen passion for a politician like Prince Daddy has for Trump. But I don't even say, I mean, goodness me, I don't even think Donald Jr. likes the guy as much as Prince Daddy.
I didn't know you're gonna catch on to that. But to Fubara, that guy, does he? I'm not sure how old is he, right? But does he have that personality, the ability to, to negotiate, to come to bring Wiki back to the table and renegotiate? And I mean, this is really the personality of somebody of a different caliber. Do you think this Fubara guy, though he looks kind of quiet and subdued in a lot of ways, but does he have that ability
to take the power? Is look. There's power in silence. At first, when he was sworn in as a governor, he was always looking so unassuming, quiet, and people thought, this quiet guy. But that left people guessing on what his action will be. But his utterances, some of the things that he's saying, kind of make when you expect more from somebody, but they let you down. That to a point that I expect him to have played a card of being more or less the way he approached the media, the way he talked about the issue between himself and Wiki, kind of make me think maybe this guy is just, he's just got to a position less than 2 years or a year now, and all you get involved, all you spend all your time with is about fighting somebody who is not relenting, by the way. And don't you think that same person should have, re-strategized again? Like, okay, you can't use all your time and energy in this office fighting. You have to find a way. I mean, unlike Obaseki, he was fighting his deputy starting from the second time. That is understandable. But somebody who is just barely starting the first time is already fighting everybody around and thinking that, well, he burnt down the National Assembly, claiming he's going to rebuild it. How can a leader, a sane leader, does that? I mean, it's so obvious his strategy, what he was trying to do to intimidate those PDP people that, the camps to APC. And to me, that was a poor strategy. And it's unfortunate that the state is, being thrown into chaos.
What's the poor strategy?
A strategy of, let's play this out. Let's play this out in the open. Yeah,
you mean
because
Fubara?
Fubara, yeah. You see, when they were called,
they started their shenanigans.
when they were called to Aso, when they were summoned, let me put it that way, to Aso Rock, and Tinubu trying to prevail on both of them to share their sword, and find a common ground. Wiki did not yield ground, but it was reported that Fubara, did in some way yielded ground and trying to compromise in a way, but the demand was not met.
Adewale, sorry, I'm not interjecting you. I just wanted to bail out. So I'm going to bail out. Rational Mind can coordinate it. I don't know if it's logged up to have the levers to shut it down or not, but I'll text Thomas to shut it down when it's done. I was going to go to Prince Daddy next, but if Prince Daddy doesn't object too much, let's go to Ekene first for reasons that he is in Nigeria, and so that he can make a submission after Dewale finishes. I think we've struck a first on the platform. No super chats to report. I don't think we've ever had that before. So that's something that hopefully would not repeat. But thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Woman. Let me just wrap up because of the brothers in Nigeria. I think Fubara need to rethink, and Wiki too also need to understand that politics is continuous exercise. It's a game that never stops being played, and sometimes it brings its own intrigue and all that. So Wiki cannot continue to fight everybody on his part. It's not done that way. Sometimes you just have to lay low, play bosom, and you strike when it's needed. But when you talk more than your action, then definitely the chances of you losing is very high. So that probability is very high. So and for the Dangote, I'm sorry, the Nnpc relinquishing their stronghold on the PMS, allowing other marketers to directly. I think it will be a positive thing for Nigeria to me, but I still don't know how the regulatory agency is going to try to regulate that area to the point that its chances of Dangote and the marketers conniving together, that chances is high, if not regulated. I'm not saying highly regulated, but I expect. I mean, this is what Nigeria wanted in the first place anyway, whereby the free market you can sell, but the fact that the government is supplying the crude in naira and trying to dictate how, that the price.
Adewale, hold on, Adewale, I beg, sorry. Is Baba still here? Baba, you see here? Baba
is not with us, but he's still online.
All right. So, but I think the act that brought about Nnpc, I think that act puts vested on Nnpc the sole right to import. Is it to import and to refine crude oil within Nigeria? So, but why would Nnpc think he has the right to give that right to another person, to a different entity, if there's an act of the parliament? So would they not need to go to the parliament and ask the parliament to tweak or to adjust that act so that it can allow for other people, other entity, either individual or an entity in the entity of Dangote oil refinery now to be another kind of entity besides the Nnpc that could also sell or import, or as the case may be, within Nigeria. So I think our lawyers here, anybody who's a lawyer here, I think there's an act that
Are you talking about the Petroleum Act?
No, there's an act that brought Nnpc, not the Petroleum Act. I mean, they should be. Nnpc is a creation of the of some sort of decree or some kind of act. I think it should be a decree. I think Nnpc came on board during the military era. So if Nnpc came out on board on military, so there should be a decree, which is also synonymous to an act of a parliament. So Nnpc cannot say they just give out that right to an entity because they don't have the right. It is the National Assembly that will say, okay, we are now allowing other people, other individuals besides Nnpc to bring or to manufacture, or as the case may be, within Nigeria. So I mean, if anybody
did the act actually empower Nnpc to be
I think so. I think so.
So that means they could delegate. They could delegate that function to any.
They cannot do that on their own because they are on their.
But they've done that in the past.
To who?
Which company was it? Not which one of this? The one that has the largest oil. What do you call it? The tank for reservoir or something like that for the importation of fuel. What was it? Was
If they have a high
I
reservoir,
think
does
they
not
said
mean
they contracted it out before or something like that. I'm not
I
so
think
sure.
they rent tank farms to bring to pool to store their crude oil or whatever, or their refined products. But that does not mean that those people that they use that tank farm, they have the right to either import or to refine. I don't know. But the point is this: you see, that's the one area I think is convoluted. I mean, it's so confusing in that country because I know it's an act or it's a decree that brought about Nnpc. And that decree has to be amended. I don't think Nnpc has that right to say we're giving out that right to you people.
Rational man, sorry, I see your point, but if what is being contracted is operational, do you think it would be necessary for the Nnpc to go back to the Senate or the lawmakers to make amendment to the law?
Yeah, maybe that's what they have to do. That's why I'm saying. You see, there's a lot of things that people just say. They just say things, and I don't think there's nothing substance to it. Even though the way they say it, you think maybe yes, there's substance to it. But when you start finding out that there are some, we're talking about this electricity, then they will also tell you that there's an act that you cannot just since you concession it out to us, you cannot just say you want to take it back, like they said about it was in NEPA at that time, PHCN. I think PHCN came on board, and there were this fight between NEPA and PHCN, and they were saying no, PHCN has already paid Nigerian government. I don't know. You see, that's what I'm saying here. There's always one bottleneck, one clause in their whatever agreement or an act. So that's what I'm saying. So maybe if we have some lawyers here, I'll pay on me. I know Benny is here. If he has that order, if he has that knowledge, maybe we'll ask him. But I think there's a decree or an act which that brought Nnpc, and that act needs to be adjusted if Dangote is to be accommodated. But I don't think Nnpc has that sole right to say they want to give that right. It has to be an act of the parliament. I don't know, but I think that's what it is.
I'm not so sure about that, so I wouldn't be able to comment.
Why all these years? Why is it that every time they say other people should be allowed to, they say no, Nnpc is the only people that has the sole right to. So who gave them that right? If they always talk about that a sole right to always import petroleum products, that they are the only people that have
no,
the right.
The NLPC.
Nnpc is a private company.
No,
PLC.
Before it became a private company, no, but let's not. Before it became a private, it was a public liability company. It was owned by it was a public company. Even though this is a private company,
what are you saying? It's not a private company. It has been in the last couple of years.
That's what I'm saying. It's so that opaque. That NFP is so opaque that we don't even know. But I know it's a decree or an act of that that brought about Nnpc. So why would they suddenly just say they want to privatize it? If they went back to change those things on that,
they change it, and it has only 3 investors. So
okay, they changed it, but the right I'm talking about now, that right they always arm on everybody. Does why don't you allow that people to just
go as a private company? They own all the oil resources in Nigeria. It is situated in their domain. Okay. And they hold it in as a responsible entity for the shareholder, which is the Ministry of Finance and others. So that is exactly the situation here. So they can dictate exactly who they can deal with.
Yeah, but what?
But they say they're giving their right to Dangote now. Dangote can be the only person. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they say they are the only.
Yeah, because they are selling their product in Naira to them. Dangote is a refinery. He might as well charge anybody if they have surplus PMS produced from the crude.
The headline says what was that headline that one man put up? He said they gave out their right to the right of being the
to purchase in Naira.
To purchase
products in Naira. Because they are only the person supposed only to buy in Naira, because they sold their crude to Dangote in Naira.
You see, it's okay. That's why the country.
But who tend to benefit? Is it not the masses, the Nigerians?
What masses are you talking about? Dude, don't come here and be doing this, Agbado masses. What about the masses? But don't come here. I mean, you're infuriating me with this. Why the masses? Is he going to sell it for He's going to sell it for 500 naira. He's going to sell it for 400 naira. Is Dangote going to sell it for 400? He's going to sell it for 200 naira to Nigerians.
So that means you're still expecting that subsidy to be paid. Why not allow direct?
Allow. How much are Nigerians earning? All these countries that you are comparing, even Ghana there that you're talking about, you know that Ghanaians they earn more money monthly than Nigerians. I mean, you people want to talk about you said a liter here we buy it by gallons.
So your fear is that there will be an arbitrary increase in the price. That's what you're.
Is that the amount of money they're paying Nigeria, an average Nigerians? Is that money he earns every month? Come on, let's not do this. What about I want to always compare that. If Nigerians need to buy that gas, buy petrol at 80 naira, let them pay it 80 naira. It's their product. It's their thing, but we know they don't refine it. If that's the only thing they benefit from that government, let it be.
So you expect government to continue paying the subsidy?
Well, at this point in time, well, okay, you don't pay it now. Well, how far has that gone with you, the economy right now? How has that gone with the economy now? Is it where it's supposed to be?
If the Nnpc relinquish their stronghold on this, I don't say that it should generate, argument about it.
Because the legality, that's what I'm talking about. The legality around it. Is it legal for them to do it? Maybe the lawyers, as from tomorrow, maybe the lawyers want to go into, I find out, maybe go and look at the
legal or not legal, I supported it because I believe it will bring that gap. There will be no.
Support it. It's a good thing, but the thing is, we should, because you see, tomorrow now you start hearing somebody suing Nnpc or suing Dangote refinery, and that's now will now become another legal case in court, and then they'll start fighting that one, and then you see back up. You see, why don't we do what is right first? If they say yes, if truly it's not an act of violence, they have the right to say, okay, we can give it out. Fine and good, but the point is this: these people, they just do things. They don't really look at the real bottom of the.
What is your concern, National Man?
My concern is do things right, do it right, so that there will be no loophole for people to start looking for one thing to sue one person, and then the whole thing will be stalled again, and then we'll be back to square one. That's what I'm saying. And these people, are they really looking into the acts that brought Nnpc, that they can give the right to someone?
I don't think for them, before they make that decision, they will do something that will contravene the act that enact the Nnpc in the first place. I don't think they want to do that because that would have, others would have, especially those people importing, the old marketers, would have take them to the claimant. But I'm just guessing. I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
But I think that the decision is going to help Nigerians remove the middleman or whatever the Nnpc is doing. I think the worry is the price now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, what is the price? That's the thing. The price is the thing.
But,
maybe we should wrap up because one man is telling us to wrap up so that we can lie. Can I still there? Okay, I think it's still there. It should be still there. Okay, let Adewale wrap up. When you wrap up.
Let Ekene, pick up from there. So at least it's already late in Nigeria. Let him start.
All right, thanks. So Ekene, it's over to you. I can't bring anybody in and out. I don't have the I'm not I log in through my computer here, but then still I don't know why it's not allowing me to be an host. I don't know, a host rather. So
if one man can then send Dewale the link, because Dewale's been doing a good job. So I actually thought this was the after Palm Wine show with Dewale when I first
Palm Wine show indeed.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you guys, why is it that anytime I'm making speech, people just went silent? Why?
No, we I don't know, but I'm here with you. I don't know. People leave that.
Some people will just disappear. Before I know it, they already disappear. Even more man disappeared on me. Am I that boring? Am I that boring?
You're not boring. You're not
Baba.
boring. You're not boring.
Baba.
You're not boring.
Baba, let me ask the real people. All these people are fake. National Man will not tell me the real thing.
Baba, they drop.
Go and find Baba. I know you will not lie to me.
So, Ekene, over to you. What do you want to say? What's on your mind?
I wanted to say a lot of things, but I think a lot of thoughts have left me. But this issue of Dangote and the pricing and all that, Nigerians are not seeing the way they're being deceived by their government, and that is the problem we are having in this country. You know, when we come and say you should pay them a certain amount of minimum wage to match up with the purchasing power of the people, people don't understand this so much, because if this thing happen now, definitely the price of petrol will go up to maybe 1,350 or 1,003, and it will be another burden to the masses. So you say you are giving Dangote crude at with the naira, but at the same time you are doing it with the exchange rate. So to show you that we cannot do, we are not isolated from other countries. That exchange rate must come in, whatever we are doing in Nigeria today. So, and when we say that Nigeria are earning lesser in other to compare to other countries, not up to $40 today as a minimum wage. But when we say it, people say, "Are you spending dollar in Nigeria?" That is the defense of the many of APC supporters. But that's how it should be. When you are using exchange rate to give product to your people, that means you are expected to use the same exchange rate to pay them for the services they have rendered the nation. So therefore, the minimum wage today cannot match up the purchasing power of the people, and that is why many Nigerians are very poor today. That is a real fact. So nothing less than
Okay.
$150 as a minimum wage.
So what do you suggest? What do you think they should be doing if they're not using the exchange rate, the dollar exchange rate to for the dollar naira transaction?
What they should not do?
What they should be doing rather?
Well, for me, the price of petrol should not be a problem to Nigeria if the minimum wage is mash up, as in to what it should be, goes up to maybe $150 or $200 per month. Then if you sell petrol for 1,350, I don't think Nigerians will complain so much, because with that amount of minimum wage, they will they will be able to purchase it to some point. But with less than $40 per month, what can they do with it? That is why many of them are complaining of poverty, this and that problem in the country. Do you understand? And Nigerian government can never think towards that direction. They would rather keep them more poor. There is nothing they will do, because they want to take more from the people. And that is the strategy they are using, to take away more from the people and siphon their future. You understand? So if the government is sincere, you remove the fuel subsidy, everybody supported it. You know, you remove the arbitrage in the exchange rate. It's affecting, because I think that is the greatest mistake. The problem we're having today is exchange rate, not even really the subsidy. But bringing two of them together as a policy is a bad one. It's a very bad thinking from the government. So, and the thing is really affecting the economy, and to reverse it back now becomes a problem with them. And even though somebody like me believe that is a policy of IMF, because I believe that such contract may be signed before they have supported the government to carry on. You understand? So I don't believe this policy is coming from Tinubu directly. I believe it's coming from the IMF. Because if you look who is profiting from all this mess going on in Nigeria, definitely it's the IMF. It's the foreign countries. It's the political class, at the detriment of the good livelihood you are supposed to give to your people. So it's quite unfortunate. It's a very unfortunate situation we find ourselves. So if anybody is expecting that Nigeria will come out of this very soon, then you should go and think more. I don't see Nigeria coming out of this very soon. It's very, very difficult. So the only thing that will make Nigeria come out of this very soon is if Bola Tinubu has the integrity and the capacity to make laws that will affect this IMF policies. You know, most of them are wasters. Most of our politicians are wasters. So they cannot manage little to build a nation. It's very unfortunate. They cannot manage any little to build a nation. They only want to create more rooms, to acquire more loans, more fund for their personal use. So they don't want that window to close. But if they want that window to close, they should first of all start from themselves, close off some of these their gluttony, bellies, and all these their wasteful characters and all that. When you do that, then you will not find yourself attractive to the IMF. You don't see yourself attractive to them because you will now be self-sufficient. You'll be contented in what you have. Use it to build your nation, build the human capital development and all that. Educate your people. Then you have a very effective country running on its own. You understand? So what we do today is just to go.
You're talking on both sides. So they get rid of the arbitrage, they get rid of the subsidy. I mean, is that not the purpose? The purpose is not to continue to borrow money to pay this, these two things, and that's what you just said right now. That they can't think outside of the box than to borrow money. Now they don't want to borrow money, but you're still complaining that they're not doing the right things. Which one is it?
The issue is not borrowing money. The issue is that what they're borrowing, they're not using it for the appropriate purpose. You understand? So borrowing money is a different thing. Using it for the appropriate purpose is another thing. So all the money we've borrowed, what are they for? It's just to service their belly. Share it in the National Assembly. Use it to pay their monthly allowances and all that. Is that borrowing? So what are the policies you are making to make sure that when you borrow a farthing, this is going towards a productive sector, either agriculture, education. Education is a very productive sector. But because we are Nigerians, we don't look at it. It's even more productive than building roads and more infrastructures. It's a very big productive sector. But because Nigerians, a lot of Nigerian citizens will benefit from it. You just look at your budget now. What are you giving to education? Some schools are receiving 12 million, 10 million. Universities, ASUs are complaining. What is it? Does it compare to private jet you bought? The money you spend to buy a private jet today, do you know how many schools and how many universities it will build, how many graduates it will build today? If they make laws that will affect education among the 6 geopolitical zone, you will see Nigeria become a light. So you don't just go and borrow money, you share it among yourself and expect the country to grow. When you share it finish, you go and borrow another one. But because many of us feel that whenever they give us 1 kilometer of road, they have done us anything good. Today, you have to suffer as a Nigerian to be able to get your child educated. Paying for school fees in Nigeria today is like paying a ransom. It costs a lot. And it's going high every day by day. But these are the basic things that the government are supposed to invest in. Because when they are doing it, it doesn't have a very it will not have
It's funny, you say paying school. I mean, training a child is like paying a ransom.
Yeah, it's like paying a ransom to them.
Just a laugh here. Wow.
I heard,
so,
but can I?
That's true. That's
education
true.
is free, right? Public education are they charging for it? Now, if you want to send your children to private school, then you have to pay for it.
Okay, let me ask a question. Okay, hold on. They do not charge as private school, probably. Yeah, they don't charge like private school, but they do. You have to pay. They call it school levy for. I don't know how much they pay now for school levy. Ever since Tinubu got there, they've been paying school levy. I remember way back then. Then Tinubu got there, they were paying school levy. And some other hidden charges that they will charge you.
Rashomon, those are like minimum fee.
We know. But the question is this: can you and I send our kids to those schools? I went to public school. I mean, I went to private, and then from private, I went to public at some point. So I went to Ibobi. I mean, just so you know.
There was a time, rational mind, that all these are public schools. Used to be. Yeah, there was a time they used to. Yeah, there was a time they used to be the pride of the where parents want to take their child to. They have more qualified teachers and all that. But today, even the one in my village now, you cannot even enter there. It's the old boys that go there and clear the glasses. Nobody wants to go there again.
But isn't that because you have to become a competition? Everybody wants to send their kid to private school. Nobody wants to send their kids to public school.
Immediately the government started
in those public schools.
Yeah, but most of today, how many governors invest in training teachers, trying to rebuild them? All these things has ended many years ago.
Come on, they still do teachers training. They still train. Come on, Ekene. They do.
What capacity today? They just.
It's just that people don't. Everybody wants to become Joneses. Nobody wants to send their kids to public school anymore.
Today, as a teacher, you cannot even agree to go to that teacher's training because at the end of the day, what are you going to gain? Teachers teach for 35 years.
Sorry.
At the end of to live a life of penury.
Adewale, are you making the argument that the quality of public school is still the same and people are just wasting their money, sending their kids to private school? Is that what you're saying?
No. It's best to send your
No, that's Adewale that was talking. I'm asking. Okay, all right.
Adewale is not Nigerian. He's a US citizen. So I don't remember when I went back to Nigeria ever since he left there. So if you want to ask, you can ask people like us that goes home once in a while. So I will tell you, and I was a teacher, so that you know that I was a teacher for some years.
That one.
So you know. So I know more about.
To add to your illustrious, you're also a teacher too.
I didn't go to teacher training college now.
Okay, I get it.
No, I went to yeah. I don't want to go into details. Let's just leave it at that. I didn't go to teachers training college. No.
So Rashomon, answer the question. Rashomon, so is the quality of public education or schools, is it the same or better? And why would people send their kids to private schools if public schools are still good?
No, the point is the schools of those yesteryears, you can't compare it to the schools of today. Hence, reason why parents they send their kids, even poor men, they rather send their kids to pay their school so that they don't even eat. They deprive themselves. Not say they cannot go to. I mean, I know I have family members that. I mean, these people they're not doing well by any standard. I mean, they would do their dad and the mom. They would just go on some kind of deprive themselves of some luxuries so that they could send those kids to the private school. Not as if those private schools too, compared to the schools that we went back then, standard then, they were not even, can't even compare to those standard that we went to public schools back then. So how much more you're not to a public school that is so degraded that there's nothing to talk about there. Even if
most of these teachers today, you take them for nothing. You pay them little or nothing. You know, I had an uncle that teach for almost 35 years. He achieved little or nothing. More than 35 years. He ended up just like so all these things. Even you as a public school teacher, when you see it, most of them are not encouraged to remain in being a public school teacher. If they find a way, they just quit. So check their salaries today. We are talking about minimum wage. You cannot even match up their minimum wage with the current economic situation of the country. But that's by the way. These are the things that the government needs to be thinking and investing much of their resources on. Then you see the Nigerian progress. Today, I don't even think with the power of private school in Nigeria today, I don't think that public school can grow again. It's very difficult because private school have been given a lot of powers and capacity to operate in every corner of this country. So I don't see them backing down. We just have few public schools that are doing well in Nigeria today. So it's quite unfortunate. So and government are not even showing any concern about it. Just share money, do this and all that. And next thing I want to say is that the governors are already planning to siphon the monies of the local government. My governor has started his own.
doing that now. I mean, that's why all of them are rushing to go and do. They're rushing to go and
Yeah.
do their what's it called? Their election, so that they could get the
Local
money.
election. So the
It's
governor
just-
of my state, the governor
So
of my
I was
state,
asking you, what's the point of this Tinubu's? Because I know these governors, they will still find a way to corrupt. To bend that ruling from the Supreme Court, because all of them are scrambling to go and to have their look at this guy. What's his name? Akpabio, the state that he comes from. PDP cleared the whole thing. Not even one APC won like. Akpabio lost everything.
No,
I mean, despite this, I don't even know what's.
I think they gave him his, he won his own local government.
You say what?
He won his own local government at Babio.
No, they said PDP cleared the whole thing now.
That's what I don't know, but
they said PDP
I
cleared
don't
the whole
know.
thing.
My concern is even Anambra State. This my professor. The way he's doing his own politics these days don't diverse me. He's even making his own Soludo. He's making his own to be a law. Guy. All the opposition are protesting against him in the state now. He wants to siphon everything. God.
Is it siphoning, or is it that it's just it doesn't? You see, let me ask you this question: is it that it's stealing the money or is siphoning the money, or it's just clueless? Because it seems to me that besides Obi, that at least by standard of all the whole governors that have ever been in that state, Obi seems to be the only best governor that Anambra has ever had. I mean, ever since 1999. That even this Soludo that we thought maybe was going to be better, only because he's more internationally exposed. He has been there, done that. He has worked for international firms and organizations. We think he's going to use that and transform Anambra. But it seems like it's even worse than Obiano that left there.
Anambra today is saying that anybody that will rule Anambra again must be a businessman. That is the policy today now. That is after all this his shenanigan and all these things that he's doing now. Anambra indigenous are saying that anybody that must rule Anambra must come from a business field. We are no longer looking for, because the guy that wrote the pistol that I was reading today, he was narrating how the confidence where Soludo has go in the world, where he has teach, a lot of things he has acquired. So coming back to play this kind of politics is something that every Anambarian didn't expect from him. It's quite everybody expects Soludo to even surpass P2B.
Okay.
In terms of government.
So, for example, do you have an example of a business person that became the governor of Anambra State in the past?
Mbadinuju was never a good governor. It was under his governor that Anambra Daba ruled. We had a school going on strike for 2 years. Hospital.
Was it a businessman? You say you want a business person to manage.
No, it's not. That one is not a businessman. He's a lawyer. He's a lawyer. So okay. and we had a very terrible state under him. It was under Obi that we had a businessman, and that is the first time we had a governor for 8 years, because we never had any governor for 8 years. It's just some 2 years, some 3 years. It's only Obiano that I think it's only that Mbadinju that govern for 4 years, because they are under the power of Oba brothers. All these political godfathers that are trying to happen in the River State today. That is what is happening in Anambra then. So if you don't obey the rules of the godfathers, the Oba brothers, the next year they kick you out. They will not even wait for the next election. They even kidnap Ngige. They kidnapped Ngige before Obi came in. So it was only Obi that was a businessman that ruled that state. And everybody in Anambra State saw the transformation. So whether other people like this or not, as far as Anambra is concerned, he still remains the best governor Anambra has ever produced. So what else? The few days ago, he went there to the money he signed for one of these medical schools. He's laid their foundation when he was a state governor. About 20 million naira. Then Obiano came in and never continued with it. Yesterday or day before yesterday, he went and paid them the money after almost 10 years or so. But these are the things he has signed the check before he left office. That the successors would have continued in that trajectory. But he neglected it. Obiano neglected it. So he went back, paid the money, gave them another 100 million naira at Insugbe. So, but when you look at it, where is those former governors? Where are them today? He's still the only former governor in the state supporting the medical field in the state. Almost all the schools in Anambra State are still getting something from him. Starting from the time he left office till today. Because he knows the importance of those medical schools, and he was the one that created them. So he never wanted to die. And they're doing very well. So if Anambra people love him, people should not be, and if we are defending him, people should not be angry about it. We know his capacity and what he has done. So even if other people don't want him to be the president of the country, but as far as Anambarians are concerned, he still remains the best. So Soludo, we think we do anything different. If you talk about insecurity today, Anambra State scores almost most of the rank insecure state in Nigeria. I wouldn't want to be saying it because other people will be laughing at us. Yesterday, we did our ERG in Lagos State at First Act. What we are supposed to be hosting in our town, Oba. We did it here in Lagos State yesterday, being Sunday. You understand? But this is another things I have to be speaking in public. We are at that gathering yesterday. Why? Because of a lot of businessmen in Lagos State, many people, many rich guys from Oba travel all the way from Oba to Lagos State also yesterday, Sunday, to celebrate it. Because nobody wants to showcase himself in the village again. You understand? So, but we have a governor. Kidnapping in the state is at the highest level now in Anambra State. The kind of kidnapping we are experiencing in that state. It's one of my guy that traveled the other. He just escaped at a gunshot at Mpo. They want to snatch his car. So
okay, I want to make a report to you. Good evening, by the way. This evening over here. I want to let you know that in the southeast, we have Anambra State, which is very close to Edodem and Yoruba. A lot of you trade and you're in Lagos. A lot of people get the impression that the rest of the southeast is like Anambra State, and it's not. Even when they're doing very well, say in Abia State, they have the best governor that's ever been a governor in the whole country. So we have to be, aperture has to be opened up to southeast, because I think you're an Anambra supremacist or something like that. I may be wrong, but
are you from Abia State, Pansat?
No, I'm not. But I call it the way I see it. I call it what I see. When you see Abia State, they do very well.
Very
well. Perhaps the Abia governor has surpassed any governor. Now, I'm not taking anything from Peter.
And then you have a thief in the Senate, in the person of what's his name?
Let me make my case to you, because what I'm saying is, here's actually my main point. A lot of Yorubas, when they see people from Anambra State, they think the rest of the Igbos are like that. We're not happy. We're not like that. We're not going to put up a lot of nonsense, right? Like I was telling the Edo people, 2 of our battalions from the further east took over the whole Benin in one day on August 7, 1967. So I don't want a lot of people who are in Lagos who see a lot of traders from Anambra, Enugu, and all that. And they think that's the rest of the southeast are like that. We're not like that. There are a lot of people further southeast, people who are not in the periphery, like Imo State, for example, where they have a bad governor. It's almost that the Fulanis are penetrating over there. There are a lot more people in the Southeast that are very unhappy with that war. And so now I've seen maybe 30 wrestling matches, and I've been a couple myself. You're never going to see somebody from further east that's going to be beat by Yoruba in a wrestling match. It's never going to happen. Some of them are short, right? And they think you could talk to them anyhow, and you can't. And those people are...
They be Apruka,
yeah, whatever. They call them all kinds of names, right? Now, myself, I'm 6'4", 280 pounds, and I'm strapped.
Whoa,
so the case I'm making is that I don't want Edo people and Yoruba people, because you see a lot of people from Anambra.
Lose that weight. You need to go lose that weight.
You think that you think you could just... that's the Holy Igbos. That's not the Holy Igbos. There's a lot of us. Ekene normally is a gentleman. He talks about what he knows, which is his place. He talks about his state. He talks about how Obi was good. Now, I say you're overdoing it. Anybody who doesn't know that Obi was the best candidate that's been put up by anybody in that continent, let them keep fooling themselves until we come. Because let me conclude by saying this. I made this case a couple of days ago. All these minorities that we talk to, we're telling you because it's in a democratic setting. That's why a minority is protected. That's why you could talk and do all that stuff. If it moves from democratic setting to where the country is ungovernable, then we're going to don our helmets and then we're going to come take out all our stuff. And we have a lot of stuff where minorities make a claim, like River State, Ijaws, Benin. We're going to take them over in a day, because the last time Ojukwu made a mistake, his eyes were on the Fulanese, who have nothing. All they have is what's in our land, in our southern Nigeria, the former eastern area, which is River State, Bayelsa, all the way to southern Kogi. All those are Biafra. If you keep making the wrong choices and you don't see people like Ekene as reasonable, and you keep arguing economics with him and he keeps trying to be a gentleman, remember, he's only been a gentleman because he's close to you guys over there. There are a lot of us in the southeast who have nothing to do with you. In essence, we're not Lagos, we're not traders, we're engineers, we're lawyers, we're nuclear engineers. And we're gonna kick ass, right? And that's it. If you don't want to do it democratically by making the right choices, and you just keep thwarting everything, you see a good candidate, you don't want to Peter Obi, you say, oh, you know, it's not good. He traded somewhere and stuff, and you make the wrong choice, because you can only do that in a democratic setting. In a military setting or Wild West, you as a minority, you have nothing, because in a day you're going to be overrun, taken over. We've done it in the past. Like I said, we went from in a day from Aba to Benin in one day, and then declared, made them a republic. It's called the Republic of Benin. Check it. So August 9, 1967. We made them a republic there, and the Guinness Book of World Records as the shortest lived republic. So now if we could do that in a day, let's say they've improved by now, we're doing 2 days. So that's why I'm saying...
You did not do that. Now, you mean you did not do that. It was Banjo, Victor Banjo that took over. Are you talking about the Civil War? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm saying, I'm giving you a date certain. On August 9th, 1967, we came through like hot knife on border, and we swept through all that, took all of them over.
Yeah, but then it was
and the leader, David Edjo, got on the bike and he was running, and we got in the film. We're laughing.
You're not putting the history right. It's okay. I don't want to argue this with you for now.
No, it's true. Okay, you know what? Do you have ability to play a video? You have an ability to play a video. I'll give you the video. You play it right now.
I don't have access, like I said. I don't have
access. When you have access, I'll give it to you. Go ahead.
One man comes back.
This issue of people saying, why are you not living in Anambra, this and that? I checked the record when Obi was governor. A lot of us we are in that state now, enjoying ourselves. Opi work are very peaceful. Go to Onitsha, come back anytime you want. Very peaceful state. In fact, one I have his full music by Morocco Madoka.
Anambra
Why do
was
you
very
keep
peaceful.
saying it though? Here's my problem. Why do
When
you
was
keep every
Anambra
day?
peaceful?
Why don't
Ekene?
say it anymore, right? Don't worry. It's the truth. Everybody
No
knows
worry.
that. Don't
No
say it
problem.
anymore. Just leave it alone.
If you don't know that, if you don't know that, go and Google it by the IG of police. It's not
My
it's not
brother,
just a mere comment. It's a
that
reality.
state has
But
been in
my
trouble.
problem is not what happened then. My problem is what is happening today. What a professor is doing to my state is my problem today. Which I think he would, because I'm a very open-minded person. When I see you doing anything bad, I will call you out. I don't care where you come from. Today, yeah, the other day I commended the Enugu governor. I never knew that guy will have something to put up than this professor we have today. And he's coming from a business field. So whenever you see businessman controlling the economy of a state, no matter how bad that person is, there must be a difference. There must be a difference. Mba is a businessman. Today he is doing something extraordinary as a businessman in Enugu State.
Hey,
And I
can you
commend
hear
him so
me?
much. You understand? So, but the problem, I don't know the problem with
Can
all
I
these
hold on?
professors.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead. Thanks.
So I don't know the problem we have with all these professors.
Here's the
These
link
people
for
that think they,
German, I wish you could see the link I'm posting for you. Go and check it out because you have no respect for Southeasterners. I've been telling you, we came through there like hot knife on butter, and we're coming back. I want you to know that. We're coming back. If you don't want to do it democratically, make the right choices, and you're always talking, disrespecting us, we'll come there. We stopped that monarchy, threw it out, made you a republic. David Ajo ran away. You know, all the time you say, Ojukwu ran away.
leave that alone.
I posted the link for him if they want to play here, so you could see what happened.
So
it's my biography.
It's a very sad situation. This is a very sad situation in my state, and
let me ask you a question. So is he still under suspension from his
who is that?
What's his name? Soludo.
I think, yeah, he's still under because you know what he's doing today is just trying to with Tinubu and the winner, which he has done in the local government now. So let's see what happens. What if I tell you the activity of this guy? It's not somebody's not telling me. If you know the Aboros from my village, go. The guy that this guy is building up for the next electional mind, fear go catch you. Now me they tell you. This one no be say somebody tell me, somebody not tell me. The youth leader of my
okay, go on.
Yeah, the youth leader of the way he has empowered that guy for the next election is something that I never witnessed that a professor will ever do. But let's be watching him because I know definitely he might win that second time. The way he's empowering those youth and he's creating animals out of them, and these are the problem we are having in Anambra State today. He's creating animals out of them. And that is why all this politics of Togre and all this, I don't really like it because even Fufubara we are praising today, tomorrow might turn out to be another the next week. So it's not very all that good to be praising him, saying that you win week. Everything has to be decent. People condemn P2B politics, but you don't know the kind of politics he's trying to play. When he plays good, people say he played too good. When he play decent, people say he plays too decent. They want him to be rough.
That's why I'm begging you. I'm begging you from today, right? I'm respectfully, I'm begging you. Don't ever come here again to elucidate or extol the virtues of Peter Obi. Those who don't want to see, they don't care. They don't want to hear that. They just hear you being tribal. And in my case, I hear you being clannish, actually, right? He is the best person who's put himself up to run for office in Africa. Everyone knows that. There are some who don't want to accept it. So one of the things you have to do here, because you proffer economics, you're on the ground, you tell us how much petroleum is. There are people who challenge you here. Eventually they're wrong. Just have a wider aperture.
I don't have any time to preach to anybody to accept. I don't even in 20, I will not do that. So, but I will continue to speak of the man I know. But I will not even beg anybody to do the needful. I will not even do that. You understand?
So, but I would just let the country go the way they want. Whenever they are tired and they're tired of tribalism and all these things, they will come back to them. Maybe by that time, Obi will tell them, I'm not eager to go again because I know the man I'm supporting. Maybe in the next few years, he will tell you that I'm tired, I want to go and rest. So you people should stop disturbing me. You understand? So we just have to be praying that we have another of him, somebody that will have his kind of mindset. We'll build another good political space that will accommodate that such character to lead this country.
Okay, let me ask a question. So, are you saying are you sure this guy is not going to decamp to APC or Soludo?
Everything is possible now. I think even though he's in Apoga, he's working for Tinubu as I'm talking to you today. Even though he's in Apoga,
he's a very, very bad actor. We have
he's a very, very bad.
The same thing. That guy is one. Even the Enugu governor, even though they're doing good, they're talking nonsense. Like I said before.
Yeah, even the Enugu governor, but at least Enugu governor is somehow reasonable that he's even doing some things in his state. But this one is not even doing anything. You don't know the kind of security we experience during the time of P2B. Since he left office, we never experienced it as a state.
Come on there. When he was a governor, there was no good security in Anambra. Come on there.
No problem, Adewale, but I still know that the vehicles and the vigilantes is set up in my village. We are still using it today. And those things are dilapidated today.
Is that the reason why the Biafra agitator was founded in the river?
That one is a work of the federal government that you guys are still doing today, using powers of the federal
brother. This story
to say that Biafra will not go. Even me today, the way I stand today in Nigeria today, I think I will not feel anybody if anybody call me a Biafran. I will not feel bad again if anybody call me a Biafran, because I think most of the things said by Nnamdi Kanu is almost what is happening today in Nigeria. So why should I feel ashamed if what my father identified with, if I identify with it? You understand? Biafra is never a bad ideology. It's you people that is creating it to be a bad ideology. It's never. It's just for good governance. We desire something good. We want more. Oriva wants some more. We need a better society. So if we cannot achieve that as a one Nigerian, then you better give us Biafra to go and achieve it ourselves. You cannot just keep a group of people in one cave, in one corner, and continue to elect dullards to be operating the minds of intellectuals. It's quite unfortunate. That's the society we are. So, and when you talk about regional government, somebody from nowhere will come and say, hey, this regional government will not work, and you die it off. You understand? So what I want is something good, a better society. If today getting Biafra will give me a better society, good electricity, 24 hours electricity, good roads, good infrastructure, good hospital, good schools, why will I be wallowing in this kind of government that we are having today in Nigeria? These are nonsense government. These are governments of no direction now. If Biafra will have a very good direction of all these things I've just mentioned, why won't I be a Biafran? Would they put sugar in your mouth and you pour it out? It's never done that way. So if you want a progressive Nigeria, elect good leaders. Elect good leaders that will pioneer the affairs of this nation. Not all these things that you guys are supporting, saying that you are clapping for criminals. You are clapping for criminals. You are clapping for political class. You are championing political class. This one, so why do this? You go to the street of everywhere, talking nonsense. No policy, no law, no rule of law. You want your court is disorganized, your police is disorganized, everything is disorganized. Is that how it operates in that society you are living in? It's not operating in that manner. Everything is well organized, rule of law is working there, and you are enjoying it. That is why you are still there, doing very well. But in your own country, you cannot advocate for good rule of law, good policing, everything. You cannot advocate for it. It's just to support one man and say, yeah, this one, this. covering all these nonsense policies, you know that they are fraudulent policies for their selfish interest. So,
Can you want to wrap up? Babati, are you there? Are you still there, Babati? So that we'll go to Babati.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
All right. So you want to wrap up?
I would just say that everything, when you see the way it works out there, I see this Elon Musk campaigning for Trump. I am very happy about it. I have a lot of positive things to take out from there. You see a big man like Elon Musk coming out to campaign fully because he knows that even if Trump loses, no government policy will affect his business, because it is his right to support his candidate openly. Tell people to go and register, vote Trump, this and all that. But today in our society, if you see somebody like Dangote, somebody like all these Otodela, many of these, all these rich men, they cannot come out and campaign. They will be hiding, because whenever you mention one candidate from your mouth, if the other one win, then your business will be truncated. That's the kind of society that a lot of you here are supporting.
Did you hear what he said today in his interview today?
Who?
Elon Musk. He said
no, I didn't.
If Trump loses, he's fucked, and he's truly fucked. So no matter what it is,
I don't think. How is he?
That is his assumption that maybe he thought that everybody would be vindictive.
Hold on. You see, I've had this debate with his prince that is still here. I think it's here. I've had this debate with him that you see, Elon Musk is just an hypocrite like the rest of the Republicans. I mean, it's really this MAGA Republicans, because this is an idiot who made billions of dollars from renewable energy. I mean, clean energy. I mean, he owns Tesla. He owns this Tesla. What's it called? What's this? This electricity panel. I mean, solar panel. I mean, he's doing what's it called now? This rocket going to space. I mean, these are kind of like renewable energy, but Republicans, they are anti, like especially this guy that talks about windmill every day. Like I said, windmill is his problem. Trump. He talks about windmill. So, but then we're talking about renewable energy, alternative energy.
Right. That's
It's billions, bro. And then this idiot is supporting
rational mind.
A party that is against his kind of business, because Republicans, what they're against is like, oh, fossil fuel. But dig more, bring more coal, bring more.
Rational mind.
Yeah, that's what they think. I don't know what the guys.
You are taking a canoe to where you don't know. Why are you changing course?
It's just not really you, Kenny. I'm talking to. It's just because.
No, but what I want to understand in that space, what I don't even know. I don't care who wins. I don't care who wins or who Elon Musk is supporting. Yeah,
I agree with you that anybody should be ready. I mean, should be free to come and support their candidates. That's America.
Yes, that is my point.
The only thing I'm talking about is where he said I am effed if Trump loses is a lie, because right now he's making billions of dollars from renewable. From clean energy.
Whatever happens, who even make profit, I don't care. My point is that we have a lot of hypocritical billionaires in Nigeria that is keeping our country down. It's very difficult for a big man today to come out and say, I support Tinubu, I support Obi, They will only do it underground. But seeing that video of Elon Musk going around following his candidates gives me a lot of joy. I don't care their policies. And that's how a country should be run. People should express their view. You don't see them calling themselves names, saying Elon Musk is from this place, this one is from this place, this one is... No. They were expressing their political views, and people are buying to it. People that don't want to buy are not buying. That's what politics should be. So I admire you so much. I don't know what that living there that will know the one that will favor you.
Oh, who do you admire? Elon Musk.
These guys were able
Trump.
No, they
Elon Musk or Trump.
Politics they are operating. I admire people are able to express their view. And especially from this elite.
Which
you understand?
Did you say you supported? Trump or Elon Musk?
What? Musk. Yeah. The kind of support he's giving to Trump and doing it openly. You can never see it from Dangote. You can never see it from Otodela. You can never see it from
National Mind, could you
mention
let
a
him
lot of them. You can never see it from them.
from that stage?
They would rather remain and want to bring the country down.
What you going, man?
Yeah,
National Mind,
I think
can you let him, Nigeria Man,
a lot of people, Nigeria wants to come in, but why did one man lock up the whole place?
one man probably went to drive some Uber or something like that. But look, I'm gonna let me post a link for you, Ekene, and there's some people in the comment section that are saying to people who are in Lagos to go back home. If South is that good, go back home. Why are you in Lagos? Now, the reason why I'm posting, let me post just 2 links. I want people, either those who have access, because one man is not here to play it, because there's something a lot of Nigerians don't know, and they should be proud. Southeastern villages some of them are more beautiful than Switzerland. You don't know what you have, right? People who are in Lagos, they're not there because of the beauty. These 2 videos I play give you a flavor of even our villages. They're better than Switzerland. It's not like because you're close to Anambra there and you're close to Enugu and they come and they're talking. For example, only Ekene will be trying to convince you guys as much as he does. Why? We don't have to convince anybody. You don't want to know the truth? Fine.
Pastor, do I have to be showing them? If they think if it is because of building, that will be staying in Lagos. I have a better building in the village than Lagos now. So what are you telling me? It's not because of building now.
Go and look at it. These are Igbo villages. There's nowhere you live.
It's not because of building. I have more comfort. I have more peace in village. But I have to discomfort myself from that comfort and come and look for something to do, to eat, provide for my family, provide for my father, provide for my mother. That's what I'm doing in Lagos.
Let them play it so that AB on the comment section. See, they don't believe me.
It's not because of building. It's not because of building. It's not because of
Switzerland, right?
It's not because of
everybody has a mansion.
The land we did our ERG in Lagos State was bought by my community people. We bought it and built it. A very big, magnificent building.
So,
we did not hire you.
Platform, you better bring your village when you come here, because I want to.
We did not hire it. It's Oba Patriotic Union. Oba Patriotic Union, Lagos branch. Go and check their building in Amowandofi, their land, the space. We didn't steal it. We paid money for it. We acquired it and built it. So, the right to even use it to do our ERG. Because if we don't use it, what is the need of buying it? That is why we hold our meeting almost once a month. So it's not because of building. It's not because of all these things that you guys are complaining. So, but we have to accept each other. But if you don't want one Nigeria, we can still make it the other way around. Rational Mind, where is Prince? I want to hear Prince Daddy. I want to hear his American politics.
Prince Daddy, yeah, but I think
no, don't never reference Prince Daddy for American politics. Never, ever, ever. Okay.
Prince Daddy is always a Trumper. He's a Trumper.
Yeah, these are MAGA people. When you needed the in-depth analysis of American politics, contact me, contact Rational Mind, contact who else is on our side there? Okay, man of prestige. Never ever call Prince Daddy. Okay.
But Adewale, I think Trump might win his election. Trump might win election.
The chances is there, but it's just we never know. October is bringing some surprises, but not enough. But I'm keeping my finger crossed.
Early voting.
I'm voting next week. It depends on state by state. Yeah, our state is always backward.
Wisconsin, right?
No, I live in the center of racism, the Lone Star State.
Okay, all right. And you Lone Stars. Don't mess with
don't mess with Texas. Why is everybody?
Yeah, I mean, so everybody's dropping. You know, my dropping because
Oh, don't drop. Oh, if you drop this,
no, I
if
don't.
you
I mean,
if
I
you
think
drop,
that's
I will
my
find a way to kick Pansat away from the platform so that it will be only me only. And I'll be able to propagate my
Your
narrative.
propaganda.
Oh yeah, my propaganda. Where I'm looking forward to the day where I will have this platform to myself.
you say like you
Nobody
start
will
talking.
interject me. There will be no boost grass. They're already saying that I speak low and I also have a monotone. Don't worry, I will keep you guys relaxed one day so that I won't have.
But
I haven't talked to
Adwale,
Pansat in a long
I want to ask you something. That thing that
time.
those your former governors said that the Southwest should support Tinubu even for 8 years itself. What is your thought? Are you whether he performs or not? Because the man acknowledges that things are not going well, but at least the Southwest must surely give him support. What is your? I never heard you guys argument on that.
And then hold on, let me put another one to him too, so that you can take everything together. And then he talk about what Awolowo could not achieve. You see, I mean, I was like, when I had it, I was like, look at these idiots. I mean, I'm sorry to call them idiots, and I'm just calling them idiots because me it's just atenuje. But you probably say atenuje. What they're going to eat, go make them get sense as an elderly people. So he said, what Awolowo could not achieve, he achieved it, and we told him to wait to wait for many years. He wanted to throw himself into the politics, but said no, just wait at the right time. We'll tell you to how to go. Now he came in. Now this is the right time, right? And he came. Look at what he's doing. So my question is this: don't you think it's an insult that Oshoba, is it Oshoba, Olusegun Oshoba, and the other one will be talking of comparing Awolowo to this guy from Lagos or this guy from Iragbiji?
Is Awolowo a deity now?
Is that what?
Is Awolowo a deity? Is Awolowo?
Well, don't get me wrong. I don't pedestalize humans. I mean, I'm just
I know
saying.
you respect the dead. I mean, as
For
a
me,
Yoruba man,
Awolowo
but
is the greatest Yoruba man that has
he
ever lived.
spoke the truth.
No, it's
Awolowo
not.
couldn't
It's
be.
what we said that what Awolowo could not get, he got it as a progressive. The crap he was talking about. What does that even mean?
That is your own opinion, but the man spoke his mind because he knew how the journey has been. You know, the other day, I hope Gatoni will not come and criticize me on this because the day I spoke against Awolowo, the man almost, slapped me from his phone. He was so mad and so pissed off at me. But that is the truth. Where Awolowo could not step into it, Tinubu did. He became the president, one way or the other. Look, Ekene, if I'm to give it straight, I will tell you this: I support that statement, not because I'm a Yoruba man.
So
You know,
Bubu that spent.
hold on. A tree does not make a bush.
But then we're
Now,
asking this question now. Bubu that spent 8 years.
that is boo boo. You
Hold on.
cannot compare boo boo.
How has his Fulani stocks? His own
Listen,
Fulani ethnicity that hardly benefited.
the way we analyze Nigerian policy sometimes, when I listen to the way we look at it, the view, the prism where we actually derive our opinion from, can be very, very myopic because we don't understand the depth of that politics or what actually makes that country Nigeria. We look at it from the surface. We have interaction in the marketplace, in the churches, in the mosque, but it goes deeper. It goes really super, super deeper. But because we don't want to talk about those factors, we always look at, Nigeria and say, oh, yes, we're individual. Yeah, Oshoba actually hit the bulls in the eye. Let me tell you something. You know, you I am a foremost Ekiti before I see myself as a Nigerian. It shouldn't be. I agree it shouldn't be that way. But that is how we are as a nation, individual. That is how we have always been. But yes, is it possible to let go, to drop that, and to embrace one nation? Yes. But you see, except we want to forget our past. Look, we were once a nation before they merged and mold everybody together to become a nation. And it's going to take a lot of compromise on every sector of Nigeria to be able to become one entity. And that actually beg for the unity, or should I say, the loyalty of the subjects in Nigeria. Because right now, people don't usually see it that they have something they needed to offer to the country other than to take away from it. Look, If Tinubu fail, we will all fail. And that's the reason why the Yoruba elders or the entire country should not support him. Every day, the British people pray for their kings and their queens. Why? Because they expect their leader to lead them into the right path and pray for them. You can't change their mind, but you can only pray that God touches their mind or their soul to make the right decision for you and your generation unborn. So when he
So
called upon the leaders,
we should just waste another 8 years to support
it's
one
not
man.
about wasting. You see, let me tell you something. It's not
No,
about
no,
wasting.
let me make some arguments with you. Do you know the life? Do you know? Let me make some arguments with you. Do you know the life that is involved? Do you know the youthful age that are being wasted? Do you know all these things? Do you know the careers that are not being built? Do you know the generation that will pass within that 8 years? Do you know? Just because of one man ambition, we have to just allow it to please that one man. It's
Well,
quite unfortunate.
you did not.
Let me
You
tell
have
you.
a voice
Let me
and you
tell you.
have a vote. Comes
Let me.
2027.
That's
All
we
Nigerians
know.
have, and I'm telling you this. All Nigerians, see, it goes beyond you even all Nigerians casting their votes as well, because the way things are in Nigeria, the stability of each region will determine how peaceful that country will be. And without having it in black and white, there's always come to that agreement that there'll be some type of, power rotation whereby certain region will be able to keep power. But you see, that is what actually brought these agitations and this, uproar that we have now in our
The,
politics, because
the
the
problem.
Southeast should not be the one occupying the Aso Rock right now. But
The
one
problem
way
that
or the
I want to tell you this. I want to tell you this. Adewale, you talking about South occupying a position. I want to tell you that whenever Nigerian decides to give Southeast an opportunity to govern this country, and the Southeast look at that person, and he's not qualified to present a good leadership, I will tell you that person will not get 70% support of the Southeasterners. Go and mark it down.
and that is what happened this time around too. The person that they presented wasn't
So
up to
I
par.
want to tell you that the Southeast are not even interested in all this giving them power and all that. If you want to believe it, believe it.
You don't have
The only
the region
people that
doesn't
I
have to
know,
support.
the
Look, the region doesn't have to support him. If you guys
yeah, let
presented
me finish. The
someone
other people can
and
support
then
him. Other
other
people can
part of
support
the
that person.
country decided to embrace him, there's nothing you guys can do.
The only reason the Southeastern want president in Nigeria is for good governance. The only people that I know that may support him may be the political class,
Forget
because
good
they know that
governance.
their interest will protect.
Ekene, forget good governance. It's not today. We've heard all those rhetoric in the years.
Okay, nobody. Me.
You see, Nigeria politics is not about good governance. Let's put it that way. In fact,
Adewale, don't drag every. I don't drag people mindset to that. I will not have such mindset. I can never. What I want to do in Nigeria
that is
is a
how it's
good.
always be.
Let me finish. Me as an individual, or many business people that I know, what we want is a good economic policy that will sustain our business. I don't care who governs. I don't care.
Yeah, you
And
do.
when we come out and say that this among these leading candidates, these people don't have that kind of policy that will sustain our economy. We know what we know what we are talking about. Today, what is Bola Tinubu doing to sustain a good economic policy? Because as a businessman, my concern is always economy. Economy. Once the economy is moving well, I think that is why I have my area of interest much. I don't think I have
They
any
decided to
problem.
take you guys away from rent-seeking economy by embracing, capitalism, in which the market determined the price. And you guys said no. The government said need to, dabble into it and have a say in it and ensure that there's no crowd gouging and all that.
I want to give Niger man some things. Good governance. Why is the Southeastern not developed? I just laugh at this guy when he says Southeast is not developed. You cannot just stay in one corner and say Southeast is not developed. That you see a lot of Southeasterners in every space in Nigeria today doesn't mean that Southeast. The best state, the best town in Nigeria today, or is Ableba. Google it. It's a small London.
Where in
Go to
Anambra?
where in Abia State.
I just
Even
posted
even
the
when
video.
Abia State,
I posted the
even
video.
when Abia State, even when Abia State has bad road, that's that part of the country. If you go there, you will think you are living in another world. Then you go to Nnewi, you go to Onitsha. Before Nigeria thinks, before
So,
other part of the nation start
so
think of
these
building
places
a.
you mentioned, Ekene, these places you mentioned, that they are like a small London. How come there's still a massive, you know, urban rural migration? People still coming into that
No,
Abuja
it's not
and
about
everywhere.
migration. You people don't understand how. You
Let me
people don't
answer.
So
understand how
what makes it the best?
how an
What
average
makes it the best
how
town
an
if
average
there's no
Southeasterner
economic
thinks.
presence?
Let me answer that.
Adwale, let me give you this. You people don't understand how an average Southeasterner think. When you talk about progressive, I just laugh at you people. You don't know what to think. You don't know what thinking about progressive is all about. You don't have when you think about progressive mindset, it's not just sitting in one corner. You sit in one zone trying to make a progressive effort. It doesn't work like that. Southeasterners are sojourners. They are adventurers. They don't sit in one corner to talk about progressive. When you see a Southeasterner have a good mansion in village, probably when you go to Lagos, you will also see his mansion in Lagos. He developed his village and he developed the city where he stays. That is progressive.
You know,
You don't
when
you
you
do it
arrogate that trait,
the two
that
sideways.
Southeasterner are sojourner, what am I doing in America if I'm not also a sojourner? I think it's in the general thing, it's not limited to Southeast. The fact that we left our villages, moved to the city in Nigeria before even traveling abroad shows that we have the same thing in our blood. So it's not just a Southeastern
I
trait.
posted a video for you. Did you click on it, Adewale?
No,
I posted two videos.
So those places you mentioned, those
Adewale, you
places
can
you
defend
call.
your
Wait,
own. You
let me
can
just
defend
answer
your.
for 1 second. Give me 1 second. Go ahead. What did you say? Adewale, go ahead. What did you say?
You know, your brother was saying that the Southeasterners are sojourner by nature, is in nature. And I tried to correct him that it's not just only Southeasterner that are sojourner. Every Nigerians, that leaves their domain are sojourner. We all have that in common. That's
Okay.
why you and I are, not in Nigeria, but we're not in America,
Right.
right?
Okay. That's a lot of point there, obviously, where people are not falling from the moon and the other ones falling from Mars. Where Africans, we're human beings, we have things in common, but we're talking about scale. Now, you guys make people like Ekene and myself talk the way we do, but I don't have the patience to tell you what you already know, because I know you are a smart guy. You hear you.
Don't patronize me,
Hold on, let me land. So you've been on this platform.
Guys, I'm going to bed. Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Oh, Sherma, I've had it with the pastor before. It's not today. I'm ready for them.
If you don't let me talk, like I gave you the
No, I'm responding to what a very nice person posted, not you, Pastor.
Okay, so nice person. That's right. She's nicer than me. That's true. But what I'm saying is that there's no need to keep on telling you what you already know, because you already shown your character here during the last election, right? 2023. It was clear the choices we have. You've said a lot of things. Now we're leaving the aftermath of that election, right? To judge you according to your own judgment. Let's just say you're being sincere, and the stuff you were spewing then is really what you believe. You haven't come here to apologize. You're supposed to come here. Yeah, yes, you. You're supposed to come and say, you know what? I thought Tinubu was going to fix this economy.
I wish Nigeria is in this
country. It's not when I say something that you disagree with, you start talking. Let me land and I pass it over to you. And I'm saying that you came here on the big picture. We campaigned. Nigerians had a choice to choose between good and evil. You chose evil at the time. And you got your wish. And then we're living through that nightmare where not even a modicum of truth came from your mouth here. right? Because you knew this guy very well. You're a Yoruba guy, and you know that Tinubu is not equal to the task. Now, if you're a decent person, the first thing you're going to do here is to come here and apologize to Nigerians and say, you know what, I was wrong, or I was lying to you. I believe it was the latter. But no, what you want to do is to come here and say because people travel to other countries. How many Yorubas are
Hold it right there. Let me correct
Just
you on
one more
that
thing.
before you start getting into your
Okay,
nonsense
go
journey.
ahead. Go ahead.
Let me correct you.
Yeah.
At first I didn't support him, but later on I supported him. And among the three, he was the most qualified. And I'll tell you the reason why I picked him. Number
No
one.
need. Let me finish.
Okay, cool. And I'll tell you, as of the present, let me tell you something. The problem of Nigeria, the economic problem that we found ourselves, did not start from this administration. But I'll tell you, he's doing everything he's going to throw at it to stabilize it. Maybe not Nigerians, but the three candidates have an understanding that the path they're going to take when they become president, first and foremost, they both agree that they're going to remove the subsidy. And two, likely that they're going to vote the naira. Now, what you see happening now is that we'll be having a rent-seeking economy for a very long time. And there's no way you can continue to throw money into an empty basket by paying subsidy, and the Nigerians are not feeling the impact of that. How do you stabilize? Number one, you have a policy. Now, I think it's the only mistake that he's making right now. Because even if this almighty Obi that is the president, or what is it called?
All right, let me
Hold on, I haven't even landed.
Hold on. I've heard what you're saying. Go and tell that to the judge. Go to court with that kind of talk.
I don't have to go to the court.
All
The
I'm
court
saying
already
is
make the pronouncement. Why should I go to court?
Listen
Go to
now,
court for?
I heard you out, and I don't blame you for trying to find excuses. Right? It's woeful. It's not like there's one
You
area.
didn't let me finish my statement. You just took
No,
it's
my turn. I gave
the
you a
middle.
chance.
You always do this. Anyway, go ahead with your.
No, it's only three of us. You're gonna have a chance. All I'm saying is that during the campaign, right, that's when you make a case why somebody should be president, right? So for you to come back now, do you think that propaganda? A lot of Nigerians, when they hear it, they see right through you.
There's no propaganda anywhere.
Hold on. If it is, are you gonna be interjecting every minute? I'll round up in a couple of minutes so you could say your piece. I think it's Ekenest if he wants to yield to you. But I'm saying to you that it's tiresome when you come, you're not ashamed of the one you've done already, right? You came here and you spoke that Tinubu built Lagos. This is what you expect from him. And none of it, zero. It's not like it's one thing. I mean, you should tell us what's working instead of what's not working. There's so many things that are not working. There's nothing. He's an irresponsible person, right? Completely irresponsible. There is not even one mother. Now, before you didn't know, but now you know. So if you try to defend something that is so horrible, it becomes some kind of mania. It means that you're sick in the head or something. You have a lot of people starving in the country. He's nowhere to be found. He's not equal to the task. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Somebody says he buys aircrafts here. He does this, he does that. He's gone to France or gone to London. And when he comes back, he meets with
I think you guys are just being small-minded when it comes to that aircraft of a thing.
No, I don't hop on it. I don't hop on it.
Listen, you guys are always small.
Can I say something? Please?
Go ahead.
I care about Niger man this night. I want to respond to most of the things he said. He said the poorest zone in the country is the southeast, and not is it not? What did he mention there? How did you mention a poor zone? You mentioned them by their education affordability. They how assess their educational quality. You understand? Their human capital development index. Check the southeast. Check other regions.
My brother,
Compare it
is
even
it
for
today
your
you
state.
have all those mushrooms, educational
No,
center
no,
that is
it's not
collapsing, and
most wrong. It's not
it's
most
a
wrong.
known
When you
fact.
come to
It's not
when
today.
you
You forget about all this
no,
educational
no,
stuff you're
but
talking about.
somebody that feels educated and come and say
Model, those schools
Southeast,
are using from the southeast. It comes from
you have
Lagos
to
State.
bring your analysis, the indices, what you use to mention it. You cannot just come and open mouth and write something you don't know about. You understand? Let me tell this Niger man. When I brag about Anambra State or my state, is because I have one of the best public schools in Nigeria today, functioning very well. If not,
And you
you can
just said
Google it.
earlier, hold on, Ekene, you said you berated a public school that they are not good, that nobody attend those schools anymore. But
If
you
I talk
also
about
claiming
my
that
own public school in my state, mention your own public school. Tell me.
there are plenty. Even my alma mater is still there.
I travel around the door a few months ago. I couldn't see any better public school than my own. I couldn't see any. I'm not bragging.
Ekene, so
I'm not bragging. No,
have you ever questioned?
I hardly see a public school in Edo State that even have a fence.
Ekene,
But
have you ever
even on my own village, even my village, all the public school in my village has fence. They fence it. But
Because
I can tell Nigerian
there are
that
not
even in
there are
Edo
not
State,
so
I
many.
can
Not
hardly
many.
see a public school as it. So, but my point is, when you talk about, he says how this is not developed, this and that and all that.
Is it?
Go to CK, go to DMGS, go to Our Lady School, go to all of these schools. These are schools that my former governor Peter Obi made what it is today, and they are still blooming, going
So
very
you are taking
high.
your word back.
The infrastructure is still
Ekene,
there.
you are taking your word back. You said earlier that those public schools are moribund. They are not up to no good. That's what you said earlier. That their teachers were not trained. That they can't even afford to train them. That's what you said.
No,
And now you are
when
boasting about the
when
best
I'm
school
talking
in your
about that,
state.
I'm talking in general. I'm talking in general terms. Nigerians, what I'm not. If I want to put up one man achievement, that is when I brag about the public school in my state, and that is Peter Obi's achievement in terms of education. You
He
understand?
didn't
So that is what
achieve jack,
that's
man.
what
He
I'm
didn't
doing.
achieve anything.
So in a general terms, when you want to, because when we speak at Nigerian. You check about the public school in Nasarawa and Katsina in order to check what they look like. You understand? But when I want to speak about an achievement of a person, what he has done to improve public school in my state, which is Obi, I will give you numbers, facts, and they are still there, functioning. You understand? So if other governors can emulate those track record and implement it in their states, then maybe today we'll have one of the best public school in Nigeria. You understand? That's the point I'm making. So, when you check about his time as a governor, our position in academic, today Abia State has taken over because they have a functioning governor who values education.
Who?
Abia State has taken over. You understand? So, but when you see these guys talk about development, this and that, where is your state in all these things that I'm mentioning here? When have they come out first, either in WAEC or NECO? None. What is their position?
I want Adewale to respond to where he got it wrong in the last campaign. Tell us, you said Tinubu is going to be good for the country. Could you tell me what went wrong from your analysis? Because you were ubiquitous on the internet, right? Forget about regional and tribal stuff. Just tell us. You got it
I never
so
got it
wrong.
wrong. No, I never got it wrong.
Okay, tell me how you didn't get it wrong.
I did not. I never, and I did not get it wrong. And I'll tell you, before I make my decision to support him, when he was being interviewed in one of the town hall that he did, he talked about long-term goal and a short-term goal, and he understood that the country is going to face enormous trouble. Number one, part one of it is economic, and second one is corruption, and he's taking it one after another, and he's trying to identify how corruption can be tamed or reduced in a way that it won't be holding each other to the court. and he was able to identify. Hold on.
mean,
He was able to identify
that's a
that.
funny thing.
Would you let me finish,
No.
please?
What I'm saying, don't do that, right? Don't do that.
So
I asked
I'm
you
not
a
the kind
simple
of person
question.
that will be, joining issues
Pastor,
and doing all this
let's hear his narrative. So that we can.
unnecessary discussing
I want to ask him a
unnecessary
question.
issues.
I want to understand what he's saying before I
And
ask
he
him a question.
said, and he said the judiciary has to be strengthened. After all, they are the third arms of government, and they needed their independence, financial independence, because we now continue to pay them little and expect them to, perform their job optimally. So what did he do? He kept his promise, and he strengthened by ensuring that the Judiciary Commission, the body that are responsible for the management of that area, give them increase in salaries and take care of those justices and judiciary workers. So, and also, let's look at the economy, because everybody is talking about what he has done right, what he has not done right, and it's globetrotting, and it's not attracting investors. Let me tell you, maybe we should remind ourselves in 1999, when Obasanjo became president. For more than 1 year of his first tenure, he was globetrotting. He was moving around, traveling around. As a matter of fact, he was criticized for the same thing up to the time we started yielding the result. I think towards the second or the third year of his administration, where that was when they started, creating this EFCC, ICPC, and everything, and now that we were having uh, Paris Club, forgiving our debt and all that. All those things started yielding result, not immediately. It was criticized. I remember very well. But you see, um, as a Nigerian, we believe in immediate gratification, and that is the bane of our development, because we cannot see beyond. Yes, feels like a spoiled kid that has been, given pocket money, pampered, and all of a sudden, all those things ceased, and we're like, well, no, I'm entitled to this as a child. Why should I? After, okay, my dad, you're not supposed to even buy new clothes, but you're buying new clothes. All those things are immaterial. Earlier, somebody mentioned about aircraft and why was the presidency by aircraft. Look, I was watching the George Bush inauguration and the last day of Bill Clinton in the office, and I looked at his official vehicle that was, that brought him, that took them to the capital. And I laughed. So this is the official car that was being used. But when the one that they are now using was procured, I think it was during the era of George Bush, nobody said, oh, and I could tell you why. When George Bush was leaving, the economy was on the downward side. And nobody said, oh, why are we buying aircraft for the airport? Why are you doing this? Why must we buy the bigger airport? We must live there, in a very what do you call it now? Not in an ostentatious way. And I'm like, and I laugh. Government is not run that way. Yes, we have to make adjustment. But I'll tell you this, the guy hasn't done badly. Yes, things are hard in Nigeria. But what he has done,
Fishing expedition, right? We're talking about Tinubu, you're talking about George Bush. Let me say,
no, I'm making reference because we seems to share a peak when it comes to
30 seconds so somebody else can speak now.
you see, you guys tend to share a peak with the one that suits you guys the most.
But
I'm trying to make references.
let me ask you something. So, in all these things you just mentioned here now, are you saying that Nigeria is progressing economically? Is that your point?
It is not immediate, but I can bet you it will come back together.
Well, let me make a quick submission for you to know that it takes a business mind to govern a country, and somebody like Bola Tinubu, who has never been into business, I don't
Who
think
told you
he
that?
has been. I don't see any business he has done successfully apart from politics. So the ones you guys mentioned, what did you say he worked in as a is it a accountant or I never as an accountant I don't see the accountant
he's trying to prove in this Nigerian economy. But to you guys, well, good luck. I'm yet to see anything to prove every point that you made about him. But you know, when you guys neglect little things that improve economy and think that this, when you go and pluck money from the tree to build an economy, I laugh. You think building an economy is going abroad to borrow money all the time? Nobody is saying that borrowing is not good. Borrowing is good. But accountability plays a lot of role in building an economy. See, let me tell you, if you open a shop today at the Wale and you are selling at 50,000 naira a day, your profit is 10,000 naira out of that 50,000 naira, and you are spending 11,000 naira or 12,000 naira a day, you are bound to fail. No matter how you want to waste it. And that is what you guys are doing. What are you generating as a nation? What are you exporting? You are generating next to nothing. At the end of the day, you borrow. Then you spend more than what you are generating as a nation. How are you going to survive? But when we say it, you try to find every possible means to cover up all this mess. It's a simple mathematics. There is no two ways about it. The money, the 50,000 naira you remove out of your capital today to buy a shoe or buy a wristwatch just for fun can derail your business in the next 1 month if you don't have any profit to cover it up. That's the point. And Nigerians today is not making any profit. Nigerians are borrowing to service their debt. The last time he came on national television to tell you that he has cleared a debt of about 30 billion or so, it's a lie. He securitized it, maybe spread it to the spread of maybe 40 years or so. And there is no accountability. There is too much lies from the government. So don't come and be telling Nigerians, maybe, although it's people that you'll be telling us, not somebody like me, even though you think I'm not educated, but I use my common sense in everything that I do. I just sit down and analyze the situation. I know what it means. I may not have all the big grammars to back it up, but within my own thinking faculty, I've already know the direction that Bola Tinubu is going to. This is getting to 2 years of in his office. No tangible economic achievement. No tangible economic achievement. And when we talk about cutting cost of governance, you guys think we are trying to make the president to suffer. Go and check Argentina today. That cut cost of governance almost the same time Bola Tinubu took over. Go and check their level of economic prosperity today.
Okay, in about a minute you wrap up. Later, Adewale respond with 5 minutes, then I'll come in.
It's not grammar.
In 1 minute, and let Adewale respond, then I'll come in.
Okay, it's not grammar. It's not grammar. It's practicality. If your physical side of your economic policy is lacking way behind. And this is the problem we have as a nation. And you think you can solve it, Bola Tinubu will achieve anything. Let's be watching. I pray he achieve, because I don't pray that the country will fail.
When you take a medicine, it doesn't start working immediately. You take that medicine. It takes time to work into a system before it started making those corrections in your system, in your body system. Now, as for some of his policies, some of them are not for immediate result. Now, if I must go one-on-one, see, people like you, Ekene, that are into importation are actually the one that are actually killing the economy. Because the more people like you are sitting in that business of importing goods and materials from abroad, it places much stress on the foreign exchange. And guess what? The demand is going to be high. And if we have those items we are importing produced locally, right? What do you think will happen? You as a businessman, I want you to tell us, what do you think is going to happen? So the more we have people like you still doing that kind of business, because apparently it seems the government is trying not to encourage importation by limiting, when it comes to uh, uh, importations of goods and material. Yes, the policy may not work to you now because it doesn't favor you. And Nigerians that are almost more dependent on the foreign goods and materials will not find it funny. Of course, we have the issue of insecurity, but you cannot tell me that that has not been decimated to the lowest minimum since this man took office. You cannot tell me, compare what was happening during the Buhari's era. But you see, sometimes it's going to be hard to convince people like you to have a change of heart because no matter what the likes of Tinubu would do, will never amount to anything to you or to Pansat. I'm not saying it doesn't have
Okay.
its own shortcoming. It does. But I'll tell you
Okay.
this. Every decision that
Okay.
it
You
took.
said something I want to respond to. You
Okay,
said
go
something
ahead.
that I really want before you go too far, because you talked about the importation killing the economy. That still means that you guys don't know economy. Importation don't kill economy. In fact, let me tell you, the reason why Nigeria is progressing today is because of a lot of Nigerians that are importing goods. Because that is why, do you know the amount of money that federal government is generating from import duties today? Far higher than what even Buhari earned. In fact, let me tell you, our major source of federal government ways of generating fund today is from the port. Go and check it. Do you know how much profit they declared last few months ago? And you think they are not enjoying it? To clear a container today is more than 30 million naira. Something as of 8 years back was about 800 or 900,000 naira.
Yeah,
Today
because
it's
it
close to
will
30
dissuade
million.
you guys from
No,
importing.
it is
So that the
not.
more Nigeria does
It
not
is not,
depend on
because
the foreign goods.
let me finish. Let me finish. It is not, because they are enjoying it. It is to increase their pocket. And another thing, even nobody is if you want to encourage production, what are the policies that the government has made to encourage production? But before I come to that, I want to tell you that importation today is the major sustainer of Bola Tinubu administration. If you don't know, go and write it down. When you want to purchase a goods, when you want to purchase a goods of $1,000 today, you go to the bank or to the Aboki FX, you change your naira, transfer it to maybe your supplier in abroad. In the next few months, the goods come out, you sell it, the money circulates to other customers, you sell your goods, you collect your money back, you make another purchase. Then you want to compare it to a governor that went to go every month in Abuja, collect an allocation, change the money to dollar, and stack it in his warehouse. The money doing nothing, producing nothing, just stack in one warehouse. Then you don't know your problem. You are blaming an importer that is circulating profit here and there, doing transaction every month. I took when my goods come, I take some of them, give maybe a guy in River State or in Mina on credit. He sells it and make profit. From his profit, he feed his family and pay me back my capital. Don't you know that I'm even more productive than the government you think you are defending? Because in giving my goods to a customer in Mina, even without paying me all the money, I give him some credit. He makes a profit of maybe 50,000 naira from that of my goods. I didn't borrow him money. I didn't add any interest. He returned my capital. I used my money to purchase another goods. He used the profit and feed his family, and he's enjoying. Then maybe after that payment, I send another one to him. Then your government is sitting in one place, making one nonsense policy to frustrate that my effort to circulate my profit or help other people that are eager to deal in good business with me. You want to condemn my business and saying that I'm the major problem of the country?
You don't think so?
You don't.
That
These are the kind of problem we have. Instead of you, go to
Ekene, you
China.
are. Ekene, you are. There's no
Let me
country.
finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. There is no country today that is not important. More than 60% of their products. But today, what profit? Okay, you want Nigerians to be productive. What policies have you made for Nigerians to be productive? You keep on increasing interest rate every here and then, every minute of the day. The exchange rate is very high. Don't you know that most of these products that you are going to produce, you don't have all the raw materials? You will import them. When you import them, you pay a higher duty in the port to clear them. Today, even the petrol you are producing, let me shock you. The petrol that you are producing today, the imported one is cheaper than the one you produce in Nigeria. Don't you know? An imported petrol today is cheaper than the one that Dangote is producing. What are the causes of it? Interest rates. And you don't think towards that direction? You think I'm your problem? Don't you know that an imported cement? Don't you know that an imported cement is cheaper than the Nigerian that the cement you produce in Nigeria today? Don't you know that an imported cable wire is cheaper than Nigerian wire that you produce in Nigeria today? You don't know all these things.
Ekene, let me ask one economic question. Okay. So you remember the last time when the federal government printed money? You remember? So when you have excess liquidity or you have excess cash in the circulation, what do you think is needed to be done to prevent hyperinflation?
What did you say? Come again.
Okay. When you have too much of money in the circulation, right? What do you think the government should do to prevent inflation or hyperinflation?
Too much money in circulation. You know, when you talk about too much money in circulation, you are not talking about a businessman who imports goods. You are talking about politicians who stacks money in warehouse. So, and when we are talking about policies,
Hold on right there. Can you hold on right there? You know, too much of money in the circulation, you know what it does? It reduces the value of that money. So what government can do is to ensure that the access to that money is limited. So for somebody who can easily walk into a bank and request for a loan, you have to pay the premium for you to be able to access it. Now, when the Buhari was printing money up and down, the Nigerians were hailing, hey, he has done excellent work. There's nothing wrong in printing money. As a matter of fact, the amounts expended on printing those new notes now happens to be even more than the value of the money that was printed, right? Now, so what the government is trying to do is this. It's a way they're trying to manage it by ensuring that they limit the access, or should I say, what you call I think you used one time before, you said, I forgot what you called it then.
Okay, while you're thinking about that, Adewale, I'm
making
I'm gonna put something on the comment section.
Hold on.
I want you to swear before you talk, right? I have an oath of affirmation for you, which you're gonna swear to before you talk again, right? I want you
Why
to
should
say,
I swear to you? Who are you to me to swear
I
to?
swear that the evidence that you're
My
gonna
son, leave Adewale alone. I want you to make a submission, please.
Why should I swear to you? Who are you?
It's not to me. Swear with Kamano, our local gods in Africa, so that
now you could swear to Amadio, not me.
if you lie, you're gonna get the consequence right away. It's not
No,
me.
now you go get the consequence.
I really want to answer Adewale question. I want to get his question. I want to answer him.
You know what? You see, Ekene, you as a businessman, everything has to go your way. If it doesn't go your way, that means what that person is doing is wrong. And I said it earlier. Yes, there's no company, there's no economy that's so sustained, only on importation. There's no way. You have to balance the trade. You have to have it balanced. Now, I heard the other day I talked about United Arab Emirates. Go full throttle into commerce, but they also have oil to balance it, right? So they back their currency with the oil that they have and also boosting their tourism sector, right? Now, if people like you, let's say we have 80% of you in Nigeria importing material, where do we balance it? What do we use in exchange? So, in as much as we want local production of those material that you're importing, right? If we have so many people going to the line of your business, guess what? Nigeria will be highly dependent on FX because you have to have that to buy those materials that you are importing to flood our market, to flood the country. As a matter of fact, there's no regulatory. Most of the things you guys always import, nobody checked whether they are fake, whether they are substandard. Where there's no applicability of any measure. Everybody just does what they wanted, as long as it landed in what do you call this, Ladipo, or landed in whatever the depot is. So clearing of goods, yes, government is going to make money, and they purposely increase those tariffs to deter people like you from importing and flooding the market all the time, so that we can look inward
Okay.
to do what is needed.
Okay. Let me tell you this. Government cannot stop importation by increasing
I'm not
the
saying they're
tariff.
stopping.
No, you say that they're trying to deter Nigeria. No, they will even make you make more profit. They don't. I want to tell you that government don't have sense. Sorry to say that, because at the time of trying to kill the business of your citizens in order to prove a point, you are shooting yourself on the leg. That's what the government is doing. They are shooting themselves. They think what they are trying to do maybe to stop importation or make people that are importing goods to stop importing goods. The only thing I would like the government to do is to checkmate, put more effort on what we are importing, at least to reduce some percentage in the kind of fake product we have in the market today. I will not go against it. But trying to stop importation is what I will go against. Because you cannot stop importation. A lot of countries today are importing. Many countries, we have what to export. We have oil, we have a farm product, we have a lot of them. You have not even make any policy to even make profit as a government on that side. You are only looking at electronics that you know that you have not even produced anything in Nigeria. You're talking about producing electronics. Do you know how many years it will take Nigeria to produce electronics? So Nigerians are not going to use electronics until they start.
What happens to
Let me finish
assembly?
now.
We can
Let me finish.
assemble.
Nigeria cannot. You don't have the educational system now.
Who told you that?
You don't count two before you count one. You first of all count 1, 2, 3. You don't count 5 and begin to count 1. Before you are able to be productive the way you guys think, you have to educate your society. And I'm advocating for that. The system of your education cannot bring you to that level of productivity that you want as a nation. Your system of education is theory, it's not practical. When you go to China, when you go to all these Asian countries that are producing, go and look at their system of education. They think productivity in their education, and that is why they are productive.
It
You
is people
understand?
like you that will still import those
You
materials.
cannot as a government come today. Hey, Nigerians are importing too much. You start and go and begin to increase interest rates, increase import duties, so that people will not produce. You are killing your system. You are doing yourself. As a right-thinking government, what you have to do is sit back in the next 20 years, because it's a long-term policy, or the next 30 years. I want Nigerians to be producing electronics. I want Nigerians to be producing ammunition. I want Nigerians to be producing. You list out those items. Then what are we going to do? We are going to create an educative section in our education, or practical section in our education, that is encourage our young ones to have a productive mind. That is what China did. Go and check their history. You understand? You build a practical educational system that will develop the mind of your citizens to be able to be productive. You understand? Don't come and all these theories that you guys masquerading. It irritates me. It's not theory, it's practical. Your government should sit back, ask themselves questions. And they quite unfortunate we don't have that government to, and we are not. I don't even know when we are going to have it. I
You
don't
already
even know
have it.
when we are going.
You already have it because whenever the government is trying to encourage local production, you guys, you, Obi, even your friend Aliko Dangote will still go ahead and import those material from China, substandard equipment and stuff, electronics and all that, and still bring it to our country. And those who are trying to be encouraged by the government would not even be able to try it. That is the problem, Ekene, because you guys got it cheaper and you'll be able to sell it at the cheaper price. So when is the local production going to be encouraged?
Even as an Igbo man, you think production is or importing is just sitting back and go to China and tell China to just see anything there and produce. You don't even know what production is all about. You have to even sit back, design something in your brain, send the sample to your producer, and tell him this is what I want. Can you produce it for me? Then he will first of all tell you, yes, my friend, I confirm I can do this. He will give you a price tag. Then you calculate, you check the market value, know if it's something that you can sell in your market. It even takes a lot of risk to import. You think importation is just sitting there, you want to kill importation. Importation is also part of productivity if you don't know. You understand? So before I choose an item today that I want to import, I've sit back and check whether this thing would be a movable item in my market. It's a risk. I've never sold it before. It's a risk that I want to take with a little amount of money. Then I send the sample. This is what this thing will be used for. Maybe, okay, let me take an example. I want an adapter for maybe your GSM. How many volts will be more movable? Because it has volts. You don't know that. You think adapter is adapter. It has a lot of volts. It has two amps. It has 3 amps. It has 5 amps. Which one is more movable? Which can be more suitable to Nigerian use phone? I send the sample to the producer. He confirms that he can produce. We fix a price tag. I check whether Nigerian can afford it. Okay, I need, let me just try. 1,000 pieces will be okay. Supply it for me. He will give you like 1 month or 2 months productive period. After he tells you that, okay, my customer, I finished production, send in your balance. You send in your balance, he now ship the goods. You wait for it for 2 months, it come back. You begin to sample your goods all over the market. See, I have this product too. See, I have this product too. People will now start to be buying it and begin to confirm, yeah, your product is working. If the product is not working, that money is gone. So, guy, even importation is also, if you give somebody that is importing goods a capacity to produce, he will produce. Because the Chinese, you see, don't produce what they ship to you. You give them an idea of what to produce for you. If you don't know, you know it. Just know it today. So don't come and say people are importing this. You think when you go to China, you import anything you want. If I tell you what I have in my mind now to do, that I need capital to do, when I import it, you just think it's an import. It's not an import. It's what I've calculated. You understand that if I do it today, it will not only help my business, it will help the society.
So why haven't you done it?
Don't worry. Just sit down there and be discussing your policies with your government. I know when to do it. When that time comes, I will do it.
The incumbent is trying to ensure that people embrace
I know you.
local productivity.
You should say, why hasn't Pensat come in to say anything, right?
Because you have nothing to say.
Let me just give kudos to our friend, Ekesi, my brother, Ekene, for schooling you on what's going on.
Ekene did not school me. I just allow him to propagate his.
Ekene is just because he's a modest guy. Obi does the same thing, right? He comes on the train. Obi is the chairman of banks. and self-made
But
man.
we are talking about better people, talking about Bill
Let
B,
me tell you
chairman of
why
a
I
bank.
do not
Any
hold on
Tom,
now.
Dick, and Harry can become a chairman of a bank. What are you talking about?
Yeah, let me go on forward.
As
Don't
long
worry.
as you're a money bag, you can be anybody.
Yeah,
So
let me say that
don't bring that one.
with you, let's be civil. I believe that there should be a kinetic energy in this room, but I calm down. I say make it can handle you with knowledge. So but let me say that why I don't discuss Nigeria's economics, their gross domestic product and all that is because all the data comes from National Bureau of Statistics. And with Tinubu at the head of government, you know all that nonsense is babash. It's nonsense. None of those figures are going to be accurate. But from observation, we see what's happening. There's starvation in our country. So you could stay here and talk about Nigeria's GDP and the market economy and all that stuff, you know. But even if you say, okay, let's compare from when he came into office from 2023. But he was still there as leader of the party in 2022. Since 2015, this particular administration is a continuum, at least. We know that. They're no good. And nobody could come here to vouch for them. That's why I wanted you to swear an oath before you talk, because you are a smart guy. If you remember the first day I saw you, it was at Dr. Damages, right? And just from the furor of your eyebrows, I called you out. And I was right. My instinct, rather than intuition, just by instinct, I could tell that you don't like telling the truth. You don't like telling the truth.
Your
And
instinct does fail you sometimes, Pastor.
Let me just
And
land.
that failed you several times.
Could you let me land, please? You're going to talk after me. I'm not one of those that hogs the mic and all that. But when I talk to you, I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't classify you as ignorant, and you're lucky that I'm saying that. Not a lot of people do I find to be smart. I believe you're a smart guy, but you use yours for subterfuge, for trickery, for double dealing and fraud when you're talking to Nigerians. You couch it on the tribalism. Maybe you think I'm here representing Obi. No, I'm not. Obi hasn't come into my lexicon lately because he's no longer running for office and he's not in government. During the campaign, you could make that charge because we supported Peter Obi to emerge, but that's over. Now we have the government that you wanted and they're not doing any good. Most patriotic Nigerians, that's where they draw the line. Once somebody's in office, then they start criticizing them if they do something wrong. Now that's where you fail, in my opinion. I haven't talked to you since then. I thought you come in here as a big man and you apologize for promoting something that was evil for the country. Since then, our inflation is over 40%. Now that's what they admit to. We know it's probably in hyperinflation, right? You go to buy crayfish or a bag of rice. That's my observation. You could see that it's not right. So what I will not do now, Kenya give me a lot of kudos. He's come here month after month, week after week, day after day, talking to recalcitrant Yorubas like yourself. He doesn't go anywhere else. He doesn't go to
recalcitrant Yorubas, huh?
No, it's not it's a big word, but it's not an insult. It just means that you are obstinate. You don't want to hear the truth. You don't want to deal with the truth. The other day we had at Dr. Damages, we had a Yoruba guy who came there as a guest, a gentleman, somebody pursuing the truth, a patriot. And I was privileged to talk to him, and I told him the way I felt. And that's a Nigerian right there. That's a Yoruba man, cut from the old cloth. Granted, he's married to an Igbo person, and that rubs off him a little bit. But I'm saying to you that when you come here in front of, for example, this channel doesn't get a lot of viewers, but we got 51 at least people watching us.
Quality 51, not just the mediocre that want to hear what they want to hear.
I agree. When you have 51 Nigerians watching you, you should have some decorum. You should have some respect when you talk. You are not. We're not campaigning. We're on the same side now. When Ekene invests his energy doing this, I don't know why he does it. He doesn't go anywhere else. He doesn't go to Dr. Damages. He'll be an asset over there. People will listen because Mkele is one of those Igbo men that are Odogus, you know.
Do you want? Can I chip in real quick? Can I chip in real quick?
Can I just land and then I'll give you a chance. Give me a minute. Yeah. I don't say this here to mock you or to
stop patronizing. Go ahead and make your statement. Stop going
I know you can't handle it. It's very painful. That's why I tried not to even comment. But now that I'm done, would you give me the courtesy to finish? I promise you that it's not a personal thing. The things, if I were to have your number, I don't wish to have it. I will call you privately to tell you it's true. But I will make sure that everything I say is something people observe. No, there's no kid on this platform on that comment section. Of course, you do have some wayward people there, like Niger Man and all that. But most people there are over 20 years old. They know, they know your history here. They saw what you said. The internet doesn't lie. And I don't blame you. It's human nature to come and come here to defend what you did. But you can only do this if you're being dishonest and misleading. So the shortcut for a normal person, a true Nigerian, a patriot, is to apologize. You know, you cannot use betrayal, deceit, disinformation, falsehood, hypocrisy, lying, mendacity, treachery, untruth to cure something that you left here about a year ago. We're living under the administration you wish for. It's not even close to say to us that we should wait, that he's doing certain things that that are not tactical in nature, that Tinubu's activities are strategic, that we're going to reproduce. I mean, that's just pure foolishness, right? We see him, if he, for example, as he's plotting his next move for the next election, he has people like Reno Mokre return back to Asarok, right? So you see his strategic moves and his tactical moves, if there's any, the lack of it. Now, I don't fancy you. I had some respect for you. Like I said, I disagree with you because your main thing at that time was to knock Peter Obi. So looked in the light, most favorable to you. You were playing politics at that time. And nobody should expect you to promote your adversary. That's fine. But now that's over. You need to turn a new leaf. I'm very good at economics. I taught it up to university level. But the fundamentals, the statistics, the stuff you're going to use, the material have to be credible. And I don't think it's credible. We're not in a market economy. Even that guest, like I'm talking about yesterday, he admitted it. I believe he used the word imperial governance. That's what we have, imperial government. But it's more than that. We have a criminal as our head of state who is not, he didn't win the election. He's an illegitimate president. The United States have a thick file on him, and they released some of our finer journalists were able to, including Reno Mokri, were able to dig out certain things. We don't know who he is. We don't know who he is. He didn't build Lagos, that's obvious. But we're not here on a dick measuring contest where I talk and you talk. If you want to attain that, you have to be honest. You have to speak to facts. It's not a joke. It's not a tribal bullshit. That's not what we're doing here. Now, I was going to engage you on economic thing, but only if you swear to the oath that I gave you with African God. If you do that right now, then we could sit here and I'll do what Kenneth is doing, talking economics with you. But I'll leave that at that. I really thank you for the courtesy to hear me out. In conclusion, I'll say to Ekene, I'm going to renew what I asked you before. If you do that for me, I'm going to be very happy. What I want you to do is to modify your mission here. Don't try to convince anybody of any particular individual. They know more about P2B than you and I do. That's why they fear him. They don't want the country to emerge, have a new Nigeria that's spearheaded by Peter Obi, who's beloved by every tribe in the country, every state. He won perhaps 35, 34 states in the last election. maybe lost a couple here in the Yoruba lands. And
Thank
also that.
you. Thank you,
Thank you.
Pastor. Thank you. Thank you for your good comment. Thank you, Shama, for your good comment. Adewale, my brother. You know, the reason why I like Adewale is his gentility. Even though he's an opposition, but I love his composure and his gentle way of understanding. Even though you might think he's not Adewale is an understanding guy. For me, I don't discuss about P2B again, but I don't know why that man will not leave my lips anytime I talk about Nigeria. It's very difficult to talk about Nigeria and not call P2B. So, but maybe it's act of love. He's a father. I see him as a father. He's a mentor. So even if you want to, if you don't have anything reasonable to learn from him, go and learn his business skill. Done well for himself in terms of business. So, and something that you apply on your own personal life, you can even excel without even the government. And that's the mentality he wants to transform to every young Nigerians. But quite unfortunate, they don't want to accept that. I just pray that Nigeria will not miss him. We need another him so that the idea will not just die there. So, Adewale, thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. You see, that last statement you make about Peter Obi, I disagree with you on that one. Because you have a very good business sense does not translate to a good politician. And holding a public office, not necessarily maybe because you're a good businessman or because you have a very, very, this kind of leadership that is listening leadership means you will be very, that you'll be successful in a public office. Public governance is quite different and it's interwoven with politics. Obi may be a very good man, but he has demonstrated that he's not a good politician. And as a person who had occupied a public office in Nigeria before, we can gauge and measure his capability by what he's able to achieve when he was in office. And for that reason only, I withdrew my support to him. I'm not denying the fact that he may be a good person, but he hasn't shown to me the kind of society that we have as in Nigeria that is capable enough. That country is complex, highly complex.
Well, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this before you go far. Being a good politician cannot make you a good leader. Yeah, we have a good politician in Bola Tinubu. He knows how to buy opposition and all that.
He's a technocrat as well. He can manage people.
From him.
He can manage people.
So no, it's not about managing people. It's about building society. Society. Let me finish. Society of great value. Great value. Do you know what it means? It's about building younger ones for a greater future. See, I used to follow a lot of Nigerians today, young guys, their content and everything. There was a content I saw the other day. The content was saying that, hi, Nigeria is for you to survive in Nigeria, just do anything you want. If you know how you can survive, do it. Yeah. And people are promoting it. The young ones are busy promoting it. Because they believe that even in politics, do whatever you can. The guy was busy sharing that thing in his TikTok, and people were, our politicians do what they can, they survive this and this. So who am I? As a young Nigerian, I can do what I can to survive. These are your values. These are the values that your politicians are building. But it's quite unfortunate that educated ones don't understand it. You understand? So we need somebody that has a more valuable mindset to build in our younger ones and move out our younger ones from all these values that these current politicians are building. These values of give them gun, go and they kill people, make sure you win the next election. That is all we hear. That is what most of the time I want to be angry with Peter Obi, honestly speaking. After the election, I wanted to sit back, talk like the way Kenneth Okonkwo was talking. But when I look at it, I just sometimes
Okonkwo already saw him through and through. Okonkwo saw him for who he is. That's why he's making those statements.
Okonkwo wants a politician that will fight Tinubu back. And P2B is not ready to give that. Let me tell you the after effect of that if you don't know. Just like what Fubara is doing today. It's a very, though Fubara is somehow gentle, but you see that the beast in him is already coming out. If you sit down very well.
Which is going to lose anyway.
No, whether he lose or not, that beast in him is already coming out. So
no,
what Wike is doing today,
let me just interject you briefly. What you termed beast in him shows his weakness as a leader or as a politician. They go, both ways. What you see him demonstrating as a very formidable force to reckon with in that state shows that he hasn't learned how to fight a strong opposition, or should I say a perceived enemy in politics. When you are fighting somebody in politics, you don't make pronouncement, you don't hug the camera, you don't go to the media and fight. Wike chooses that method. You cannot win it through that method. I said something earlier, maybe you are not listening. I said there is power, there is strength in Fubara's quietness when he first became sworn in as a governor. But the moment he started hugging microphone and making some defiant statement, guess what? People started seeing him for who he is. It's not different from Wike. And I tell you, the long game is never going to favor him. He should have done his game silently by speaking less, but action. Speak. But him making almost his rhetoric is almost as identical as his Wike's own. That tells you that he's a weak politician. He hasn't learned. Just like Wike, he hasn't learned.
That is what you guys many people share in Nigeria today, the kind of politics. We like that optic. Hey, Fubara 1. You see people writing Fubara 1, Wike 0. They will be waiting for another episode. And most of our content creators use it today to make money. So I don't blame them. There is no job for the society. So the politicians are creating avenue for internet money. So that is what is happening. So, but for me, we need to create a more valuable society. We're not doing that in our politicians today. Just think about somebody like Wike becoming the president of this Nigeria tomorrow, which is very possible. What will happen to our youth? So, and Fubara now trying to fight that is why this the gift of the devil. What Fubara is trying to do now is try to avoid the gift of the devil. But he has already received it, so he has to deal with it. So that is why when P2B say for you to be to be called an excellent, the process that brought you to the power must be an excellent way. So that when you go there, you hold nobody explanation. You understand? You are not owing anybody any dime. You just come there to serve the people. So immediately we get it that way, you will see Nigeria succeed. But for me, I know it's very difficult for a complex because you have to please a lot of evil men in Nigeria to be able to get to that seat of power. That is how I see it. But if we continue to educate our youth, maybe not in the time of P2B or in the time of Bola Tinubu, but if we Nigerian youth can come together, even Obi not being a president, but using that his mindset to transform it in the mind of our young ones to know that politics we are playing will not take us anywhere. You will see in the next generation, we'll get Nigeria. If not, maybe after 8 years or 16 years of another 16 years, you will see a strong society emerge. So what we have to do is to be discouraging these rascal politicians we have everywhere, not promoting them. If we keep on promoting them, we will not build a society, honestly speaking. Because you must, in one way or the other, go and pay homage to the devils in this country before you can ascend to that seat of power. And when you do that, you don't have the power of your own anymore. You now have to rule according to their whatever they give you, whatever script they give you to play with. That is what is happening in the university. It happens in everywhere in Nigeria. But everywhere you have. So I don't know. It will take us a very long time. So, and when people talk about being a politician, Yeah, I agree. Peter Obi is not a politician, but I see good leadership in him. Whether you want to take it or not, I see it. So, and
think
he's not
so.
ready. Even the people that are saying that they don't know what he did. Let me tell you, talking bribing people, doing it is not politics. It's corruption. You understand? So when he was the governor, I never saw him bribe his way into the office. You check
Were
all his
you
records.
with him? Were you with him when he was in office? You don't know. You don't know, bro.
I
Do
know.
you?
How do you mean I was even living in my state then? I've
Okay.
not go to boy.
Again, this is the same man that bought the vehicle and started giving it to the traditional rulers. This is the same man that employed thousands of Vanambrians to the state civil service when he was leaving with no provision to pay their current salaries. So tell me
Let
how
me
you
let me
term that
finish.
person
You will
as
not tell me what I know more than you. You will not. I know the fight of Obasanjo to the Ipobia. Do you know how many Biafran that was killed by Obasanjo during the Obi's administration? So, but I will not go into that because that is a federal matter. When you come to federal issue, you know this is a federal issue. Fighting Biafra then didn't start with Obi. It started a very long time ago, and Obasanjo fought the Biafrans. A lot of presidents in this country fought the Biafrans. So it's quite unfortunate that incident fall in the time of Obi this thing. But you guys will not know that because they're using it as a propaganda against him. You understand? But coming into power as a governor of Anambra State was one of the best things that happened to that state. And I will not continue to explain that because people will not understand it. The people that say that that guy that will be that we have how many months strike and all that. That strike was on before he became governor. We are on 2 year strike. No school, no public school is working in that state. 2 years and there.
because the state was in turmoil.
That is what I'm telling you. So doctors were on strike.
The state ungovernable for Mbadinuju.
Just for you to know where he's coming from. Just for you to know where he's coming from. Then doctors were on strike for more than we don't even have any all these maternities. We don't have it. The little ones we have is not functioning. No doctor, nothing. Everywhere is closed up before he became governor. So we that in the state know the transformation he did within 8 years, which is very, very enormous to us. Surprising. We never knew that it would happen to us. You understand? So those political, just like what we are saying, those political godfathers, when he came in, because he didn't come through them. He didn't come through Oba. All these governors you see that saving them came through Oba. So Obi didn't come through Oba. Obi came from the mandate of the people. Apoga. The first time Apoga won in the southeast. Nobody, he was supported by the people. He won. The mandate was taken away from him. He went to the court. He never fight. He never said anybody go to the street. We never protested. All his this thing came, both his chief of staff, he told them no. I will go, but I will come back. That is what he told them. He went through the court. After 3 years and he came back. You understand? So it was a very big process. Those strikes were still on. He was trying to solve it. At the end of the day, he solved it entirely. Today, starting from the time he left office, no school in Anambra State has went on strike. Doctors has never went on strike because he made a concrete agreement with them. At the end of the day, negotiation with the workers, with the doctors, everything. And that situation was solved entirely. So he's telling you, after that incident, I solved that problem, which was there before I came, have you ever heard of it? No, you never heard of it. Even up to today, the legacy is still leading.
Which legacy?
You don't know the legacy. The legacy. Do you know what it means to owe those governor, those teachers, and those health workers then for more than 3 years or 4 years? Pensions, arrears, even salaries of 2 years or 3 years were not paid.
Did you hear his successor saying that he was some of the contractors to the state were not paid? That he has those contractors were awarded were given as advance fees and left it for them to deal with the aftermath of that. You can paint him as a very good person, but he has not demonstrated. You can be successful as a
Obi
private
is not a
businessman,
perfect. Obi
but
is not a perfect human being.
he
Obi, I
cannot.
cannot ascribe perfection to any man. But if a man did something great, I will applaud him.
You know, the funniest thing is
You
that
understand?
throughout his administration, his class then, uh, that were in office, it was not even close to the 10th position of them as the best performing governor of the state of Nigeria. It
It's
wasn't
a
even
lie.
close.
Go and check. Go and check. The best performing governor in the statistics is there. Is
Yeah.
P2B. After P2B, is this guy from Calabar, Donald Duke. You understand? Bola Tinubu is not even there. I think Fashola came up.
No,
So and
he's,
the major he used was
he doesn't
development
belong to that
development goal.
category. He has exceeded that category. That's why it was not included.
I have a
Okay,
question for you. Let me ask Adewale a technical question. Adewale, let me test your attitude first of all.
No, you tell us what is your attitude there. Because you tell
No,
us, are you trying to gauge my level of
no, because like I said, I've always looked at you as somebody who's smart. You dabble into economics.
stop patronizing me? Say what you want to say.
You see, I can't say anything, right? Anyway, okay. If you find that patronizing or if I'm demeaning you, go continue. When you guys get a chance, let me get a word in as well. Go ahead.
So Adewale, I'm not championing for you guys to support Obi. I'm not telling you to go and support him in the next. Continue to support your Tinubu, but I'm just trying to say that he's a man that will not leave the memories of Anambarians very soon. That's what he is. The record is there.
You know what led to this
So
back and forth was the Shegun Shoba statement, and I supported that man of what he said about the Yorubas. He wasn't talking about every other part. He was talking about the elders of the Yoruba to support him because he believed that if he failed, that means everyone in South will fail Nigeria. And that was the foundation of his statement. But it's going to get twisted, and in a way, and everybody will pick their own version of
the
it.
point is that I'm not against anybody supporting his son to succeed. If the ideology is to make him succeed, then it is also good that he calls him out when he's not getting things right, so that he will be able to don't support him blindly. Do you understand? I'm not saying that.
It can be advised privately without going to the media. Not
Well,
everything.
I don't know whether they are advising him. If he's taking their advice, I think I would have seen some changes. But maybe
if you know, some people like to showboat. They always trying to embrace media and publicity unnecessarily. There are a lot of people that criticize. Just you and your woman, you guys fighting, behind the closed door. Nobody get to hear about that, right? But in the public, you form a formidable, present a formidable front to, that is how it's always been. And if he's gonna criticize him, it's not gonna.
I don't think that he's living up to the Yoruba elders ideology, which is regional government. Today, he's not perfecting anything on that. I think if I should know the Yoruba ideology ever since I know them, it's all about this regional government. Most of their elders. So,
No.
but it's quite unfortunate that the president that came from that region.
Regional government is not an antidote to our problem. You know what the solution is? Whether you create, you revert back to regional government, the same old uh, problem that links the country is still going to follow every region or every state. I think what most of the Yorubas are clamoring for is for the state to be able to have autonomy in a way that they be able to have control over their own resources and grow at their own pace. Not these regional things that is to me, it's just not every
The only
Yoruba
thing
supported it. And I
that
never
will make
supported
anything that will make,
nation, whatever they call it there.
anything that will make state. I think that police this thing reform would have happened because it will even help our election in the next election. But I think they have seen the right hand like.
See, that's why I told you that Tinubu is working. That police reform stall. The reason why it stalled is because even the agency itself, the body did not receive. They didn't show that they are willing to let go of some of these things that they enjoy, and that is why the commissions and even the police force themselves, they are not embracing it.
Tinubu don't have capacity to lead.
No,
when you make a policy, let me tell you this.
People don't know. Hold on, can you let me explain something? When he was a governor, he does this thing, and he's actually doing it now, but people don't want him to do that. That's why people see him like more or less like, introducing a policy, test drive it a little bit like a pilot program, and suspend on it and withdraw back. Hold on. Now, what you see happening is that sometimes they bring this bright idea to the fore, okay, and expect that they want to gauge the public reception to it, to see how the public are going to embrace it. And if the public shows any negative reception towards it, they revert back or make some amendment. He does it when he was a governor. But people said, no, that comes from a side of weakness. And I said it comes from a side of a strong side, because that means you are an attentive administration that
No,
decided.
okay. Hold on, Adewale. That is an absurd thing to say, right? You about a minute ago, you said that Tinubu is working, right? We have Nigerians watching us. Everybody knows.
I want to respond to him for not.
Let me just give him on this technical issue, right? Whenever you look at the work, even in colloquial terms, work is a very technical thing, including the definition in colloquial terms. There has to be a displacement, right? So if you want to know it in physics, it's W, which is work, is equal to F, which is force, times S, which is displacement, some kind of distance. There is no way any red-blooded Nigerian is going to come on this platform and say that Tinubu is working. Not even physically, where you see him at work, sitting on a desk, firing people who are not, some ministers who are not doing their job. He's not doing anything. He doesn't talk to the press. He doesn't give press conferences. He's not trying. He could get it wrong just like anybody else. Right? So
we will wrap it up on that because my battle will soon go.
Okay.
To even wrap it up, you see them talking about a cabinet reshuffle the other day. That a woman that have a NYC certificate issue came on national television, was saying that that somebody like him will not be reshuffled because Bola Tinubu knows that she campaigned for him. Just watch those kind of ridiculous statements. So because you campaigned for the president, you already know that if there is a cabinet reshuffle, that you will not be removed. And that is the problem of the society. So since that day or since that time, have you heard of any cabinet reshuffle again? Because
Tinubu will reshuffle this cabinet.
We will reshuffle it when his tenures finish. Let me tell you, there is a very let me finish. Tinubu, people say he has the mind, he has the guts. He didn't have any mind. What he has is political mind, how to do politics. He don't have the power to fire people that he appointed or help him to gain access to whatever he wants in the seat of power. Just like this commissioner of police now. That what I was trying to say, this state police it will not be a 70% achievement, but at least 60% would have been okay, because it would have helped our election. Because if you are able to convince a state governor as a president or as a president I want to campaign, if that state governor has a conscience, you will not have the authorities of the police operating abnormally during election day. in your state. That would have happened. But I think they have sit down and calculated all these things and know that this is going to backfire. The IGP of police came out and say it's not sustainable, and they now cancel it. It shows that Tinubu is not working. He doesn't have the mind of his own. He has to do the biddings of the people that are surrounding him. Just like what happened in the River State now. Let me tell you, Fubara still have a lot of problems. If this election was a state election, Fubara will not do anything. The reason why Fubara was able to do something or to chase away the policemen during that day of election was because this is a local government election which is fully in charge by the state government. It's a fully in charge state government election. So nothing concerns the federal with it. So they are given the duty to go and conduct their election the way they want it. It's constitutional. But if it is a state election now, we should know that the federal government is in charge. The federal government will be the one to produce security, bring in police, bring in the army in that state. Fubara will not do anything. You understand? So that when you have a next election,
if we leave you to talk, that your battle is gonna be alive till tomorrow. I know that by the way.
Okay, Pastor. No, what I'm just trying to clear something so that we know where we are heading to. So the government is not doing the right thing. They know if they know where they will lose, if they do the right thing, they will not do that thing. That is the point. So if they do this thing right, and it's going to affect their political position in the next election, they will just cancel that policy. Just understand it that way. And Tinubu will not do anything that will hinder his progress in the next election.
But the issue is this. People, when I hear people talk about what they expect the government or the Tinubu as a president to do as an executive, executive order has limitation. Most of the decisions that we expect the president to take at times, if he does it, he will contravene the law. And he has legal experts around him to advise him from time to time. And majority of Nigeria, should I say half of Nigeria, does not even know how government works. Look, the level of bureaucratic system that is moving around public governance makes government a very difficult job. When we expect a president, for example, because we believe that the president has all the powers in this world to make things work. No. Look, any serious public office holder would tell you that in order for them not to be liable legally, financially, they had to toe that line. And that is why decision-making process can be very, very tedious. Yes, we want the government to make decisions on our behalf, but it has to be a sound, decision. Now, sometimes we believe that most of the times the government is slow working because they are not quick on their feet. They are not doing this thing right. No, because most of the things, the vehicle that propelled them to that position is politics in the first game. They are not like somebody who got appointed.
How
now,
did you know?
Hold on, I'm trying to.
I just have a question for you. There's a theme that you want to drag us into the abstract, but you must admit that what we don't know, you don't know. You're not an insider. So,
Who told you that?
Well, as far as we do know, you're not an unknown phenomenon on this platform, right? So what I'm saying to you is that are you making those statements by clairvoyance, by divination of some sort, some kind of intuition, or you just go on by instinct? Because you are the one who's saying, look, they have not done it, that it's not easy to do, but you're talking about what they're planning in the abstract. How do you know? Right? You have to land on talk to us in practical terms, because he's been in office for over a year now. But if you, for example, he came in, I don't know if he started it, but he says he's going to remove subsidy, and then we see the result right away. So whether you act or you don't act, there'll be a reaction. There's going to be equal and opposite for if they're planning it. That's the way government is. You have a lot of insiders, businessmen who will take action based on the administration. Before even an administration does anything, as they're coming in, there'll be market movement based on that stuff. So in your case, right now we have an inflation that's off the charts, right? We have palpable, calculable effects in the economy, the growth in the economy, which has slowed from 3.3% in 2022 before they took office to 2.9% in 2023. There's high inflation, there's sluggish growth, right? Even if in global terms, there's some adjustments you have to make. Everything is not their fault, right? But after a year, you cannot be speaking in those terms. Either the growth is going to be driven by services and agriculture in the supply side, or it's going to be driven by consumption and investment on the demand side. So it's not what you're doing is try to dabaru everything, speak in highfalutin terms, as if it's not impacting the lives of Nigerians who are paying over $1,000 now. In I don't know if it's over, but somewhere in the $1,000 range for a liter of gasoline. So you have to be sensitive enough. Else, don't talk. Nobody's forcing you to say anything. But I have stayed away so that Kene can talk to you in those terms: retail economics, meaningful economics. But you keep trying to buy time for this administration. Now, I want to be. Here's what I'm going to give you an opportunity. Let's be friends, right? Let's be cordial. Let's be respectful, but don't be deceitful, because it's not you. It's not you in government. You and I shouldn't be fighting. We're on the same side now. If we have a good government, it's for all of us. If we have a bad government, it's for all of us. So it's us. We're on the same side. I wasn't gonna make you swear an oath. You didn't want to do it, and I don't blame you, because if you swear with Amadioha, for example, I didn't want to go that far. All right, but you cannot come and have pre-verification, sophism, trickiness, and they expect me to be friendly with you. I can't do it. You know that. So in order for you and I to forget about campaigning, forget about the differences we have politically, and be patriotic Nigerians on a platform, right? For example, you see how without one man here, Ekene is beating you all over the floor, dragging you around, because he had your strength in the moderation button, one man and his mischiefs here. Now, once you don't have one man, that you don't know economics, you don't know your left from your right, you don't know your ass from your mouth. So what I'm saying from today, and this I extend to Nigerian as well, because they want me to always come on a platform, stop being disagreeable. So I'm going to pass it back to you now. But what I want you to do is to join all Nigerians in correcting this administration, pointing to them. If you have any criticism, you tell them. If you have praise, which is you tend to have, praise them. Tell us what it is. But don't make it to where you're buying time for them. Why? They've been in office for over a year now, Adewale, right? We're here in the United States with me here. We know how government works. We cannot have. We're here. I'm here, and you have a Kene who is back home, teaching you for almost an hour now, textbook economics, right? And he's nailed it every second of
You're
it.
talking about container economics, or what kind of?
People call it whatever you want, but I can tell you what he's been elucidating here has nothing been short of PhD economics. And he's an honest man. He's a patriotic Nigerian. I don't like the Lagos Igbos. I've said it many times, no disrespect to Kene, but they've been saving you people here in Lagos because they don't want their shops burnt. And then because of that, we're taking a lot of insult from Yorubas, right? But it's okay. All I'm saying is that when we come again on this platform, I want you to take a different posture, which is to call it the way it is. If Tinubu is doing the right thing, say it. If you don't want to embarrass him because it's from your section of the country, that's too bad, but at least don't say anything. One thing, any educated person, I don't care if they're in the North Pole, one thing you're going to notice, any educated person would not blatantly lie to where you could catch him in a lie. And you don't tend to have any respect for that. You think you could just say anything. You could just lie. And there's no consequences. If I say something, then one man is going to try to meet the person and all that. But you can't go on doing that. I want you to use your talent, your education, which I believe is plenty. Why don't we call it the way it is? If we don't want to say it, at least we don't say anything. If you do that, I can tell you one thing: you're gonna have my respect. You're not gonna see me treat you the way I treat Nigerian, for example. All right. Thank you very much.
You finished? Okay. Here's the deal. No matter what I say here tonight, you guys, it won't change anybody's mindset, especially you, Pansat and Ikene. But I get it. But it's still about politics. Even if Jesus Christ comes down today and have in the presence of Tinubu, people will still not believe him. But I'll tell you this thing. The journey that the country has embarked upon, right now we may not have that vision is not clear to people like you, but I get it. It's not just something that will happen or get transformed within 1 year. No. Criticism will always be there for any. I haven't seen that administration in Nigeria that has never been criticized for one thing or the other, for incompetent, for whatever, or lack of capacity. But here's the deal. Yes, I think I'll fault the administration for not being, even though it has a harem of spokesperson, he has not. For one reason or the other, I don't know, which is not good for his administration, engaging the public by being interviewed. I find that to be very, very disrespectful to Nigerians. At least by now, you should have granted at least a couple of series of interview, actually. Okay? But having said that, he has never been found wanting when it comes to sending these messages through his spokespeople. Now, he has sensitized Nigeria. He has tried to educate Nigerians several times about the journey they're embarking upon, their policies, and the reason why things seems to be slow walking. But Nigerians, especially those who are vehemently opposed his candidates or his emergence as a president, they do not want to hear his voice. And the people that actually wanted to hear him talking, they have been, drowned by these cacophonies of, this being power, this. Until today, those who are still thriving in Nigeria are still doing that. They are still buying land, they are still doing excellently well. But of course, the money, the wealth is not equally distributed. Now, I expect that the Tinubu will be able to communicate all that to people like you, Pansab and Ekini. But I doubt if there's any way or form or shape that you guys will find time in your busy time. Well, of course, you guys are still going to eavesdrop and do amiable, but to even give them some listening here, I doubt that people like you will want to do that. But
Anyway,
that's by the way.
Let me say this to you. Trying to, you say, if I can, people like us can listen to Palatino. Well, as a president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the first time not an interview, that broadcast, the first broadcast he made after he became president, I was very eager as a Nigerian to listen to him, to know what he has in stock for Nigerians, the plans and all that. Very eager. He made a lot of points, starting of his administration, that I said, wow, if he can implement some of these points, I think he will go far. He talked about some trillions of naira that the manufacturers will get, monies that macro businesses will get. soft loans and all that to improve macro businesses and all that. I applauded him. And few months later, nothing to show about that. He talked about some thousands of hectares of land that will become cultivated, fertilizers will be given and all that. Well, we waited, nothing happened. He came to the second broadcast. He repeated exactly the same thing. The only thing that changed is that he increased the number of the hectares of land that will be cultivated. He came again the third time, the same thing. Then come this independent, I don't care to listen to him again because I'm fed up with all those promises without action. I didn't even care that October 1st. I don't even care whether he will speak or not. And when I went to the headlines of what he spoke, it's almost as the same thing that I was expecting. He will tell you to calm down. The policies we are embarking on will yield the result very soon. This and all that. Yeah. And so somebody like me, how do you want me to believe him? I just give you instances where I'm not lying to you. I sat down, I was eager to listen to him in those few instances, which I did. If I don't have light, I will make sure I have enough data. I will use my phone to listen to him. That's enough respect. But these days, whether he speaks or not, I don't care. Because what I want now is more action. But it's quite unfortunate that he's not taking any action. The time he needs to take action, he will just board plane and leave the country and tell you he's going for a leave. Today, Nigeria needs a lot of attention. Nigeria needs a lot of attention today. He just bought plane. He's in the United States now, wherever he is, or whether UK, enjoying himself to your tent, old Israel. Then before you come back, maybe we'll be talking about Christmas celebration. After we celebrate Christmas, we go for another January. They will resume again and start all these nonsense laws and policies in the House of Assembly. Before you know it, the middle of next year now, they will start primary campaign. Just write it down. That is how it works. The middle of next year now, they will start primary campaign. Who will win the primary in their party? Before that year, then that one will take the whole of that next year. Then the other upper one will be general election campaign. Who is deceiving who in this country? You think I'm a child? I'm no longer a kid. Even though I might not be as old as you think, but at least I'm old enough to know that the body language of my president is not leading me to the destination that I want as a citizen. The body language and the actions of my president is not leading me to the destination I want as a citizen of this country. That's the simple fact, Wale. So I just have to acknowledge it. So we need a total reshuffle, total change. We need to move out of all these. I'm even surprised people supporting him because I don't even know where you guys find all this English and all this explanation you give to him. I don't know. Quite unfortunate.
It's not a blind support. I understood. It's not perfect. Don't get me wrong. It's not perfect.
Are
Just
you
like
disappointed at least? Are you
no, I'm not.
disappointed
I
from
am
what
not.
you were expecting?
I
So
am. I am not. Those who are in the know.
you were expecting what we have now during that campaign, right? Now I want you before you answer that. There's this thing that you do, which is to think you could just say anything without what could happen, right? With impunity. Therefore, you could say whatever you want. I'm asking you if you're disappointed with the result we have from the campaign. You're saying, if I heard you at the first bite, I guess you misunderstood me. You say you're not even disappointed. Do you understand what I'm saying? You were expecting this, what we have now?
What you mean?
Well, during the campaign, people look forward to a new government. Now, remember what we're dealing with was one of the most awful governments in the world, which was the Buhari administration, both in economic terms, security, and otherwise, right? So there was a there was a country that we had that we couldn't imagine it to be worse than that. We're talking about Nigeria here, the giant of Africa with all the resources in the world, both natural and human. So now, when Tinubu came into office after the election, right? Now we have the reality. What I'm asking you is that, are you disappointed from what we have now, from what you were expecting when you were campaigning for him?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Now that has consequences. I don't think it's one of those statements that you make with
It's not
impunity.
because
So, this is
I'm
what you have
abroad.
been campaigning for us. Is it? Do you
No,
mean that this is what the current
no,
situation
no,
is? What you have been for us?
no. It's not because I'm not in Nigeria the reason why I'm throwing my weight behind it. No. And I'll tell you this: those who are in the know understood that whoever becomes the president, God save Peter Obi and Atiku. God actually saved them. As a matter of fact, what Tinubu is going through is enough to derail any politician that is aspiring to become president or aspiring for second time. If Peter Obi had become the president, I can tell you what he will be going through would not be as different than what Tinubu is going through right now. Because
Yeah, but
things
how do
have been
you know that? That's why I
because
asked you the question.
it's been a public
No,
public knowledge.
hold on. Let's be conversational. First of all, like I said before, that kind of answer you just gave me there, normally that would trigger. I don't like that kind of talk.
Yeah, because you're taking your
Okay,
medicine tonight. But you
no,
know I'm telling you the
but
fact.
look, if
I'm
we,
not being clairvoyant
no,
or
I don't,
saying things from. It's a
okay,
public
then
knowledge.
you have to tell me how you know what the way would be with Peter Obi. You have if it's sixth sense that you're employing, whatever it is, second sight, ESP, right? Extrasensory perception.
But
How do you jump away from the reality we're talking about to abstract what it would have been on that ticket? Now, who knows what is going to be on that ticket? Who knows what will be on that Obi?
because
They will
I know
know. I know, but why make that? That should not be the central thing. You have the floor. So the first question I asked you, which I wouldn't let you sweep under the rug. I'm going to give you a second chance. As a Nigerian, and I remember there's a lot of our people suffering there, dying, a lot of people starving, right? So unemployment, inflation is off the roofs, right? All the charts. We have high inflation, right? Buying gasoline, which they sell over there in liter, unlike here we in gallons, right? Because when you hear that price they're paying, remember it's per liter. That's about 4 liters that make a gallon. And looking at how much money they make, and looking at what we have as resources back then. Now, how could you be so cavalier in just lying disrespectfully, right? I've been on this platform now for almost a couple of hours, and I let you talk. But when I ask you a question that would test you, if you're dealing in good faith, and you just lie with like that, if you knew this is what we're gonna go through, then why were you supporting him then?
because I know that it's not about now, but it's about the end game. It's about the future.
Yeah, but he just told you that in the few here they're gonna go into primary content. That is a truth.
That is normal, but that doesn't stop
No, I
governance.
know, but look, I really want you to don't do this, Adewale. I'm sorry.
Don't get triggered.
There's only
Answer.
three of
Don't get triggered.
no. I'm not triggered. But what I'm saying though, I
Yes,
don't
you
want it
are.
to be like I'm here talking to be body. I'm not your body. I'm not your mate, right? But I'm here. I
Now
want it
you
to be like.
now you're getting on inch now. You see, you need to relax because you are getting
Okay, no,
triggered.
be truthful.
Okay.
Be honest. Don't say
It,
if you say
no,
look.
you
I'm
don't
saying if you said to
you
me,
don't listen.
look, I expected him to be this way, right?
No, I'm
Because
not the
let
type
me
of
just
people
land.
that come here. I've heard a lot of people come on this show, including uh, Kulatan and others that have, chastised Tinubu's policy about certain way. And I always say this: you have your opinion to yourself because that doesn't make it the truth or the superior argument. Listen, the reason why I said that what is happening now is being a public knowledge is when you, in the past, when Buhari was there, we have our external reserve depleted, the GP, what do you call it? Our, GDP was nothing to write home about. We have a foreign exchange that is nosediving, and the government was, patching it up by, subsidizing and also patronizing their acolyte and giving them making them having access, including Dangote, to forests. And you see all those and the way they did the abracadabra during the election, and they printing money unnecessarily and flooded the market. And we have regulated economic sectors. Those are prelude to disaster. They are the pointer to what's to come in the future. We all know. In fact, your favorite television channel, Arise, actually discussed this extensively. It's not about hearsay. So, like, whoever is taking up this challenge is going to have a lot of courage. In fact, it will need Nigerian prayer because it's too much. I mean, the country was inching closer to the state of precipice, and here we are. Within 1 year, we expect. In fact, as a matter of fact, I don't even expect. Most of the time, what we'll be doing is to cushion effect. Yes, it's gonna be a lot of blowback, but yes, we're gonna be, giving people money, giving people food. Those are temporary measures. We're talking about the economy that will be sustainable, that will be able to last. We'll also be able to at least not depend on the crude most of the time. And we also have the attitude, the culture of the country, where corruption has eaten deeply into all fabrics of the country. No matter how you are trying to take one step, you are being dragged back because of corruption. You see, you have to consider all these indices and be able to judge it fairly. That as it making any strides since it's been in that position. I don't expect you to judge it fairly because, number one, it belongs to the opposition. But if you are to look at it objectively, he hasn't done bad, though the
Well,
country is going through turmoil,
help me look at
economic
it.
turmoil.
Hold on. Help me look at it objectively, right? He inherited Africa's largest economy.
No,
Right.
he inherited economy that is in skeleton situation.
I understand. You have to let me land because, like I said, you're not going to catch me lying. Maybe I make a mistake, but if I make a mistake, then you correct.
Lying?
Okay. So what I'm saying is that at the time that he took office, now don't forget he was the leader of the APC. So he's not completely innocent from what he inherited. He was the leader.
But it doesn't influence decisions.
I understand. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Try to scale it, adjust some of those things, right? So he has Africa's largest title as the largest economy, and right now it's number 4. Hold on now. Let me land. Now it's number 4. Oh, okay. Is that? I thought that was that your battery could last for maybe 1 more minute. Now hold on. Let me just land a couple.
I really want this another session. Maybe Dewale will come another day. We'll talk about it. I will not have the battery to discuss it.
All right.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
No, just continue. I just want to go.
I will not have the. All right. Good night, buddy. It's almost. I'm rounding up here too. I was working on my computer.
Maybe I'll continue with Adewola when you're done. Yeah, go ahead, Emeka. Maybe I'll continue with Adewola when you're done. It's gonna be a long
Adewale has made a lot of things. The things he said maybe might be right to him. Why he think the government is doing well, but I wouldn't want to go that far because everybody knows our problem. Even me, that I know the problem of this country, where we started, the drop of our oil production and all that, starting from the time of Buhari, where he took over from Jonathan, up until today. Buhari increased it more. Tinubu has not increased much. So our export is very low. So we haven't increased our export since APC took over government. Everything is still going down. And we have not created another source of export as a country. So these are the issues we need to solve before we start to talk about progress. You understand? So don't say that another president cannot do better than Tinubu. The issue is that these guys cannot give you everything. The APC government I don't know how to clarify them. The kind of character they have, they are not transparent. They are not able to tell you this is what we are earning, this is what we are giving out, and this is what we are keeping. Whenever a government is not transparent, you can expect anything from that government. They still, I'm not the one stealing the oil. If I tell you that this government is the one stealing the oil of this country, I will not be lying. I'm not the one going there to steal it. And release the oil to the people and use it to fund our expenses, generate more revenues. So the decline in the oil sector since the inception of APC is a major source of our problem. So thereby we are not able to get more forex that we used to get before. After all, Goodluck Jonathan, I don't think he supported the naira. The naira is only 3 naira difference or 1 naira difference from the official bank rate. But the dollar traded for about 190, 195. It's not up to 10 naira difference until he left office. Well, I don't know why you guys get all this your analysis every day. He floated the naira. He's doing the right policies. He's doing this. Nigeria he's not supporting anything, this and that. Jonathan did not support the naira. We traded naira from official bank rates. The difference is only, the biggest difference we had that time is nothing less than 15 naira there. From the official bank rate. Some is 2 naira, some 3 naira.
Jonathan did not float naira. Jonathan did not float naira. The value of naira during Jonathan was not the true reflection of his value, though. It was subsidized.
Whether he floated it or not, you understand? Whether he floated it or not, the magic he does, the only magic he does that time was that he had enough export. He was Jonathan was having more than 2.5 billion barrels per day oil. Go and check it. The record is there. So most of the time, when you guys come here and come to condemn Goodluck Jonathan, that is, I never supported the PC for one day. And whenever every day I stand up, I thank God that I never did. And I don't know that is the reason why God is keeping me. I will never support them. The evil in their government is too much. Because the way they started with their propaganda, lied everything, even me, that I know that these people are heading to destruction. They're going to destroy this country. I just sat back and say, this propaganda that these guys, APC is propagating against Jonathan, the destruction that they will bring upon this country will be very hard for every one of us to bear. Down the line, this is it. You cannot build anything on lie. If we want to bring it to the scripture, you cannot build anything on lie. Whenever you start to build something, and that the foundation is built on lie, that thing is bound to fail. No matter how you want to put it. APC started with lies against Goodluck Jonathan administration. Today, they are still able to find their feet in government. They are not able to find their feet in government. It's very difficult for them to find it because they don't know where the problem of this country is. But it's quite unfortunate. Many of you don't understand it that way, but that is how I understand it. So you can continue to give them explanation for their failure. But for me, they have failed. The only thing they will have to do is to go back. Tell Nigerians how they bring in banditry in this country to disrupt Goodluck Jonathan administration. From there, they will clear insecurity entirely. How they frustrated the economy of this country by stealing our oils. Give us account of what they are producing monthly. From there, you will see Nigerians go back to its cracks. You see our glory days again. You understand? So that is what APC has to do first. Tell Nigerians the truth. What you really did to Nigeria before you talk about it. Thank you, Pansat. I will see you tomorrow. If I see you today, let me see you tomorrow. Good life and
brother Kashifu.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Adewale. Take 5 minutes and I'll come after you.
Okay, I'm rounding up here too. I'm running up
Yeah,
here
yeah.
too.
We'll round up.
But the thing is this:
Okay.
Ekene said that the Jonathan administration was better off. That's a lie. That was the worst government in it. Level of ineptitude in that administration was profound. The head of that administration, Jonathan himself. In fact, I don't even know what to call. It's not a leader. He's never been a leader. He's an absentee leader. Two, we've never had an abundance during the administration. Nigerians were also complaining and wailing and whining during his administration. Three, our global appeal, our global presence was completely non-existent when he was the head of government. So even during his tenure, the dollars were even subsidized. Look, it didn't start from the Jonathan era. We've been having this issue back from the days in the military rules. They've been subsidized. Look, when you have an economy that is so based on subsidy, it won't take long before that country run bankrupt. It's just a matter of time because you can't build nothing on lies. You are being benevolent on one hand, and yet your economy is suffering. I mean, we've been having this back and forth since 60s. The other day, I argued about Jaliko condition when he said I think it was during Shagari era, importations of food and all that, and people were eating like a glutton. But they neglected productivity. They neglected building industry, even though we have textile industries and all that growing at a speedy rate. But the one that actually touched the core of the society that would have made much impact in the lives of the people are not actually, dealt with. So here we are, haven't been living those rent-seeking lifestyle. We're like a spoiled kid. Now we are seeing the difference because the money is no longer there. Now we have to re-strategize. What do we need to start looking at? What do we need to do? Oh, yes, government is making life harder for the people. We're not going to subsidize your life. You want the best thing in life, you got to work for it. Here we are in the United States. We pay our mortgages monthly, we pay our rent monthly. So, God forbid you're unable to fulfill those obligations. What do you think is going to happen to you? So, for every services that you wanted, every infrastructure that you want the government to provide for you, they come at a price and you must pay for it. You have to. That era of, oh, yes, we have to take care of. Yes, I'm not saying that the downtrodden society will not be taken care of, but we have to start somewhere first because the working class has to get value for what they labored for. So, with that comes with a stringent condition attached to the services. Um, it's going to take a while, and I'm highly optimistic. I am super. Forget about our way of life, the way we do our things, the wuru magu magu stuff like that. I am very optimistic about this project called Nigeria. Thank God that we have the likes of Tinubu in the charge of our affair. Because reason why, if you are not being pulled
No,
and
that's
deranged,
absurd. That's an absurdity, right? That's an
we
you
may
doing
not,
that to
you,
check
you may not
somebody
want to
here.
hear that, but I'm telling you the
Know what I'm
fact.
saying? You no, but wait, just 1 minute. I know you're still talking, right? Why don't you use what I'm gonna give you, some kind of signpost to actually address those and stop talking in those terms, right? Now, first of all, you have to understand that aside from the fuel subsidy removal, that as a policy, now this is something he did himself. He ended the policy of pegging the price of the currency, the naira, to the US dollar, rather than leaving it up to the market to determine the basis of supply and demand.
Who?
Tinubu, the central
Isn't
bank.
that isn't that what he did by floating it? Now
That's what I'm saying.
they are
No, he did
managing
not
it.
float. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right?
He
He
floated
ended
it
it.
before.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest problems that we have. It made it plunge by 2 thirds, just that act alone.
But
So
even isn't it better to have a true value of your currency than to be living a
it's
fake
not
life?
it's not better because
is the
So,
effect. The result is what
on the
I'm not
I
talking
agree
about.
with,
Just what I'm saying is, this is not gonna work. I want to
Pastor,
indulge. Yeah, I
Pastor,
want to indulge you,
Pastor,
but I don't say that we're lucky to have
Pastor,
Tinubu in office. That
Pastor,
will end the whole conversation. Okay.
Pastor.
I mean, yeah.
On
Please,
the I and E
I'll give
window,
you one more chance.
dollar is being sold at $400 during the last administration, right? Given to those of importing materials from abroad and all that, right? Those essential needs, $400. But when you take it to a bookie, how much do you get? You change your money, $700.
Those are not
Why?
rhetorical. I have to. I
Hold on,
mean,
hold on.
when you ask a
Why,
question, I
why
have to
must we
answer that.
have
Right?
such disparity? No, I'm trying to explain it to you. That why must we have disparity in
I'm
the
against that. That's not even what.
so
That's
the
not.
government decided, look,
Hold on. I don't
okay,
want the arbitrage. Right. That's true. They've been doing that for a very, very, very long time. Right. Even before you were born, I would say. They create that economy for the north, and they're doing arbitrage, and they're doing that, and they don't want to go to school. They want to cheat by doing those kind of things. But that's not what we're talking about. I'm saying you made a statement that had to make me interrupt you, which is to say that we're lucky to have Tinubu in office. That
okay.
is not a statement that a modern person would make, right? Hold on, unless you're trying to dabaru the whole session, right? I want you to address the issue that he scrapped the pegging of the dollar to the US, I mean the naira to the US dollar, and free floating it, and it's talking nonsense about you want to know your true value and all that. Look, if you're doing something that's damaging the people, you shouldn't do everything at the same time. You shouldn't experiment with everything. He removed the subsidy. I believe it's probably in cahoots with the prior administration, but he took credit for it, right? And it caused an economic crisis by doing that. So it's almost like we went and got our enemy to be in charge of our country because he's doing everything to hurt the country. He's not reversing any of it. It's not like he could say, you know what, I'm going to put back this subsidy, or I'm going to go ahead and peg this dollar back. If you're you're talking about inflation that is of the root damaging stuff. There's no increase in actual wage of the worker, because it's not just minimum wage. Minimum wage is what you pay the minimum person, but there are also others in the higher echelon of society that should make more money according to their inflation in the country. Hyperinflation is approaching, if you really want to know the truth. But the only reason why I'm interrupting you is that I don't want to be seen on this screen with you talking like that. If you say to Nigerians, let me see how many people are watching now, and you say to them that we're lucky to have Tinubu as in charge, that is a joke. Track that. I mean, apologize for what you said during the campaign, and then we're gonna get on. Else, I want to get off this show. Yeah. Yes, sir.
You know, most of the time, the performance of any administration is not always immediate. We usually do comparison and also look at those factors that are germane to the uh, the success of that administration, and then make deduct our own opinion about how they've performed. The reason why I said this, Nigerians are lucky to have them in office is because, and I will tell you this, in terms of somebody with capacity that can rebuild, look, what he's embarking on is not a joke. No doubt it's causing ripple effect by things are hard. It's just not what it used to be. No doubt. But I tell you this, you will agree with me that the Forex uh, sector was completely bastardized. Every corner you go to Nigeria, people holding money, creating artificial scarcity, and the little one available is being sold at a exorbitant price. They are all sort of produce the change in the country. They have them hand in hand with the kidnappers, helping them to change this money into hard currency, foreign currency rather. So You have all these.
Yeah, let me help you on
So
that.
hold
Because
on now.
let's do a short. Let me agree to the fact that's a point to be made about the previous government, the central bank that took short-term loans to cover spending close to like $19 billion, if you're to believe the figures that they're bantering around, and they printed the money, which helped fuel inflation. That I'm gonna say yes, there is a point to be made there, right? But to make the leap, though, do you understand what I'm saying? To say that we're lucky to have this. This guy is somebody who is not doing anything at all. Because if you come in and you have a crisis, you inherited something you weren't expecting, then you have to take a lot of measures. You have to go to work. You have to burn the midnight oil, right? You have to come and talk to the Nigerian people. You have to go visit market women, talk to the press, give them hope, fire people who are not doing very well as ministers. Change the ministers.
It's
Do
about to.
something.
It's about to.
Excuse me. It's about to, but that's not what we're gonna eat now. This is almost over a year. So what I'm saying to you is that you could say, you know what, I condemn him for not firing them yet. If he does it, fine, right? You should be in that. That's a posture you're supposed to take. It's not even us now who should talk. It should be shameful supporters, not shameless supporters like you. You should be a shameful supporter. You should come here and say, look, I'm embarrassed, but I have to say this. He should fire this, he should do this. Now, I've seen Kulata, of all people, do it. Last week, he was all over the internet, ubiquitously saying that this man is out, that he's no good, that is ashamed of him, right, for supporting him. That's what you have to do. Then
No,
you're going to be taken seriously. Yeah, you could talk about what I'm saying. You could cross-check that. Kulata is your friend. He was one of the ones that ushered in this administration. But at least he's shameful. Now you're being shameless. No, it's true. He
There's
came here
nothing
and
to
he
be.
and
There's
he
nothing to
admitted
be
it.
ashamed. There's
No,
nothing to be
you
ashamed of, my friend.
no, but do
There's
you
nothing.
respect? Do you
When,
respect?
when
Do you respect Kulata? Do you respect
no,
Kulata?
Kulata's opinion is Kulata's opinion. I'm not going to
So you
force him
don't. You
to
have no
what he
respect for him, right?
What do you mean if I respect Kulata? I'm not going to argue with him or fault him for what he believes in. He believes the government hasn't done certain things, certain areas. That is his own opinion.
No, not
Okay?
just that. He says that he is a woeful failure. That's irredeemable.
Because
Right?
he only looked at the economic aspect of it, but he has not really looked at how interwoven it is with with politics.
I mean, in regards to
In regards to the decision making, that is fault him for not being proactive, not being more or less reactive.
okay, could you tell me some of the good things that I may not know? What are the good things that the administration is doing that you are pleasantly surprised?
Right now, the white paper was submitted for tax reform. Those are the things that people expect it to take, to have been done within a few weeks, but it needed extensive uh, research, extensive consultation, in a way that, in fact, the smallest or the youngest among the member of that committee that actually drafted that paper, headed by this former consultant guy, what's his name? Something Taiwo or something, was a young undergraduate student, because Tinubu believed that they needed the best brain to come up with a very robust um, uh, what you call it, um, taxation in Nigeria. Right now, our taxes are not, can't even pinpoint what government is. Government dragging VAT with the state, and income tax. Nobody, in fact, 40% of Nigerians paying income tax, apart from the working class or people working in the cooperative sectors. No other people. because people are not accountable. They don't believe that they should be paying taxes. If you ask my brother, Kine will tell you, oh, we are paying taxes. Who do you pay to? Oh, you have the likes of Agberu collecting money, taxes. So they collect levies, illegitimate levies, and you call that taxes? Possibility of you being overtaxed is there or undertaxed. So if government is trying to do the right thing, so those things going on the ground, and here we are saying, oh, he hasn't done nothing. They have not even submitted it for the adoption of it, and they start, before they codify some of it to become law of the land. But here we are saying, oh, he hasn't done much. Tell me what he has done this year. Okay, look at what is playing out, because the previous administration failed to tackle this thing heads on when they were in charge. Yes, Tinubu was in APC, but he was never involved in policy making. Yes, he
Okay,
was
so in
one of
short,
the
do you
chieftains.
think Nigeria is on the right path?
I
If
know
you
that for a fact.
you think it's on the right path, right?
Yes.
Okay,
The
then
pain
let
of
me
the
talk now.
momentary pain
You're not
they're
gonna
going
talk the
through.
whole day now, right? You talk. You use your time to try to irritate the listeners, right? And I threw some softball questions that you should just hit it out of the park, right? But you're not serious, because even if a frog is our president, some of the stuff you're saying will pass for the frog by saying, okay, the frog has a plan that's coming up, or the frog inherited something bad from the previous administration, right? That no matter who is there, or if there's nobody there, what you're saying will be sufficient to give him a pass, right? We know how much Gary was a year ago, and we know how much it is now. We know what the foreign exchange was a year ago. We know there are a lot of things that we do know. Now, when pressed on what's giving you your special wisdom on this administration, you don't come up with anything. It's like voodoo. You somehow you know more than we do. Our journalists, our economists, even the world economists, they've analyzed the situation and the results are in. Nigeria that he inherited was a mixed economy, emerging market with expanding manufacturing, financial, service, communications, technology, and entertainment sectors. That's what he inherited. It's not like he got nothing. It is now ranked the 53rd largest economy in the world in terms of the nominal GDP. It's a woeful performance. Not even if we have our enemies come in there and handle that country, it won't be as bad as it is. Our GDP is 252 billion nominal in 2024. Rank 39th. So it's a woeful performance that nobody in their right mind will come there to defend this country. Nigeria emerged the largest economy in the continent in 2013, for producing large proportion of goods and services for the entire West Africa, with a debt to GDP ratio of 36.6 in 2021, according to the International Monetary Fund. So our country, most of our revenue comes from oil. But even that is handling it poorly with his friend Dangote and the opaque nature of the refinery, the Wayo, that his dirty hands are on everything, with all due respect. He come in there, he's trying to build a highway to hell that is calling what is this highway called? With his friend. Coastal Road with his friend Chagori in France, buying planes, buying yachts and everything. And I'm not one to knock those kind of things, because if it's needed, then it's needed. There's no, what can you do? But you look at his priorities. He doesn't go to work. He's a lazy man, flying around. What a very, very responsible person. He comes home, he meets with Reno Mokri, and he leaves, takes off again. How are you going to? You don't see it in his face, the problem that we have. And I think that you should help us strip him of the fan base and the support because he's not serious. We don't wish him ill health. We don't want him to die before the next election. And we know he's not responsible enough to bow out so that we could get somebody who could fix this problem, not somebody who has all the excuses in the world. That it takes a different kind of individual to keep supporting him at this time. And that's where you come in. You were a terrorist during that campaign. You were all over the place. You just weren't here on this platform. You were in other platforms. And you did a lot of damage because there are people who respected your opinion.
You know why I stopped going to Dr. Damage's show?
Why?
Because the show was hijacked.
By?
The owner of the show meant well, but some of those characters that were coming into the show and depicting these deplorable characteristics kind of put me off. And I realized that the platform was not tolerant. The platform was becoming intolerant to different views. And most of the time when people coming in there and trying to, be a different voice, they get attacked on the personal level to the point of being called derogatory words.
Yeah, but what do you expect if you go around promoting somebody like Tinubu and let me just
I
answer
can
that.
disagree with you fundamentally on the issue, but that would not make me, to the lowest point of dehumanizing other people simply because they do not share my view.
No, it's not about views now. What I'm saying is that you prognosticated about Tinubu and you were quite convincing to the gullible and you ran away. You can't show your face there.
No, why not?
As a matter of fact, it took you a while to show your face here.
No.
Right?
Look.
If you have a shame, right? You wouldn't show your face, but Nigerians are forgiving people. They don't. That's why I'm approaching you. Listen to me. Listen what I'm saying. Listen. Let me say this.
I want to draw your attention to something real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
You see on my profile there, what did they say? It said Adewale, right? Are you bold enough to even put your own name right there next to it?
Well, I show my face, and you are showing hush puppy.
No. It was
the hush puppy.
They show your sister hush puppy. Can you put your name next to?
Let me. I'm gonna do better than that. Let me do this. I'm gonna show my face right here.
No, don't just show your face. Put your name. Put your name. Put your name.
Show your face now.
Show your face. Put that pants out. Put your name there.
Okay, I will do that, but show your face now.
No, put your name there.
You don't want to. Okay, but let me tell you something, Adewale. You are distracting us. Listen to what I'm saying. If you go to Dr. Damages like you did, and here, and that's Niger Watch, and you elucidated lies.
Those are mushrooms platform that are just not up to par with me, and that's why you won't see me.
Okay, no problem. Believe me, I'm not inviting you back, right? I'm saying on that platform that you're talking about, one man doesn't want other platforms promoted on his platform, so I will respect that. But what I'm saying is that on those platforms where we go to talk to Nigerians, it's a marketplace of ideas. That place is structured, it has moderation, and most people who go there respect the place. All kinds of people come and they go. And when I was there and you were there, one of my rules was to ask them to remove you from the platform, if you recall. That
nobody there does that. Nobody can remove me because I've never.
They did it a couple of times, but not quite.
Never.
Okay.
Never.
All right. So, but the reason why,
I wasn't as cancerous as you.
I understand, but the reason why I was asking them to remove you because you were lying. Right. So now time has boiled out. You said that Tinubu had a plan, that he's better than Peter Obi, right? And you have the prerogative to do that because we're campaigning. You don't have to subscribe to anybody's views or political views. So you have that right. And I would defend that right. You have that right. But what I'm saying, though, which I elucidated earlier, is that what you're doing that I feel is wrong is what you're doing here tonight, right? Which I gave you an example of somebody who was just as toxic as you were, which was a Kolata.
So you call me toxic?
Yes, as far as our country is concerned, every patriotic Nigeria should be very wary of you, right? And after today, I'm gonna take a different view. I'm gonna be a little bit more hostile towards you because you're repentant. You don't want to even listen. You don't want to apologize. I said somebody who like you, Kolata, was all over, including on the other platform. Now, at least he still shows up there, but he doesn't come on the platform. And when he does, he closes his face and his nose, right? What I'm saying is that you have to be redeemable. You are an asset. You're an intelligent Nigerian who's in diaspora. You have to have a heart. You have nothing to gain now, because this is where I make the differentiation. When you look at evil, what is evil? There are three components to being evil instead of just being wrong. Because we're all human beings. We could be wrong sometime. We'll get it wrong, right? Number one, you know the right thing to do. Number two, you choose not to do the right thing. You have nothing to gain from not doing the right thing. But the third component is that it hurts somebody else. Once you have those three, you must eschew it according to the Bible. ESCHEW, right? We cannot let you be in the committee of reasonable patriotic Nigerians while you know the right thing to do, which I said earlier, that I believe that you're smart. You know the right thing. Kolata knows the right thing. But you guys choose to lie, and it's hurting our country, right? And you have nothing to gain from it. So once you have those three things, you have an evil person. And they cannot be tolerated, they cannot be accommodated. That's what I'm saying to you. So after the results come in now, after 1 year in office, you see the damage this man is doing. You have to, the minimum, do what Kolata has done, which is to say, this is unacceptable. I was wrong. I'm not going to support this. Right? But in your case, you want to whistle out of it. And then when somebody calls you out on it, you complain. And you normally get away with it because you have one man here who cherishes that kind of thing. But I'm saying to you, and by the way, thanks for your politeness and civility in having a one-on-one here. But you have to make that extra step that Kolata has made now. You know, Kolata is quite a bad character, right? But he's at least capable of retracing his steps and joining forces to condemn something that is obvious to everybody, because you're insulting our intelligence by coming here to say that we're lucky to have Tinubu in office. And I've indulged you now only to see if you would do that. If you're not going to do that, then we could end the program. And then I would take a hostile stance with you from now on. It's quite disrespectful for you to say that we're lucky to have Tinubu in office where you're not campaigning. This is not a campaign, right? This is serious business. If you want, I'll give you the chance to go ahead and I don't want to do it by fiat or try to cut off your nuts or something like that. No. So on a serious note, if you want to take some time, fine. You could take some time when we appear again.
Till the sun freezes off. Pastor, maybe what you're going to do, maybe I will implore you to agree and to disagree with me. But for me to say what I said was what I believe in. Prosperity is there to judge him, and I think the future is going to be kind to him at the end of his tenure, whether it's 1 time or 2 times. I don't even foresee one time in the rising. I see a two-time in his pocket already. Considered all factors, but Nigeria's life is still going to be transformed. What you're saying now is still laying the eggs, and the time will come for every Nigerian to enjoy what is being done. My hope and prayer is that every foundation that is trying to lay now would not be disrupted by all those crooked elements when they come to the power, because at the national level there are all kind of character that can easily truncate every good foundation being laid. But you just have to agree to disagree or disagree to agree with me on this topic. Maybe it is not yet time for you to see that coming. But I'm still convinced, I am strongly believe that is on the path to transform that country. Don't let it get under your skin. I'm speaking my own view, and you also have your own opinion to yourself. But in this case, a time will tell whether I'm being right or I'm being wrong, or you're the one that is wrong or you're the one that is right. Should we call that deuce answer?
No, but it's not. You're discussing a question of wrong and right, right? We could disagree on that, and when it's good or evil, right? We can. You could have your own view, and I have my own view. The only thing you're not entitled to is the true and false dichotomy, right? That dimension is where I am focusing on. I said during a campaign, you're entitled to your opinion. As you just stated, when it comes to wrong and right, you're entitled to your opinion, right? You could say something is wrong when it's right, or say something is right when but when it comes to true or false, that is where you must apologize to Nigerians, because it's not true that this man was qualified to be president. He's not unqualified to be president. He didn't win the election. There's so many things that are based in that particular dichotomy. He's not helping. He's not working hard. That is a true or false question, right? I said to you things that the actions that he took that you cannot pass on to the last administration. And I actually made a case to where he does benefit from the argument you were making, which came in the form of $19 billion at the prior administration, of which he's indistinguishable from Buhari, that he was the head of the Nnpc. That was his title. But given all that, you come down to the true and false. That, my friend, you not only do you have to apologize for the past, you do have to, going forward, you have to stop that to come here and you say that we're lucky to have Tinubu as our president at this time. That is untrue. That's a falsehood. That's a lie. Because now, where do we start trying to see eye to eye and have to come to a ground? Why do we even want to talk if after a year this is what we have from him, and that's your analysis? And I know you're smart, so you have to be deliberately spewing that garbage, right? Now, I will insist on one thing. Next time when we talk, I want you to swear and affirm that everything you're about to say, you know such to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. But I want to modify it by having you do it with Amadioha or Kamano or some deity that we know will not forgive you for lying to the country in these times. Thank you.
Well, God knows I'm not lying. I'm just speaking the truth, and the truth hurts sometimes. So I don't expect you to take it in stride, because it's the truth, and it's nothing but the truth, undiluted truth. So anyway, um, it's been a pleasure talking to you, Pansad, and we're gonna call it a day here. And everyone in this comment section, Sherman, I would not apologize to Pansad. As a matter of fact, Pansad owed me an apology for him being belligerent and sometimes unruly and counter Kero sometimes on the show. So he's the one that hold me an apology.
Look, that's not a problem.
He may be
I
older, but sometimes I
that's
have
not
to
a
remind
that's
him
not a problem. That's not a problem. If you feel that I was that
to
way,
comport himself.
you could extract an apology for
If
that.
there's one thing I've done is to treat
But
him
you
with
have to.
dignity and respect on this show and everywhere I come across him. I seldom even come across you because I avoid people like Pansat all the time.
Well,
And
you don't have to. All you have to do, like I said, right? Take it under advisement. You go in. But if you think I was belligerent, I thought we had a candid, civil conversation. It wasn't meant to make you feel bad or whatever. Even though the topic calls for calling you a liar when you lie and stuff like that. But ordinarily, I hope we're brothers. I hope that you would take a page from Kolata and be patriotic. So
why
that
should
we'll
I
have
take a page from Kulatra? I don't have to talk Kulatra line.
No, you don't.
That's
But
not
just
what I'm
take a look at it. Mike, do you have something else to say? Because we're going to be checking off. So I guess you can moderate, let people in.
No,
We
I'll be
didn't
checking
have the
out as
button
well.
to bring people into
Thank
the
you, Sherma,
platform.
for being an
I was
awesome moderator. Even
I
though
was waiting
you are
for somebody
instigating
to
Pansat
bring in Niger Man.
against me.
I was waiting for somebody to bring in Niger Man so I could beat him over the head.
The
But
German
anyway,
is not coming.
thanks.
Thank God.
Adewale,
He was
all
the
right,
only
good night.
person on my side on the comment section. So why must he come on the platform?
That
No,
tells you that you should be ashamed that he's one
no,
on your side.
because
You don't want that Niger Man on your side.
Sherman was instigating you against me. He was supporting you. So I needed somebody on my corner as well. So thank God I have Niger Man there. He was there. He was there
I'll take
supporting me.
Chioma any day over Niger Man. But Niger Man is our bro. He's is forgiven because he's in the rural Edo somewhere. He doesn't know what the hell's going on. Like unlike Ikene who's in Lagos and at least able to.
Don't mind that guy who doesn't even know the road to his village. I'm talking about Ekene. In you, Pansa, when was the last time you
He
traveled
goes
home?
some all he goes some all the time. It getting so dogu. Maybe you don't know that.
Don't mind, he will come here and tell a story about how what's his name of his village again? Oh, that village is the best village. By what standard are you even benchmarking? Where you state you're comparing it to? Those places
By the
that
way, why don't
is
you ask
only
Mike?
populated only in December. After December, everybody will just scatter like
That's
roaches.
right. That's right. But it's a bunch of mansions. If Mike is saying he could play
Mansion
the
does
video.
not make a place great.
Mike, you have played the video that I have and keyed up in that private section, so you could see what the southeastern villages are like. It's like Switzerland. Right now, I put 3 villages for you to play. You'll be proud to be a Nigerian and say, okay, these are the villages in my country. You're gonna be showing it to your friends. They're like some of them are like small London, some of them. So you're dealing with people who are building mansions.
Where I come
You did
from.
for your little corner for Southwest.
Where I come from is never short of people coming in and out all year long. So it's not like when you come in December or August visit or whatever and everybody disappear and the town become a ghost town. No, where I come from is always full of people. So that's
Yeah,
just
me,
the
I grew up
difference.
in the village
So
myself, right?
here,
I grew
Ekene
up in the
talking
village.
about how great his village was.
Yeah.
His village is so good he decided to run away from it. Can you imagine that analogy?
He has
He
to
should
go
have
make
stayed there
a
now.
living now. You know what make you go make money? Now
He should have stayed there and make money now.
Lagos is a no man's land. Everybody come there from all over the world,
Don't
from
say
all
that
over the.
again. Lagos is not a no man's land.
It's a no
He
man's
has a
land.
king, he has a governor, he has people living there, people that owns land, own property. So it's not you can't say it's a no man's land. It's a land governed, owned, and also ruled by a king.
Which kind of king? Our constitution doesn't recognize those kings. Those are traditional.
Well, I argue that with those Omonile, they will tell you what it really means to have king and
Yeah,
ruler.
we have a place for our traditional leaders. That's true, but they're not ruling anything. They have no power to tax.
They rely on government handout. They're
when
politicians.
when it's time for you to have a property, maybe you will tell me the impact of the Oba of Lagos when Dangote was faced with this stiff opposition from the Omoniles in Lagos. They had to go and beg the kings to on behalf of the government, and the government now went down there. It was during the Fashola, it was spitting fire, and they told him, "Oh boy, your administration will soon wrap up. We better not talk nonsense here." And he told that line, and eventually they resolved their differences. So that's to tell you that Lagos is a land owned by people, not a no
You
man's
know,
land you
say
guys claiming.
say monarchy doesn't come bigger than the one they have in Kano, right? And then the individual himself doesn't come as controversial as Sanusi Lamido Sanusi. So when he went out of line with Ganduje, Ganduje defrocked him, kicked him out of Kano, divided that kingship, as a matter of fact, into 5. So a governor can still do whatever. In essence, I'm making the case that those people are just living at the mercy of the governor, right? The governor, even the one with Niger man now, Oba took in Edo State, is taken to court by what's his name there? That's the governor that's leaving now. That's about to leave. Takes him to like a small claims court. Make him appear on time in court. So all these people, yeah, we revere our traditional stuff, but they have no power. It's not only ceremonial, it's just the governor playing politics, trying to get votes, and just they're not in our constitution with any role or any real power. So those who are putting all their eggs in that basket, especially the people from Edo, every time they want to use that, you're going to be abusing our OB, for example, Peter Obi. And then you go keep your monarchy, say nobody go Yaba. Huh? We go Yaba now. If you come Yaba, our own, we're Republicans, so our own Oba is our politicians who are doing good. Now, the ones who are not doing good, you could yab them. But if a person hasn't done anything, a public servant is doing a good job, if we come to yab, now you're Oba go yab now. Who else? So waiting at the top, you say, respect your Oba, fine, but he has no constitutional role, cannot tax anybody. He has the same right as me, as you, same right. When an election comes, he go cast one vote. But if he's a good Oba, a good king, that's fair, no problem. We will go respect her. You hear me? But if you come like within Najama, make I tell you, your Oba there's some things that he does that I don't like. I gotta be honest with you. He says, I'm not playing politics. But say Olumide Akpata come, you go step on the microphone and say, you say you be son of Palace. Me, I don't know you. You know, be son of Palace. You be one of the people. That's an insult. That's politics. So if he does it again, people like me, we're gonna point it out to him, and then we're gonna yab him because he's playing politics. Because he did it with Obi too. When people come to pay respect because it's Oba, right? When they come, Ingo begin to talk, say, I hear say you be the son of Palace. You know, be son of Palace. So once he does that, he's playing politics. I don't know who he thinks he's talking to.
No, you can't use that is an indictment on the palace. If somebody is claiming to have an ancestral link to the palace, so that means to others you have an advantage because the palace is going to be perceived to be behind you, whereas the palace does not even recognize who you are. So that's why the Obas has to distance himself or the palace from this. This what can you call somebody like Apata? A joker, jester, a clown.
Okay, but look, there is a point there that you make, right? That's fine. But if he does it across the board, it's like if you welcome somebody like what's the short guy?
No,
like short guy that used to be.
Pastor, that will have a ripple effect if not nib in the board. You know, in politics, politicians have thin skin. They do not forgive. They do not forget. So it will come across like a rumor. But if he did not address it onset. Before you know it, it might end up affecting the palace in a way that the respect that they accorded that man will be reduced because they will believe that, oh, he's behind. Politicians don't think like the way ordinary people think. So he dealt with it, and I'm glad he did. He put him in his place. You
Look,
don't know you.
I hear you, but listen, if you then have, what's the guy that married to a white girl from Mauritania or something? The short, he used to be a governor of Edo State.
Pass out, I'm here.
Okay, what's the name of the guy I'm talking about?
Who's
short,
that?
How is that?
What are you saying? I didn't hear you.
He's in APC. He used to be the governor of Edo State. Oshomale. Okay. So if the Oba is gonna do anything like that, when Oshomale come there, they will say something too, because there's nothing lacking in what Oshomale's activities. A liar, right? Over there, he played the people. He was in the labor. When he got into power, he's now in APC, believe it or not.
No, point of correction. Oshomole was never in labor, please.
Yes, he was.
He was never in labor.
I don't mean Labour Party.
I know. Okay, NSC, you're saying. Okay, sorry.
Okay, yeah, the Labour. Yeah. But first of all, you have to know whenever I say something, that's
what. No, when you say labor, I thought Labour Party.
When you're trying to correct me, you're gonna be making a fool out of yourself the whole night, right?
No, because that is what you want to try to pull.
And but listen, what I'm saying is that if the Oba first of all, let me just hold my fire on that for now. But I believe it's wrong to have a gubernatorial candidate come into the palace only because he's following tradition. He doesn't have to do that. And then when he leaves, somebody's gonna come say, "Hey, I hear you say you're," or in front of him, "I hear you say you are son of the palace. Let me correct you. You're not." That is a damnation. That is absolutely not true, because that's not what he said. That's not what Olumide Bata said. First of all, let's begin with
Wait, it's okay like that. Wait, I want to ask you one question.
Go ahead.
What is your problem with Benin? Are you from Edo State? No. Are you a bona fide son of Edo State? No. Are you a bona fide son of the palace? No. How do we run our palace? How is that the problem of you from the from back of the Niger?
Biafra. Okay, make I tell you. Make I answer. You say fair question. Even though in Nigeria we don't do it that way, you only talk about where you're from. If that's the case, Nnamdi Kanu will never come across your lips ever. I will know you talk about it all the time. But
because why? You should have asked me, why did I talk of Nnamdi Kanu?
Make I answer your question first now.
Okay.
So waiting at the thought, the thing we concern me there, make I tell you. Niger man, on August 7, 1967, we Biafrans, we cut like hot knife on border and come and captured Benin, the heart of the entire Edo State. We captured it, and then we
come and rob or come and capture.
I make I finish now. We came.
No, you have to put it so that people are hearing you. You have to put. No, wait, Papa. We don't go fight. You are my senior brother. Wait.
Make a land now.
Wait. No, you have to put it right. They can't rob or Biafra can't rob for Midwest BAM. Or they can't capture. You have to make it clear.
Maybe some of our boys did something like that, and we condemn that. But the bigger picture is that we made you a republic. We annexed that monarchy. We cut it out, right? And we made you the Republic of Benin. But if you go to the Guinness Book of World Record right now, you're gonna see your name there as the shortest-lived republic. You couldn't keep it. So when we say we don't like monarchy, we mean it. When we came to Benin and we captured it in a day, that's 2 of our battalions. August 7, 1967, and then we removed that monarchy and we made you a republic. You should have kept the republic, because in our constitution, this is what America did for Japan, and they're off to the races after that. America went over there, wrote them a constitution in World War II, right?
Yeah.
Cut down that monarchy and they still kept the monarchy, but they cut off some of its powers, clipped the wings, because it was imperialistic and was thwarting on the civil rights of individuals, right? So when Biafrans, now this is where I come to you, because I'm glad you're here. I've been trying to tell you, when you talk about Biafra.
Wait. You said you give us. Wait, let me be debunking you one by one, so that will not take a long time. You said you come when Biafra come, they give us a Benin Republic. So like you are you have been long that you left Nigeria. So I don't know where Benin Republic is. Benin Republic is where is in Benin or is in somewhere in Togo. So I don't know where you are saying there.
No,
Go on.
it's called the Republic of Benin. This is not history. Make a post them for private session. Let the moderator play it.
All
It's right.
those one where you people do distort for Wikipedia, we they see all of them.
No,
Forget
I
it.
post
Talk,
that now.
talk.
Mike, play it. Play it. It's like about 2 minutes long. Just play 2 minutes of it. That will show you this is historical. But no, the larger point is
Continue.
that
Mm.
the larger point I'm making is that I've seen on this platform when people come from the Southeast, they say, you know what, we're Republican in nature. And they say, these Biafrans, you always say something like you are Israelis or you're Jews, and you talk about this. Well, here it is here. When we came through there and conquered it within a day, 1 day.
Mm.
And don't forget, we on the road we're conquering a Jaws then. You see some Jaws running their mouth sometime, like the fat guy in the creeks there. We've been there before and we're coming back. That's another message. So when we came through Benin, conquered it in a day, took it over, and we're on our way to go conquer the Yorubas, which would have done within the same day or two, right? But the Brits and Egypt didn't want that. They surrounded because of that oil. That's what stops us. There's nothing else.
That's the way. Okay, stop there now. You said stop there. Let me say come inside. You see, I don't know. Maybe sometimes I know you are joking, but let us just joke. This is I don't want to have a quarrel with anybody again in my life. You know, so let me tell you something. When you say you can't feel it. Sometimes you people make me fun. Maybe only the story because you pass that you say you are an elderly person, and maybe
I was in that war, by the way.
Wait, I'm coming.
So you know. Yeah.
So you are 100 and something years plus. Wait now. So if with your age and your education, with the way you always sound, you are the most learned, and you can believe your 54 years is the one telling you your ancestral root. That is a shame, my brother. Honestly, Uncle Passat. Let me put it on.
Who's telling us? Who?
Huh?
What did you say? Who's telling us?
I say with your age, your education, the way you said you are more educated, you are very learned.
I never said that. You never hear me.
No. You always said it every platform. Wait, no, I'm coming, sir. If Una the Kanu of 54 years will be the person that will tell you your whole history and you believe it, so that is a big shame, honestly. I don't know where to start. You said you come to conquer Benin. How do you come to conquer Benin?
I posted the video now. I beg tell Mike to play.
Wait, let me tell you what. Let me tell you. Let me speak to you. You don't always say what happened in Urokpota. You don't say that one again. what almost happened if not for our bankers? What should have that history is still there. You understand? It's still there till tomorrow. If you go to Benin, go to Urokpota. But I'm going to see what happened here. Why was it?
That's one that folklore. Make I tell you. This is how you make I tell you how you know.
This man was there, Dennis Osadebe. You understand? He was there, you know, because he was from Asaba. Because the Biafra have to brainwash him and tell him now he's Igbo. He now pave a way when they want to pass to Lagos. He now pave a way. He paved a way. For them, he's supposed to attack. Bemudia was there, the video I still have it. He said no, that they should let them pave the way. He said the Midwest military should not attack them because they are brainwashed. Then that is Igbo. The man was from Asaba that was placed there. You know, he now paved the way for the Biafra to pass. That is why you see 10 meeting tomorrow. One place they shoot one gun, one bomb in Midwest. You can't find it. So all what you are saying is fallacy. They just come to rob our food bank, rape our women, and steal 54 million pounds that will collect and run away with.
If anybody did anything like that, obviously we condemn it, right? But listen to what
I have this thing. If I have him, I will send you many information.
No problem.
Newspaper of them, not a
I tell you, right? That one tomato sellers stood the way they talk. That's not history. Right? I post for
you. The one way they talk, champagne story, champagne.
The one where now history, right? You hear me? It's in, Mike will never play it. You know why? Because it gives you the accurate information. You know, say the thing where they make us laugh. They say when we came in there, your leader at that time, the name na David Ejo. We see him as he run on the bicycle going to the mama place. It's on the video. right? Not we could have smoked his ass, but we didn't do that.
No, that is why I say you are saying one side of the story. Why David Dejo? David Dejo was stationed by Lugbemudia in Asaba. Listen, wait,
Now,
he was
please,
stationed. Wait.
please.
Wait. Now let me tell you my story. He was stationed in by Ogbemudia, was the military leader there in Asaba. Then one of Ogbemudia, I have the video when that because they do them interview that year after those civil war. He said when Ojukwu come to him, Ojukwu come to lie to him. He is a military man. You know when the military is lying. He said Ojukwu say he want to bring some soldier to station around Asaba, some area where the Igbo people are. Just, but he never know that Ojukwu was preparing for war. He said no. You understand? Ojukwu now left. So they didn't go to any agreement. Ojukwu now left.
Listen
You
to me.
understand?
Make I tell you, I know they for market women history that can talk. Say you know prepare for war. If you know they ready to war, you go.
No, it's not. Him doesn't know. That's Ogbemudia. Say he doesn't know that Ojukwu is preparing for war. That is why he used to use that. Wanted to come and bring war. Say no, let me come and help you with some men in the Midwest. Then we station is he said, I said no. I'm the authority. I don't bring anybody. I don't need anybody. You don't know Ojukwu was preparing for something. Yes.
You know, say I said the attack Edo all the time. Every time I go on the platform, I'm not.
You know the attack. You are just talking. You are not somebody. I know you before. When I nearly know you, I thought you are just meaning bad for people. You just try, but when I know you that you like Nigeria too much, you want it to work. You are just saying everything you want to say out of love, not really from your heart.
You got a point there, but don't make any mistake about it. Let me tell you something, Nigeria man, right? In that Edo state, that a lot of our Igbo people did there, right? So what I'm talking about, I'm talking about like Akokedo there, you know, where somebody like which who be that will come from that side, Ovie there, and others we be Muslims, we did for that Edo state. Those people can never be savaged, right? Unless with force. So if we don't get it right, like we do election, they know to vote the right way. They know go pick the right person. You saw what happened over there in the last election.
No, but you didn't answer my question. You are just shifting the goal. I said, what is your own dog in the fight? You that come from back of the Niger to Benin Kingdom. That is what I want to know.
Okay, what I've been to tell you, be say for Edo, we have a lot of Igbos there. You hear me? These are Aboriginal. They're not. It's not just that they are indigenous. These are Aboriginal Igbos.
Okay.
So because of this war and our willingness to accept the no vanquished, no victor thing, agreement. Be say there's no vanquished, there's no victor. So we came back. So okay, let's.
So how is the Midwest part of Central Eastern region then? Central East. But the Central East was having, after the share, was only 2 states. So how was Midwest, even the Eastern region? After the Eastern region, there is still Central East, which is the main Igbo side. So how is not the Midwest become Igbo land?
You know matter because make I tell you,
no matter. This is what I don't like.
You know matter now because what I'm saying.
You tell you are the aborigine of that place. So what I want to know the connection. That is why I asked you on comment section. Tell me the ancestral root of you. So I want to know the connection that Igbo have with Benin. That is what if you like, you say Asian is Igbo, you say Auchi, Afuba is Igbo. That is not my problem. But that my Benin kingdom, that is what I want to know. Because my father, my great-great-grandfather is the chief. My mother, the great-great-grandfather, the father till tomorrow, they are all big chief. You understand? So I'm from a royal home. I want to know. I've never heard any history that Igbo and Benin have any tree in history.
Okay.
You understand?
So we are brothers and sisters. We're one in that sense, right? Culturally and otherwise. We don't have any problem with them. Now remember, I'm not talking Igbos. Because that's another mistake. I was talking to Dr. Damages yesterday, and he's making the same mistake. When I'm speaking, I'm talking about Biafra. Now, what are Biafra? Let me tell you, Biafran states are Akwa Ibom, River State, Cross River, Bayelsa, Ebonyi, Enugu, Anambra, Imo, Abia, Delta, and Southern Kogi, and Benue states. Those are Biafran states.
Mm-hmm.
Biafra existed before. We know what the states are. We know the geography. We're not hassling for it now. Sometimes people say,
So
"Oh,
during Midwest, during Midwest, is that a part of Eastern region?
Yes.
Oh my God, these people, What became Bende? What became Bende?
And but hold on now. You're talking about after they create more states, 12 states and all that. But just hear me out. We're not. This is nothing to debate about. We have to do.
No, because I want to give you the 12 tribe that contrive of Midwest. That is what I want to.
I know. I'm not talking states now. Hold on. What I'm talking about is aborigines, but I'm not talking Igbo now. Remember, I'm not talking Igbo.
But you are saying Biafra was founded in 1967. That's why I say, who are you first before Biafra 67? That is what you have to find out.
You don't understand.
So go and check Biafra. It's only Ojukwu name is there.
Let's be organized in what we're talking about, because I don't want you are thinking.
I'm not a Biafra. I don't want to talk about that. I don't know anything about that. So I don't have to talk there. So
I'm telling you what Biafra, the states are, right? It's already existed. We have currency. We made money in stamps. We manufacture stuff. Our ammunition. We had a defined territory. That's Biafra. Now, what a lot of people do, like on this platform and others, they say, "Hey, you're landlocked," and we're laughing because when we come to get our states back, you think we have time to do? If you talk that nonsense, when we come, we're gonna shoot you in the face, right? So when we come to take our states, on a serious note, when we're not in a democratic setting, right? There's no more argument when we come like we did before when we came the last time to Midwest, to Edo, to Benin.
We are next Benin with itself.
We will send out 2 battalions to come and take it, and they're gonna come over and take all of it.
Okay, your expansion. You want to go and steal people land.
No, it's not people's land. I told you keep thinking about Biafra as Igbo. Once you think that, then you'll be right, but you'll be wrong. Just like
Biafra is Igbo agenda. When Ojukwu declare it, they declare it on the central eastern states. Never not. So don't call people Biafra. Biafra is not existing. How can you form identity for me in 1967? When I have the history up to 10th century.
Rajaman, you're not listening. I just told you a lot of it is not done by argument. We're gonna come to take.
No, it's not argument. It's one by one.
We did it before. We came there. I just told you. David Ajo ran on a bicycle, and we're laughing. I told you I was in the war. I'm not your mate, right? I was so when he ran,
in the war. The Carlo is telling you your history.
I have the tape. Tell Mike to play it. I have it on tape. So what I'm saying to you is that a lot of people who say, Mike being one of them, he says, "Oh, you're landlocked." Okay, we're landlocked because we're there for internet to talk now. When the boys come to take our stuff back, like all that Port Harcourt, Ejo them, Edo people there, all that, we're gonna just take it over by force. That's it. You can't do anything about that. You're gonna fire us. You can't fire us. So, but if we're in a democratic setting, we're talking now, we're arguing, we're doing this landlock. No nonsense now. Maybe we could make with the talk up. But when it comes time, which is gonna be very, very soon now, if we don't get it right, we're gonna come and we're gonna take our stuff now. Now, this is something you shouldn't feel bad about this. We can do the same thing to the Yorubas. Same thing. We take over Yorubas, conquer the Yorubas in a day or 2 at the most, right? But get a load of this. We could also do the same thing to the Hausa and Fulanis. We have to if the mistake they're making is that we had a fight with the Brits. We had a fight with the Brits.
You didn't give me a good body, eh?
It was a proxy war between Britain and the Igbos and stuff like that. So they keep thinking.
We want to address the whole Nigeria.
But we could also take it over the entire country because first of all we built it. Asina in our language. Asina okorana etoli kari onye korea. Do you know what I mean? The okra fruit, what is it?
It doesn't long for the owner.
It doesn't get too long for the owner.
It doesn't get taller than the owner.
Exactly. Like that Nigeria is never gonna get taller past than us who brought it, right? Nnamdi Azikiwe. We formed the country is ours. We're all over the place. We're in the Yoruba, we're in the Hausa, feeding here. If I come in the office and I command Innocent to stop that nonsense he's making and make tanks. He's going to do it. It's going to take overnight. He's producing tanks. Now, in Edo, where are you going to get tanks? In your state? You don't make anything. We can make bullet. We made it before our Bunigwe now. There are some of us who are nuclear scientists.
He didn't make anything now. Ogunigwe, what did he call it? That's the word he make now.
That was then. Now
he take Ogunigwe. He didn't make any weapon. It's Ogunigwe now.
No, we made Ogunigwe. It's a bomb that kills in the.
You put petrol. You put small pieces of iron.
Okay,
put it there. What are you saying?
Niger man, but now we can split the atom, right? We have a lot of Biafran scientists, right? You guys are not going to school. We're going to school. We could tame, the neutrino, right? In Africa, we're the only ones who could do that. We could make the neutrino react with. So now it's not going to be like what Ojukwu made a lot of mistakes. He's going to go fight people in Finland.
Pastor, Mr. Pastor, have you been Cote d'Ivoire?
Yes, Ivory Coast. What about it?
Okay, do you know there is a day in their public holiday that they call Ojukwu Day?
I don't know why. Why they?
Yeah, there's a public national holiday there. It's Ojukwu Day.
Yeah,
because why? I don't think you have been there. If you have been there, you should have known. That is why if you go to Africa, if you see where Abidjan is developed, do you know which money they used to develop that place?
What is it?
It's the money Ojukwu take. He collected from you people and give you fake Biafra note and take there and develop it. That's why if you go there as in Nigeria, they respect you in Abidjan. Go and see the way it develops. That is why it's called Petit Paris. That is small Paris.
You're talking about tomato history kind of thing. I told you.
I tell you where I've been. I'm telling you,
you know what? On the comment section, send me your information. Niger man, I want to sponsor you to come out. Come to the United States, right? I'll sponsor you because you're not a bad guy, right? And for somebody who's back home there, not even in a city like Lagos.
How can you sponsor me? Do you know where I am?
I know where you are, right?
Yeah,
I know where you are. You were in, somewhere in Benin City, a village off of Benin City. You're not even in Benin City. But you try. But look, on a serious note, though, I want you to come out a little bit because Nigeria is in the state it is because of.
Come on, I've been abroad. Maybe you are still wearing pants or you are still in primary school.
What do you mean? You've been abroad? Where? What country did you go to?
I've been all part of the world. No place. Tell me one country, I will tell you.
Have you been to United States?
More than United States, up to Australia, everywhere.
Oh, so it's more than the United States. Okay, that's good. If I thought maybe you haven't been out, I'll sponsor you to come and visit the United States.
There are a lot of people in the Southeast who and bring them in Abia State, in your state. They need it.
I mean, we're doing that too. But we don't look at things in a tribal nature. I believe that the more our enemies are trained and they have education and they see the world the way the world is. For example, here in the United States, it's an eye-opener. When I left that country, I was sharp, right? Very sharp guy. But as I was going through, I stopped at Frankfurt, the first place. My eye opened. I said, wait, look at these people. I was shocked. My eye opened. And then, first of all, you know that you're out of place. By the time I land for this America, I come say, I don't care what it is. If you haven't been here in the United States, you don't know your ass from your mouth. For example, if you come here,
the homeless in America, in one state, is more than the homeless in the whole Africa.
Don't let that fool you, right?
Well, check the statistic now. The homeless in only one state, in Florida, is more than the whole homeless in the whole Africa.
Yeah, but that homeless can buy bread now. If you want bread, if you get money.
But we are not sleeping there. We don't have homeless in Nigeria now.
All of us for Nigeria, they're homeless. If you really want to know.
No. We don't see people for streets like America. Homeless in only one state. I'm not talking about only Nigeria. The whole Africa, the homeless in only one state in America, in Florida. It's more than the whole Africa.
Listen to me. You day home, you hear the story about homeless for America, right? Unless it's the very sick ones for head, right? Where they free for street or they're on drugs. That if any person, the poorest person here could go and collect social security, It depends on the county he's in. He has welfare. Could go to the
Yeah,
doctor.
but we don't have homeless in Africa
If
now.
something happened to them, police go come right away within a couple of minutes. He has a lot of perks that you don't have, that not even the governor has, right? But in your case, I'm trying to tell you the day why I want to sponsor you come here, because I really want to film you and show. For the first year you're here, first of all, you're not going to understand what anybody's saying. And
What do you mean?
nobody's going to understand.
What are you saying? Because you want to, you know the problem you guys have. You want to change. Wait. No matter where me and you, no matter where me and you go, I'm Africa original man. I can never behave like a white man in my life. Never. My children, all of them, they are citizens.
I'm telling you,
all of them. I speak Spanish, I speak Dutch, I speak Italy, I speak, so I can never change my tone to speak like a white man. Never in my life. So that's I wonder majority of people want to speak like we go.
Make you speak Spanish, make I hear.
What are you telling me to speak Spanish? Go and ask Tokme. Tokme know I speak Spanish very well. I spent 21 years in Spain. So don't think maybe.
Okay, no wonder. If that's true, then that makes a difference. That you are in a different class. If you've been to Spain for 21 years, then of course what I'm saying doesn't apply to you.
Soy español de sangre de todo, ¿vale?
Waiting
so don't think. You said you speak Spanish, so you don't even understand Spanish.
It's Italian, not be Spanish now.
That is Spanish. You said Italian. If you tell me Italian, you don't even know what I'm saying. You only hola, ¿qué tal? Bien, ¿cómo estás? That is only what you hear now. You cannot write in Spanish.
Last one I hear. But look, so if you have been outside and you are the way you are, then you're evil, my German. Because the only break I was giving you is that you haven't been out. So you do know better, right? In that country, we're not doing very well. So when you come online,
that to you that I'm doing well in Africa. I have my business in Africa. I go to Nigeria every time. I don't see what I'm not doing well. Since when I left Nigeria 1998 tomorrow, the same story when they talk to us in abroad. Nigeria is hard, Nigeria is hard, Nigeria is hard, Nigeria is hard. If I go to Nigeria, majority of my schoolmates, they have house, worth 100 million, they have house, they have car, driving G-Wagon. Nigeria is hard. When we are growing in Nigeria, we are cooking with sundoors. Today, people are cooking with gas. When we are growing in Nigeria, many houses used to eat rice by Sunday, only on Sunday. Today, people eat rice 24 hours. People are talking about bag of rice. By then, they used to measure either a cup of rice for weekend or a bag of rice. So today, people are telling you it's a bag of rice. When we are growing, we are using kerosene. Today, people are using gas.
I know that it's true. I know
what
that
are you talking? Things are changing.
Okay,
when we are growing, Mr. Musa, sorry, 1 minute, sorry. When we are growing, maybe before you left Nigeria, the people who can build a house there, it's like people coming from abroad or people who have, after their pension, they get gratuity to go and build one small house, or those who are already. But today, 18 years, 17 years, drive G-Wagon 50 million, build a house, rent house of 50 million. Why are we saying Nigeria is bad? Everybody must not make money. If you know, I have business in Nigeria, more than 40 business. I'm making my money in Nigeria. I always come here because my family, my children, my second son just graduates. That is where I came last month. You understand? So don't be saying all those things.
You came from where to where? Where are
Nigeria.
you now? Where are you now?
I'm in UK today.
You're in UK. All
today,
right. Yeah. So when
no, I say my business is Nigeria. I only go to Nigeria often. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, I mean, things say you did Nigeria permanently.
No.
If you're in the UK,
no, not permanent. No, the last time I was talking, that day I was talking. When you know, I was in Nigeria then. That day I was talking. That I tell you I was in Nigeria. So maybe since that time you believe I'm believing in Nigeria. I was just maybe that is what you think.
That's what I think. Okay, well, it's a good thing you clear that up, but it still does not change anything, right? It comes down when you hear that the Gare is 80,000 naira, right? You did tell me an anecdote of one of your family members or your friend who can afford it. That is not what we're talking about. Individuals who can afford
it. But the same you now, Mr. Passat. In America, you are. Is it everybody, all Nigeria that came to America, even the citizens are living the way you are living? Be true to yourself.
No, but we're not. We're looking at the minimum. You know, the poorest people, right? You don't judge people by how many people are
But
eating.
Nigeria is not a socialist
I don't know,
wealthy
but
country
you
now.
have to be hearing out my thing because there's a big difference between, let's say, Gary was say 10,000 naira a bag, and then it goes to like 15,000. That's high. Everybody, you have inflation once in a while. Here we have some inflation, but if you're talking about it going to 80,000, there's no there's no welfare. The government, it's not like that. It has some things to catch, like a net to catch people who are falling to the cracks, right? There's nothing like that. And then they don't make enough money, right? You have a lot of people out of school. It's totally condemnable. You cannot make that argument and with a straight face, and especially
No. Nobody is saying Nigeria is good. No. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Passat. Nobody's, to be frank, honestly, nobody is saying Nigeria is perfect. Nobody is saying Nigeria is good. Nobody is saying Nigeria is enjoying. I'm just trying to tell you, even during when we are young, we see here Nigeria things are hard. There was austerity. I witnessed austerity measure. You know what they call austerity measure? People were cooking with sawdust. But today people are cooking with gas. They are complaining. So we improve. But people have to see it. Any young people that is coming must see your time to say it's not bad. Like many people in abroad, they will tell you when they come to abroad today, they will say, no, abroad. Let me use a local parallel. They will say abroad don't spoil. Abroad don't spoil. Abroad don't good again. But people will still come and make it today. Many people are still here complaining. There's nothing abroad. Abroad don't spoil. That is it. Human economy say human need are insatiable. The problem of Nigeria.
The point is that I don't know if you heard my conversation with Adewale. The way you're presenting it is it's not a dichotomy where things are bad, and we have some things that are pressing issues, right? There are desperate ones, there are critical ones, there are crucial ones, there are grave. So once you pass things are bad, and then you go to the realm that we're in, people are starving. That's not a joke. Because you do the math, if somebody's making 40,000 naira a month, but the bag of gari is 80,000. I know it's not going to buy a bag of gari all the time, right? That's true. It's not going to buy it every month. But how are they a lot to near how to eat? It's a serious situation. There's nothing that's working. The inflation is off the charts. And first of all, that bureau that gives that statistics, they're a bunch of liars.
No, that is there's no good statistic in Nigeria, no good data in Nigeria.
Yeah, that
is fact.
That's not, but observation though, right? I mean, the country, a lot of youth are out of school. Nobody's even talking about those kind of things. To buy gasoline, I mean, what they call petrol, which is gasoline, 1 liter, not 1 gallon. So a lot of people make the mistake. 1 gallon is like 1,000, 900, 1,000, 1,100. I don't know what the true figure is, but that's they go about. And everything is just gone to hell for a country that's not supposed to be that way. So there's no way that we can be here bottling it up or saying anecdotes about those who got it made. So that's like when we were young, when you talk, like when I came here, if you hear me talking about Lagos, even though I've never been there, I don't give a damn about it. But if an American approached me, I'll be boasting with Lagos and say, look, we have more cars in Lagos than you have, say, in Los Angeles, which is a lie. But, you do that when you're young. But right now, we're talking about the state of the country now. You have to forget, like I told Adewola, because you're another person who is like Adewola and Kulata, right? You died in the war, Tinubu supporters. But the campaign is over. Now, we have to be patriotic Nigerians to criticize. If somebody's criticizing Tinubu, they're not against Nigerian government, even, of which they should be. I'm against that government. But you have to criticize the government, not the people. There is no way any rational person is going to be singing for Tinubu like you're doing. You're not ashamed of yourself, Niger man, because you are in the UK. I thought you were in Nigeria and you didn't know any better. I was going to sponsor you to come out here. But if you know that we're not on the right path, now let me ask you. I asked Adewola the same question. Do you think Nigeria is on the right path?
How do you want me to measure it? Is there any I should measure it how maybe the way people are living, the cost of living, or what? Or how do you want me to measure it? Because you say I should use the policy of the government to measure it, so which they are telling us that it will take a time. So which is I believe that one will take a time. It's true. But if you say I should use the standard of living of today for what I see on ground today to measure it, there is what I'm still saying for the past since 1998, even 1996. It's still the same story I'm still hearing, because people will tell you on social media people are dying of starvation. I've been in Nigeria. I've been in many states in Nigeria up to the east. I never see a street where people die. They say it's starvation or it's hungry or it died because of hunger. So in my family, I have my majority of my own father children are no more. My parents, they are no more in Nigeria, but all my family, external family, majority, they have never called me somebody die of hunger one day.
Okay, let me ask you something. Did you check?
So I don't know the way you want me to measure it.
Let me ask you a question on that point then, right? Because I'm trying to check your aptitude as well. If you say you went home and you checked to see if somebody died of starvation, did you check to see people who were on the road to go far away to fetch some kind of money to eat and they died in that road accident, or people who unfortunately went to steal and they got shot for stealing because they were hungry, they did something illegal, right? When you check, did you, or were you just, you have your mouth agape and you're looking for people who were standing somewhere, say, oh, I'm dying, I haven't eaten, so I died, right? You understand what I'm saying? You have to be able to check when somebody say, I say in our language, this
Yeah. Okay. Let me answer that one before I forget. Okay. See the two parameters you gave to me now. So, is there any armed robber, any criminal that will not justify what he did? So I cannot use a criminal to come and criminal will come and tell me. So because you are hungry, that give you the audacity to come and steal, to go and burglarize somebody's house and steal his property. No, that is not justifiable. I can't use that one. So if you said I should talk about, you said accident. So what do you call it? They say accident. Nobody ever predict I'm going to Lagos, I will get accident. That is what they call accident. So I can't use that one to judge anything too.
I agree with you where you answer that general, but you know what I mean? The spirit of my question is that when you do a research to know if people are dying, you say you went home and people are saying people are dying. You don't see anybody who was dying. I just want to make that the case is that what you didn't see anybody stand in front of their compound and say, oh, I'm hungry, I died. Okay, let me die because I haven't eaten, right? There are cause and effect, what's called causality. When you say people are dying of hunger, they may not be literally dead.
Okay, let me tell you what my observation. Should I tell you my observation of the hunger I see? Okay, my own observation, what I see in Nigeria, because I went to about 7 states, you understand? What I see general, that is more general, more than 10 years, 15 years ago, is beggars. Corporate beggars, people with suits, but not the beggar we have in Nigeria today is not even those that are Almajiri or those ones you see on the street, Now we have corporate beggar, people also beggar. If you sit down in the beer parlor, you will see before you leave there, they see your dressing, they see maybe you hold a good bottle of beer, like from any kid, they know it's more expensive. You will see you have more than 4 to 5 people that will come and beg you there that they are not eating. That is only what I can tell you.
Okay, that's dying of hunger, basically, in that sense. And you know what? I was gonna administer an oath to Adewale. I'm not gonna do that with you because you're fair, right? You're partisan, but you're fair. You don't want to admit that.
I'm not partisan because you are looking me. You said something before. I don't just want to interrupt you. You said because I'm putting my support for Tinubu. You don't have to say that. That is what I don't like. Sometimes that make me get upset. Okay, I will not say because all these things you are doing because of Obi or because of Atiku. Does that make sense, right?
No, but you don't see me promoting Obi's policies or defending his policies. It's not a government, right? There was a campaign. It's epochal. We have to use a period of campaign and then we're done. That's what it's done in any civilized country. During the campaign, you pitch people for your candidates, but when it's done and they're governing, then we're no longer partisans. We're not Nigerians trying to hold the government accountable, right? So I did that with Adewale, who's one of those ardent supporters, and like you during the campaign. In your case, you were tricky though. You have to admit that you didn't come out to say I support.
You are not even campaigning for Obi. If they go and ask the Total for go and ask Obi. If they say people go and ask them the owner of this platform. We are Obi. I went to Nigeria buy tickets 980 to go and vote. I give Obi more than 2,000 votes.
Okay, but that's
with my organization.
You
in
remember
3
me?
states.
But do you remember my encounter with you? Do you remember me then?
I remember, all those things you are saying. I've never understand you there. That's why I was having an argument with you.
I understand. You and I, as a matter of fact, we used to go on the private section when the show is over, and we'll debate, and I'll be telling you that I don't trust you, right? You say you support. First of all, from your accent alone, I could tell. And I'm that intuitive, and I also have the instinct. So I have both instinct and intuition, right? So the fight between you and I originates back then when you're supposed to be an obedient, but you don't agree with me on anything, and that's absurd, right? Here's a guy who calls it the way it is, who's on your side, quote unquote, right? But you were
but you are sounding. How do you want people to support you? You are sounding every time. You are just sounding WAR, anything you want to say. You want to diminish people. You want to use it derogatory word for people. You want to look people less, anyanya. That is only what you are doing.
Yeah, but look, no matter what I say about that, it's not to be saying it, right? If you're an Obi supporter,
but when you're in campaign move, somebody is using that. You have to, Mr. Pasori. You see, there's something when they say politics is local. You understand? Which is number. No matter what, you abuse everybody. But who will give you the number? Your own is to convince people, not to insult people, to make people look. Because after you get what you want, you can say what you want. But the more you talk to people, you antagonize people, you insult people, you are not making them to believe in you. And many people, it's like a shark.
Wait a minute. What I'm saying to you, and it's very funny, right? Because you're actually talking about this. The point is that no matter what I do, if you were not a biased guy who hates Southeasterners, right? You hate Southeasterners more than anything.
This is what you people say. This is what you people say. I don't like this word. You always go, who hates Southeasterners? Who hates Igbo? It's only Igbo man that we tell you people hate them. Nobody ever say it. I want to watch. I'll be asking this thing.
Hold on now. I said that Edo people, they did the right thing. I actually knew about P2B from Edo platform, and people were talking about it, like Niger Watch and all that. There was a kid that comes all the time, not Colata. Forgot his name now. I remember it before I'm done. But anyway, so the funny thing is that you're supporting Peter Obi, who's there making his case. It has nothing to do with me, right? I'm a Biafran. I already said I have a difference of opinion.
But you are meddling in the campaign too much now. So what do you want me to look for?
But hold on now. So if I'm praising my Biafra and I'm saying it's not gonna work when I go to war, P2B is wasting our time and all that, and then because of that, you don't want to support P2B anymore. That's not fair.
No. Right? If you ask me why I didn't want to support Peter Obi more in 2020, why I withdraw after the election and the court case, even before the court case, most of people there, they still know me. We were the one that start peddling on the platform, all eyes on judiciary, everything. So even the making all of them know me, you understand? But why I stop, when I now vow that I regret putting my money there, going to Nigeria, using my money to buy all this campaign material for different states, because after the election finished, I thought, because I've been with politicians, I've been running election for many years in Nigeria, you understand? So after election finished, everybody have to forget and start governance or start planning. When it finished, the next thing, because Obi lose, they turn the trigger to everybody supported Obi. They insult you, you give government. I go to the group, I said, no, how can Obi go to court? He didn't think tomorrow, they didn't even give us the number. What is their own number? Okay, they say they submit 133,000 agents out of 176. Okay, that give us that number. If it's 2,000, 10,000, 10 million, let know and let have something. For more than 3 months, you have not collected the result. You go to court. When the last judgment comes, they didn't bring anything. They just bring all those puff balls from that neck. And where is your own number? What are you going to dispute in court? You are the one that is proving criminal in the election process. You are the one that you're supposed to prove it. Many people are lawyers. They know this on criminal law. And people begin to say, no, you are a stooge, you are APC, you are no. You saw people, father, they're still going to our palace. How does my palace concern election?
Hey, Consano, I gave you one way, which was what he said to.
Oh, what concern my husband with that one?
But anyway, hold on.
No, I don't say no.
That I want to respond to. Hold on. You said that Peter Obi did not do blah 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 with the courts and all that. You know what happened? Peter Obi, they had lawyers, they have bags of the evidence. Now it's come to light that some of their polling agent PA did not perform in every precinct, but what they don't have, PDP had, right? Because it's the same data. What that means is that all the polling agents sign off, and then is submitted. A copy is given to every political party. If you remember, in the case of Lagos State, it was the PDP that made a call of what Obi won the election with, which was over 900,000 votes. So what they all had, they had in common, which means the true result. But Nigeria, the judiciary, they've already annulled everything that we achieved in the 2022 electoral act, right? Because what they're saying, what the courts ended up saying is that whatever INEC says it is, that's what it is. So it's a setback. So those luminary lawyers that were sent to represent them had no chance, right? So that's why we have to take the country back. You see the way those who are successful, for example, Fubara in River State,
Wait, Mr. Pastor, sorry, please, 1 minute.
Yeah,
I want to ask one question. Sure. Have you witnessed election petition right from during? Let me just give you the recent one, 2011, Buhari and Yaradua. Do you witness the judgment?
Yes, I did.
How much is it not 3/4?
No, in that case, I don't know if you remember a guy called Orubebe.
No, I want you to tell you the judgment. It was 3/4, 7-man panel of the judge. The judgment was against 3/4. Assuming the last one switch to Buhari, Jonathan and Yaradua should have lost that election because there was enough proof. One thing we have to understand. That is why I want people like you.
I agree with your point that you're making. But look, they're more sophisticated now. We have an electoral act. It's totally different from before that 2022. In this particular election, it's not done by the coalition. It's not done the old-fashioned way, right? So where you can manually collect and do all that kind of. In this case, it's very, very explicit. When somebody votes and after a vote is cast in a polling unit, it's supposed to be transmitted to the IREV, right? So that we, as observers, you no longer have to carry that stuff without us seeing it live on the IREV. And then each one of those polling agents would have a hard copy. Do you follow what I'm saying? So once they do not transmit that thing live, the result is that INEC must cancel that election. Right, because
no. There is no electoral app. But Mr. Assad, please, I want you to do one thing. Wait, I want you to do one thing to educate people more. You are very good. You have time for something. I always like it because you have time. You have to go and get just get electoral acts 2022. Get the Nigeria Constitution, and then try and if it take you 6 months, 3 months, try and digest all these things. You see all the people.
I have listen to me. There's nothing like that. But there's one important one that you have to mention, which is the Article 38 of the INEC's own manual, right? That's what picks the date, for example, that election is going to hold. You're not going to find that in the Electoral Act. You're not going to find that in the Constitution. The INEC manual, it's law because it picks the date. You cannot have that election a day before they pick that day or a day after. That shows you that it's law. So that's the day the election is going to take place. But on top of that, it tells you if they go manual or they go in electronic, which the Electoral Act and the Constitution gives the right to make that choice.
Yeah.
Okay, so they chose in that manual. They chose electronic, and then once you choose electronics, you cannot. You have to go back to the Electoral Act to then see what the law says, and it says that you have to transmit it, right?
You have to transmit it, but that is why you didn't follow the process of that.
Live.
Wait. No, you didn't. Wait, Mr. Passan. You see, there is many things with Nigeria are lacking. Honestly, majority of people doesn't follow this process of this new 2022 Electoral Act. They are before they pass it on National Assembly. Many senators come. They raise an objection. I don't know. They said in my village there is no network. In my village, the Nigeria, what do they call it? NCC, that is Nigeria Communication something Commission, come to that's someone here to National Assembly. He said they can get up to 50% of network in some rural area. But none of us follow that in again because all our mind they want to give us the Electoral Act. You understand? Which this is what they do every 2 years to election, every 2 years to election. But before this year, they will still amend it now before the next election next year. Now we will see that is where they have been doing it. You understand? But none of us.
I disagree, right? I disagree. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna post it here. I don't know if we have a moderator that would be kind enough to show it on the screen here. Post it again for you. It's in the IDP format.
But INEC have, but the law give INEC the old discretion to collect it the way you want. You understand?
I just told
you have to understand that is the place we miss it. Somebody is telling you National Assembly, I don't have a network.
It's coming now, not the former one. The INEC .org. This is from their particular web page. If there's a moderator, we post it for you because beyond this now, everybody knows INEC is not right. Right? You saw what happened in university.
This is what I don't understand. You by your own self, you said Nigeria is not working. Nigeria don't trust the judiciary. Nigeria, this is what Peter Obi have lost election. He go to court.
Yeah.
You know, okay, when he win that time from the court, he said the court is good. The court is judiciary. Okay, Peter Obi want to tell us that because INEC now say they want to do this one, then in that believe 2019 when they brought car reader. We went to feed. That was adult staff. We went to feed. Before we do 1, 2, the car reader didn't work again. Everybody now go to Banua. So how can you, a politician, you will say you don't have your polling unit agent results to calculate, to stimulate all your number. That when you were in court, you'll be telling him, so I have 20,000 votes. INEC, with their result I brought from their office, they're giving me 6,000 votes. There is also place that did not. That is how you have to complain. You have to prove it to court. You understand all these things. You say he who allege will prove.
Yeah, but listen, I see
electoral is a fraud, is a criminal offense. So
it is, but listen to me. You saw, Nigerians, they never failed to amaze me. You saw what happened in Rivers State, right? They did not let the police come in, and they were able to conduct a fair election. That's the same thing Nnamdi was saying in the Southeast. We don't want the police and their checkpoints.
Because Mr. Pastor, you see the problem. You have to factor one thing to river before you can conclude. Don't go with some people that who are aligned with Fubara or this thing. That will come from all those Sam. They will come and say on TV. We just go with it because APC, PDP was not part of that election. Those are the two money bag.
Yeah, that is true. But
that is why there's no violence, nothing.
But
look,
I agree what you're saying on that point. That is one flaw, right? But the point is that there's no violence, though, right? There is no violence because
there's the big party is not among.
No, let me land because once you have a majority in a polling unit, they will protect their votes, right? They're not going to be because they know they won. They're not going to let a few people come and thwart it and mess it up. This is what the law enforcement that we have in Nigeria, they're colonizers from the north, right? They come to the south and they're causing all kinds of problems. Now, the Biafrans were saying that we don't want them out.
Yeah, no, thanks to what you know. That I bet I don't people.
No, obedience.
Is there no Igbo Igbo in the police, in military. What are we saying?
The goofy ones. You make a point that I agree with you there. Now I've talked to about Showore. We don't want to do any more protests unless we have a mutiny, because we have a lot of soldiers in the Nigerian army, right? But it looks like it's a northern Nigerian thing, and it's not. It's because we have a bunch of goofy soldiers who don't know where the hell they come from, right? And they're gonna sit there, and their people are being marginalized. Instead of, if somebody give you an order that's no good, you pull something out of your pocket and pop them, right? Because they don't know any better. We're supposed to have a mutiny in that army, right? We pay for that army. If your people are being marginalized and you're a Nigerian soldier, you're stupid. Period. Because
you want to divide army. So when it's on the battlefront, you will say, okay, you go. When the enemy is coming, we don't leave you because
okay.
you are Igbo, you are Yoruba.
By the way, let me ask you,
divide, my brother.
Are you obedient or you're not?
I'm in Nigeria. No more in any obedient to anybody.
Okay. You're not obedient, right? Are you with Tinubu?
I say I'm in Nigeria. I'm for Nigeria. I'm not. Party is finished now. Why am I still obedient?
Okay, so you're non-partisan right now.
Not partisan anymore. I'm for Nigeria now, just for good governance of my people.
Okay, sounds good. Are you gonna be coming back to Dr. Damages soon?
No, I'm not coming there again. Those ones too much fighting there. I don't have that power to fight again. I'm making money now. I don't have power to be fighting every time.
All right, very good. It was nice chatting with you. Next time, I'm not gonna take it easy on you, but I'm happy. Now that I know you're not in Nigeria, then I know you know better, because I'm always trying to have you see it the way we see it from diaspora. But apparently you're in the United Kingdom. Now you do know, on the parent, I always tell one man this, right? Forever, right? Since the war began, the United Kingdom has never elected a head of state. They're probably the only country like that. It's a monarchy. It's a monarchy. Now you born as a what do you say, monarchical kind of thing, right? In Edo State, and you were in England. It's a monarchy. It's unelected. They're undemocratic. They don't even know. They don't follow the morals of democracy. And they have the same problem Biafrans have, which is in England is holding Wales, right? Scotland, Northern Ireland. So those people don't want to be a part of that United Kingdom. But we don't come. Biafrans try to nick it and pull the scab on them and have them divide, right? But they come and they pretend like they're a democracy, and they're not a democracy. And then
Mr. Passat,
yeah.
There's some. Do you say Biafra? You want to go and do this thing? You want to go and do that one? WR every time. Do you think the civil war was the Biafra was fighting with Nigeria?
No.
So why do you not think by then it was years? Though do you not think now you want to create something like that again? Then you think it will last for 1 hour or 2 hours? It will be hours. Because the British, the America, their business, Nigeria is their business.
That's right, but we're gonna put a stop to it. Let me tell you why.
Okay? Oh my God!
The other sections of the country were not; their eyes weren't open like the Biafrans. You know, we at that point, you have to know who was the protagonist.
No, you are the one fighting for Biafra. You cannot say other country.
Hold on now. You gotta. Not only do I want you to listen, I want you to pay attention to what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm hearing.
All right. So what I'm saying to you is that during the war, they remember that the Nigerian issue didn't start with the war. There was pogrom in the north, right? That led to other things. Before you get to the war, in the 50s. They killed a lot of our people in the north and in the southwest, right? A lot of people don't talk about that, but that's the issue. They mass killed our people, genocide in the north and the southwest. Now that then led to, now we're at 67 now. The Brits wanted.
It's not no, Pastor, please. These thing people are saying, I don't know where you are getting this Israel. You cannot say they kill. This is very wrong. If you go and look Nigeria population in 1960, it was 41.1. Then you go up, it's there. Go by yourself. Check it. The population of Igbo by then was 3.7 million.
Listen to me. First
So
of all, just stop. Let
the
me tell you.
people that we are buying,
Hold
the
on.
people that we are
Hold
buying
on.
the nuts, everything, they call them everybody from that. As far as you are not from the Yoruba,
Right.
everybody Yamiri, give me water. You
Up to
understand?
now.
So
Up
it's
to
not
now.
only people.
Right.
People should not be putting the isolatives.
No. Listen, we have to speak for ourselves, right? If the other people don't want to talk, that's their business. We're speaking for ourselves. We're not diminishing what happened to others, but don't interrupt me. What I'm saying to you is that we were fighting, like you said, you're doing in code war. We're fighting the Brits. I was in that war. Egyptian pilots, when we shoot down a plane, it's the Egyptian pilot that's flying the plane. Nothing else. They don't know how to fly a plane. Your people don't even have a soldier in the army. That's why we took you over in a day, right? Easily. But what I'm saying to you is that we're fighting the Brits, and they used Egyptian pilots, and they supplied Nigerians with ammunition. They blockaded us. It's not Yorubas, Awolowo, and Hausas that blockade us. Where are your ships? You don't have any ships. You can't blockade anybody. It's the Brits. Nobody points that out. But I'm trying to tell you, without Britain was bent on taking that oil, and they still have it up till now.
Yeah.
They took the oil. That's what we're fighting there. But you guys, for example, I was saying the protagonist of the war was Gowon, who's from Benue area, right? His people are dying scores a day, and a lot of them are in the IDP camps. You saw me trying to confront what's his name there from that area, Benue, yesterday at Dr. Damages. But what I'm saying to you is that all these people were Janaba. All these people were stupid. Gowon was stupid. He was being used. His people in IDP camps. Do you see any Nigerian, aside from me, who cares and trying to figure it out, have them get reprieve from that, right? Gowon is a stupid guy. They used him to fight us. He's a Christian. We're Christians in the Southeast. These Muslims use him to fight us, right? And then after that, then they decimating his people. They're killing them, taking their farms. So at that time, we were saying this is what they're trying to do, right? That's what Nnamdi Kanu says. That's what they're trying to do. But in '67, we're fighting that. Now remember, this Fulanis went to Hausa, conquered them, took them over, cut off their nuts, eviscerated, effeminated. They have no culture. They have no traditional leaders anymore. Can't even lead in prayer, just like the Yorubas can lead Islamic prayer. But anyway, we weren't going to put up with that nonsense. So we fought them, but the Brits were fighting us, blockading us. It's not that one will come up with this idea.
Because they have to blockade you. They don't have anything to leverage for water. If you want to fight, if you don't have anything, why would they support you?
I know, but it's Britain. But now, payback is a son of a bitch, because we're not going to let that go like that. Some of us remember that, and we're going to make sure it doesn't happen again. And that
it's America now. Even those you go now, even those Biafra you go, the East want to fight again. They will wipe them more than the first time. They will wipe them now.
No, you don't.
So you don't have anything. What would you wait? Pastor, you know this thing. Before any country can support you, America can support you, there must be something we leverage. Why was the British inside of the Nigeria, the America? Because of the oil.
Exactly. But
so if you don't have anything, they're not going to support you.
But that's what I'm saying. Ojukwu made a mistake. He should have taken the oil. If you don't
take
the
mistake,
oil,
when
they're going to fight the Fulanis. Why? You don't have to go that far. Go over,
you see the mistake there.
Go over there,
Mr.
kick
Passat.
out those sons of a bitches.
Yeah.
Mr. Passat,
Mr. Passat, you see the mistake Ojukwu make. Ojukwu wanted to fight that war. He should have carved out the Central East alone first. He could have blocked it from that all the whole Eastern region.
Exactly.
Cover up first. That is where it's supposed to start. You could have still have that port, everything, that Calabar port. But he just covered the Central East region alone and form war inside there, inside your home.
I admit there were some mistakes there, but we're not going to make that kind of mistake again. Especially after you guys are running your mouth, we're going to come take you over first.
No. Only 2,000 of us will run you the East together. It's only 2 people.
When our boys came there, it was like hot knife on
no, that time. But you could have seen the installation in Rukutana. If not for about February.
With binoculars, we're watching David Ajo run on a bicycle to his mother's place. We're laughing. Anyway,
kind of Nigeria, we are not fighting war now. How would not be preparing for war? We are not fighting war. You are in
Well, now,
Nigeria.
well, anyway, we're coming back, so we're gonna see. Anyway, nice talking to you. I
Are you
will pass
too?
it.
But
Yeah.
be nice like this as usual, so we can have a conversation, not all those bad books.
I cannot promise you that because we're
I
talking
know you
about
are. So that
Nigeria.
is a.
Nigeria is bad. It's really bad.
But you are not educating people now. You are just saying war. You are not educating people now.
That's to me. That's where it's come down to. We have to get this thing resolved. We're not gonna wait forever. That's all I'm saying.
No, we
But
are not
anyway,
waiting forever. We are not waiting forever. But
yeah,
you
try
have
to
to.
play a good part. Try to be a good actor. Try to be a
No,
good
they are
actor.
not good actor to election, yes, but good actor to war, no.
So yeah, hopefully it doesn't come to that. Trust me, it's my second option. I believe that we should resolve it democratically, and I played a big role in the
No,
last.
I have a lot to lose in Nigeria, please. I don't want anything to destroy what I suffer for, please.
Amen. Hopefully we don't. It doesn't have to get to that. We
Amen.
work very hard. We're all brothers and sisters, and we're gonna
Yeah,
try.
we need to work. We need to work together. Look at my profile. We need to work together. If not, we all perish in it.
We're all not gonna perish. We Biafrans plan to be here a long time. So if you perish, it's gonna be because you made the wrong choices. You saw what happened in your election over there. You sit there and you have perhaps one of the worst governors coming up there. He's not gonna be able to do anything.
No, Bevel, forget to Bevel. That's the best governor. We are not connected to the center. But give us 3 years. We come and praise. We say no. You need people like that. See, we need people like that. The grassroots people, the local people, not all these puppets of the Western world. The governor we have, that they will go out. You go state governor. They get grant. They go to America. They will tell them what they will use. Go and listen to this governor when all the old governor of Nigeria went to America and come back recently. Go and listen to him on China. This Nasarawa state governor, Sule Lamido. He said they tell them what they will do with the money. They went there to tell them, no, let us be building quality road. He said, they said, no, you must build not quality. Let rain come once and flush it out.